Well, hello everyone. Welcome to another Friday night, which means another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I'm here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you have graced us with your presence in the live stream or the YouTube channel, first of all, welcome. The way this works, super simple. You'll see a chat box on your screen. You enter your question, comment, concern, and I work through them in the order they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I do not, but either way, we have a great time talking about lawn care. So that's what we have in the live stream tonight. It looks like Mark F is up first. He says, hey, I was first. You are first, Mark. So thanks for coming to hang out tonight, sir. I appreciate you. Great to see you here in the live stream. So appreciate you coming to hang out. And then next up, we have Jackie Bear. He says 30 minutes till showtime. Let it roll, Ron. Yeah, man. It's past time for showtime. It's actually showtime. So it's I'm glad that you guys are hanging out tonight. Guys, I plan to do the live stream outside or start outside tonight, but we had, Mother Nature didn't cooperate. I had some issues where literally I was looking at the forecast and like within between the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hour, it was going to start raining, which would be bad for live streaming. You know what I mean? I mean, it'd be fun for you guys, but not so fun for me. So decided to move the show indoors like always. I'm sure you guys won't mind too much. All right, so our first question of the evening, is from Mr. Jerry Sobel. He says, how low did you cut your grass before the recent top dressing? Great question, Jerry. So as far as height of cut, I didn't really change it. I'm cutting the grass right around 7/10 or 0.7. I maintain that same height of cut throughout the all season long. I really have ever since I went to the outlet, especially, I haven't really changed that. So I was at 0.7 before the top dressing, and I've raised it up a little bit since then to try and minimize how much sand I'm subjecting the mower to. So yeah, overall, it's been a relatively, as far as real mowing goes, an average height of cut. But yeah, it's worked. It's worked out pretty well. So 0.7, that's where I am at, and that's where I plan to leave the lawn for the most part the rest of this season. We're getting into August now, so no time to try and be a hero now and try and do a big height of cut reset. And that's the plan. So great stuff, sir. Hopefully you're still planning to top dress your lawn. I know you're out in Arizona, so you still got plenty of time this season to get something like that done if you decide to do so. All right, so we got our first super chat of the evening from Mr. Robert Rainey. Thank you so much, Robert. I really do appreciate that. Appreciate it so much.
Super chat received.
He says, what kind of cut time reduction are you seeing with the new mower? It's a fine machine. Quite a bit, Robert. So when I'm not live streaming, actually mowing, so you guys know this past couple of weekends I've been live streaming for you guys, so you can see me out there using the outlet and just taking a few questions for people that can't get on the live stream tonight. Sometimes tomorrow, maybe tomorrow I might do it. I'm not sure yet. I may or may not. We'll see. But normally, normally the cut the back lawn takes me about 35 minutes or so thereabouts to cut the back, and it's probably taking a good 5 to 7 minutes off of that. So it's a lot faster. The mower moves, I think it's rated almost 5 miles an hour, like 4.7 miles per hour, something like that. So when you've got it fully turned up, it's quick, because the whole idea behind it, right, is that you're also able to make passes, and then the speed reduction button, so I can be running at like 4.5, almost 5 miles an hour, and when I'm coming to a turn, I tap a button and it reduces the speed by 60%. So then now I can do a whip turn and then tap it again, and I'm right back out at 5 miles an hour. So it's very fast. The one negative I might say that the outlet has is that because of the size of it and the weight, there are some areas like near the rocks and also the slope that you guys don't really see that kind of falls off towards the neighbors behind me, towards the fence. Like that area I don't really cut with it. So all in, it's still about the same amount of time. So I still have to break the true cut out or break the greens master out to go cut those areas. But for the main part, at least the areas that people actually see, it's a lot faster. It's a lot faster, much faster. And I'm really enjoying it. It's a nice piece of equipment, like you said. And I really appreciate the super chat, sir. And for that, you are the show sponsor of the evening. You're the show sponsor. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. And there you go. Your name up in lights, guys. So I've been getting a lot of emails from you guys about top dressing this time of year, and also some really cool pictures I'm going to show you guys tonight. some top dressing progress, as well as a viewer was kind enough to send out some pictures of his Tahoma 31 lawn. You guys keep saying, I always tell you guys I want to see pictures of it. Send me pictures of you guys who are doing that. And a viewer did that tonight. So we're going to be showing you guys that here as we move on throughout the evening. So it should be a fun show. Should be a fun show. Not outside like I was planning, but we'll make the best of it just being indoors, right? Okay. So next up, we have VMH. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Still waiting for rain to come. One rain about 0.3 inches since May in my area. That is crazy, man. Yeah, that's definitely not the case here in Georgia. We did have a period of time here where it was dry during late June, early July. We had probably a 3-week period with not much rain at all. But here now lately, 1-2 times a week, we're getting some rainfall. Actually, tonight, we're supposed to have some rainfall as well, which is why I'm not outside doing the show outside like I was planning to do. But yeah. And on the topic of VMH, so here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. If you go back and look at his lawn from like last year, his lawn was covered in crabgrass, right? He spent a lot of last season renovating the lawn, trying to get in better shape. He and Quinn Klorak were on first name basis, and he was able to eliminate the crabgrass. This year, he top dressed it. I want to show you guys the pictures of how this lawn looks. So just to show you how a lawn can be turned around in really less than a season, this is what his lawn looks like 3 weeks after the last top dress. So take a look at this. I mean, I don't care who you are. That's some good looking stand of turf right there. That's hot. That's fire. Looking clean, man. Looking really, really good. And then one more picture. There. Yeah, that looks really good. You can tell it's still growing in, but overall, sir, well done. We gotta clap it up for you. We gotta applaud you, salute all the hard work. It's definitely paid off. So just keep going. It only gets better from here, right? It only gets better. And here's the thing: if without any rain, for the grass to still be looking that good, really says something. It says a lot for what you're doing and your program. And so just whatever you're doing, keep it up. Keep it up because it's obviously working. All right. Next up, we have Todd Gleaves. He says, happy Friday, all. I picked up a near mint Lesco stainless steel spreader yesterday. New hardware, always nice. Thing is a beast. Fertilizer and Essential G this weekend. Blanket spray weeds next weekend. Very cool, Todd. Those are very, very nice spreaders. The Lesco spreaders are nice. A little bit pricey, but it sounds like you got a good deal on one, which is always good. And if you take care of it, you really won't replace that spreader at all. So yeah, keep doing that. So you're talking about doing some weed spraying next weekend. I'm going to try a concoction this weekend on some Bermuda that's gotten into my flower beds, into my mulch beds. I don't really have flowers, but more flowers would be, but they're really just mulch beds now. And, pulling Bermuda is kind of a fool's errand. You can pull it out, but it just grows right back. So I'm going to have to go after it with something a little bit heavier. I might make a video about it. We may or may not see, but I want to show you guys a concoction I'm going to try out here. And you guys will be able to know first of all. So any good staple of trying to eliminate Bermuda, of course, has to include glyphosate, right? So what we have here is some 41% glyphosate. This is way stronger than what you will get at the big box stores. So we're rolling with that. And along with it, I'm going to mix some of this stuff, which is Fusilade 2. So these two I'm going to use together, not on my lawn, obviously. Do not, if you guys are seeing this, so Eraser and Fusilade, this is non-selective. This is glyphosate. This is concentrated Roundup. This will kill anything you put it on, right? And then this will target Bermuda grass as well. So these two together should do a pretty good job against the Bermuda I've got in my flower beds. Hopefully, hopefully a single application should do it, but we're going to find out. So that's something I'm going to be playing with this weekend. Again, if you guys decide to try that, do not spray that on your lawn. Don't spray weeds within your lawn with that. That's for like sidewalks, mulch beds, places where you have stuff that you don't mind if it dies, right? And that's why I'm going to be trying this out, because I'm tired of pulling it, trying to get the Bermuda to not get in there, and it's kind of a losing battle. So time for some chemical warfare. So we'll see. You guys can stay posted. I'll keep you guys tuned on the YouTube stories, and maybe I might make a video on it. Make a video. We'll see. We shall see. But yeah, sounds like you're going to have a fun time, Todd, with the new Lesco. Congrats on it, sir. It is a nice bit of kit. So enjoy it and spread your Carbon Pro G and fertilizer in good health, sir. All right. Next up, he has a question. He says, is it too late to put down a celloprint for grubs and armyworms? Nope, not at all. Not at all. If you're only going after grubs, you can actually, after armyworms, you can actually back the rate down quite a bit. It's like a point. I want to say it's like point 10 of an ounce. You can actually go less than that for if all you're going after is armyworms, like active armyworms within your lawn. But if you're going to do grubs as well, if you want to treat both, then just stick with that 0.2 ounces with a gallon of water over 1,000 square foot rate. So that's a heavier rate, but that will account for both grubs and armyworms. If all you were trying to treat was an active armyworm infestation, you could go a little bit lower on the rate, but you're doing both. So just stick with the rate that you saw in that video. That's in the product description for Acceloprin on the Golf Course Lawn Store, and the rate is again 0.20, or the catch-all rate that's not too heavy is 0.20 ounces, or this is a worn-out bottle, so right there, the second notch with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. It's not gonna look like a lot, I promise you, but it doesn't take a lot. It's a really good product. It is a suspension concentrate, so just go with that rate and you're gonna get a good result. Not too late at all. Not too late at all, Todd. And yeah, definitely get that down if you have any concerns about it. Like, the thing with armyworms, man, with any kind of lawn damaging insects, Japanese beetles, white grubs, armyworms, bill bugs, pretty much sod webworms, anything that destroys turf. If you have an inkling that could be a problem in your lawn, it is better to put down a preventative insecticide than wait until they start doing their damage and then have to treat it after the fact. Kind of like with fungicide. Does every lawn need fungicide? Not really, but is it one of those things that's a good idea to put down as a preventative in the May, June timeframe? Yeah, and if you have some disease developing in your lawn and you want to arrest that, not make it get worse, a bag of fungicide is not that expensive in comparison to, the heartbreak and having to stare at, a damaged part of your lawn for weeks on end, depending on how bad the damage is. Could be more, could be longer than that. Right. So definitely, Todd, if you have any concerns about it, definitely don't hesitate. I would. If I saw any armyworms in my lawn, you better believe like a blanket spray of Acceloprin is going to go down. So I haven't seen any. I shouldn't. But if you're seeing anything like that, take don't mess around with it. You don't want to take the chance. It's just not worth it. Just not worth it. All right, next up is Jeffrey Stevenson. He says, please send some rain to Jonesboro, Georgia if you're getting too much. I'm not getting too much. I'm getting a good amount. Supposed to be some tonight, of course, because I moved everything inside. Now it's not going to rain, right? But had I stayed out there, right now it'd be raining on us, and you guys would get to laugh at me, trying to drag my camera equipment and everything inside and not get it all messed up, right? So I decided to not take that chance tonight. And yeah, but you guys should be getting rain in occasionally in Jonesboro too, Jeffrey. It shouldn't be just us, I wouldn't think. Shouldn't be just I wouldn't think. So, but yeah, we're supposed to have some tonight. So hopefully some also comes your way. Guys, as far as on the topic of top dressing, I want to show you guys the update, how the lawn is developing. So it has been, yesterday was 10 days since the lawn was top dressed, and this is what we're looking like today. If you guys are following me on Instagram, you've already seen this, but that is what it's looking like as of yesterday. I took that picture yesterday, and you can tell, man, I mean, yes, there's plenty of sand, but the stripe action is, I'll take that. It's coming through. So I think there's hope that definitely before the end of August, but probably within another 2 weeks, it should be looking really good, and I'll be able to get some nice pictures before it begins to fall off for the season. So that's the goal. That's the hope. I'm happy with how it turned out. A lot of you guys had a lot of questions about getting a service to do it. So I've been answering those as best I can, and yeah, I'm very happy with the job they did. Happy with how smooth it is. Like the little bit of mowing I've been doing on the lawn, it's a really big difference, really big improvement. On just the bumpiness, a small bumpiness and ridges that were in the lawn overall. So great stuff there. I'm really happy with the job that Sandman did. All right, next up is Ogsan. He says, good evening, Ron. Really digging the new intro music. Friday again. Glad I'm here. Let's get it. That's right, man. So I'm glad you guys like the new intro music. It took me a while to actually find the right song. Believe it or not, I've been looking for that for like a couple of months now to find the music that I wanted to edit to. Because that's really when I'm really in a groove and I really want to make a good piece of content. I have the topic obviously and thumbnail and topic and everything like that, but I pick the music first before I even start editing, and I start thinking about how this is going to begin, how I'm going to make what the story I'm trying to tell match the music. And for an intro, which is just like 3 minutes of just watching lawn care stuff, I wanted it to be kind of cool. So I'm glad you like it. I really enjoy it. I'm really proud with how it turned out, and hopefully this one will stick around for a while, right? So again, I appreciate the kind words, Ogsan. If you got any other questions, let me know as we get moving. All right, LG is here. He says, good evening, Ron. Good evening, LG. Hopefully you're doing well there out in Iowa, in the Midwest. hopefully, I got to send some. You got to send me some pictures of the lawn, man. I haven't seen pictures of the lawn in a while. What's going on? You know, you're holding out on me. I got to see. And then Greg had a question. He says, "Are you enjoying some heavy rains this afternoon?" I sure am here in Milton. Yeah, so Milton is 40 minutes or so from where I am. And yeah, they're supposed to have some this evening. It's supposed to be raining right now. I can't actually see outside right now, but it's supposed to be raining between 7 and 9. And of course, because I came inside, it's not going to now, right? But yeah, we're supposed to have some rain a little bit this evening. Next up is a question from Peter Malecki. He has a question about armyworm treatments. He says, is it too soon to put down some preventative treatments for armyworms? I'm in the metro Atlanta area and got hit pretty hard last year. Any product recommendations? Thanks and love the show. Absolutely, Peter. You and a lot of people throughout the Southeast really got devastated with armyworms. Really across the country, it was a really bad problem last year. Since I've gotten a couple of questions about this, let's go to the golf course lawn store and I'll show you what I would recommend for armyworms, Peter. So go to the golfcourselawn.store. I've actually got it linked, pinned as a link at the top of the chat, so you can easily just click on that and go there. But once you're there, you're going to click on shop and then fungicide, insecticide. And what you're going to want to use for armyworms, you got two options. You've got Acelepryn, which comes in both a granular and liquid form. We carry both of them. You got Acelepryn G, which is granular. And then you also have the Acelepryn SE, or the suspension concentrate, which is a liquid product. So I don't have a bag of granular here, but this is the liquid product that you see here on the store. Either one of these is going to work well. It's not an inexpensive product, but it does work. It's as far as an insecticide that is going to kill the stuff that you want dead in your lawn, but not kill the stuff that you don't want. Like it's not going to damage earthworms. It's not going to damage pollinators like bees or anything like that. So it's a very, very good insecticide from a standpoint of toxicity. It's only damaging really to the stuff we don't want in our lawn. So either one of these, Acelepryn in granular, it's a little bit easier to apply. Or if you are fine with mixing up liquids, you have a backpack sprayer, the liquid will work just fine too. What you're going to find in both of these, there's a video showing you how I would recommend you use it. You can do it any way you want. There are application rates here listed in the product description that you can follow. But I've consulted with Syngenta on this, and from some testing I've done, and the rates that I use in the video are good ones that are going to allow you to get most out of the product. I mean, you're not going to use more of it than you need to, but it's still going to be very effective. So Acelepryn in either the granular or the liquid. Again, you've got it. This is the liquid, and this will treat. So as far as at the rate that I recommend applying it, so 0.2 ounces per 1,000 square feet. You can take 0.2 ounces of this, which is right there, that much, and you're going to mix that with a gallon of water, and then spray that over 1,000 square feet. And if you mix at that rate, the suspension concentrate, the small 4-ounce bottle, and the granular bag cover the same amount. Now, if all you were going to target were just armyworms, like say you had an active armyworm infestation, the rate for this product for armyworms is lower. It's a little over a quarter of what I'm recommending for like the catch-all rate. So around 0.05 ounces is what you can use if all you care about is armyworms that are actively in your lawn. But I mean, if you just want to use a rate that's going to take care of everything, grubs, armyworms, billbugs, bluegrass weevils, if you guys up in the have cool season grass are watching this, that 0.20 fluid ounce rate with a gallon of water is going to do a great job. So either one of those will work. What I'll do for you here is I'll put a link in the chat as well that will take you right to that section. But again, you can just go to the link here in the description and then go to the fungicide section. But I'll make it even easier for you because I know I want to make it convenient. So there you go. That link, Peter, will take you directly to the fungicide and insecticide section. And yeah, guys, if any of you are concerned about armyworms, any kind of lawn damaging insects, it's not too late to do it. Again, armyworms will destroy a lawn literally within hours. I mean, if they started in the afternoon, you didn't catch it and you were gone over a weekend, but when you come back, you're gonna come back to a destroyed lawn. So it's as far as the lawn damaging insect you don't want to have, like I would take grubs like 10 times before I got armyworms. Armyworms are really nasty. So if you have any, if you dealt with it last year, or you are worried about it, then Aceleprint is a great product that will take care of that for you. So we've got it in granular and liquid, and it'll if you order the granular, it will go out like Monday, and if you order the liquid before 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, it will go out tomorrow. So good stuff, Peter. Thanks for the question. It's a great question. And yeah, you're doing it's a good your mind's in the right place as far as getting ahead of it. All right, next up is Stuart Ty. He says, having a problem with dollar spot. It's not good. He says, it's getting kind of bad. I put down some propiconazole and granular azoxystrobin. Any other suggestions to get rid of it? So you didn't tell me what kind of grass you have, Stuart. With Bermuda, typically Bermuda tends to survive, tends to do fairly well against dollar spot, even if it's just for being properly fertilized. So of the two fungicides you just applied, the azoxystrobin isn't going to do a whole lot for dollar spot. It's not really labeled, at least I don't believe so, for dollar spot, but propiconazole will. It is. So you're doing the right things from a fungicide perspective. The next thing I'd say is if you're not feeding your lawn, if you're not fertilizing your lawn, ensuring that I'm answering this if you have Bermuda, obviously, but if you have a Bermuda lawn, ensuring that it's getting enough nitrogen is also going to help the lawn, fight off and recover from the little bit of damage that hopefully is a little bit of damage you're getting from dollar spot. Again, in most Bermuda lawns, if they are well fed, if they're getting enough nitrogen, dollar spot typically is not a big problem. Like you'll get large patch, you'll get brown patch, you'll get the summer patch. I mean, to me, they're really similar, but I mean, you can catch a bunch of other stuff in Bermuda, but dollar spot typically is not a huge problem if you're fertilizing properly, if the lawn's getting enough nitrogen. So on top of what you're doing, if you haven't been fertilizing, that's something I might look into. I don't know, what your fertilization program is like, or how much N you're putting in the lawn. If you don't know, or if you're not fertilizing and you want to know where your levels are, a soil test kit like the one here, the ones we carry from My Soil, is a great choice for determining that, right? As far as determining what your deficiencies are and picking a fertilizer that matches your soil. So hope that helps. You're doing a lot of the right things, man. I mean, it sounds like propiconazole should do it. I'm not sure what rate you applied it at, but that should do it. You may have to do a follow-up application, a couple of weeks afterwards to really knock it back. But I would not do azoxystrobin a second time. Like if dollar spot is truly what you have, if you're sure it's a dollar spot, then I would hold off on the azoxystrobin and only use the propiconazole and just do another follow-up application 3 weeks or so after your initial app. And then also, if you haven't fertilized your lawn recently, consider getting some N in the lawn because that's going to help the lawn recover a bit faster. So sorry you're dealing with that, sir. Is there anything else we can help with? Do let me know. But again, you're on the right track. You're definitely on the right track. All right. LG says the like button is smashed. I appreciate that, LG. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. It really does help out. It's a small thing, guys, but hitting that like button really does help the channel, helps the live stream. And I really do appreciate that, guys. I changed up a few things as far as like the hardware I'm using for streaming. So hopefully everything stays stable. I did some testing, but I did some things to help improve the image quality. Maybe it shows up, maybe it doesn't. But it's a new setup I'm testing out. So hopefully it works, guys. Hopefully it stays stable for all however many hours we go tonight. All right, next up is Mr. Joseph Roberts. He says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday and hello everyone." So what's going on, Joseph? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Hopefully your lawn is doing well. I saw some pictures that you posted there online in some of the Facebook groups. Your lawn's looking solid. So keep doing what you're doing. And I appreciate all the support. I definitely see it. I may not respond to every single comment, but I definitely see all the support. So I really do appreciate that, sir. All right, next is Brent Admire. I think Brent is new. I don't remember seeing you in the live stream before. And if you are new, welcome. He says, "Hey Ron, I just seeded in Colorado and had some washout. Is it better to wait for the germination to see the results, or just rake lightly and throw some more seed down?" Yeah, so if you did everything wash out or just some of it? I mean, what you might do is if you had some areas that you can definitely determine, hey, there was seed here and now there's none, I might go ahead and just put some more seed down. But the question you got to ask yourself, Brent, is what are you going to do this time around to prevent that from being an issue again? You know what I mean? So whatever it was that caused the washout, or whatever you did in your prep work this last time that didn't allow the seed to stay in place. Maybe you didn't put any peat moss down. I know some people tend to put straw down whenever they're seeding, to try and help for that reason, help keep the seed in place, and some people say keep birds away, but also to help keep the seed and hold it in place. If you want to put down more seed, let's also change up what we're doing on top of that to help prevent that washout. I know people use peat moss quite a bit for that purpose. Not something I've ever done, but I know peat moss and also straw is something that people that tend to seed their lawns a lot do to prevent the kind of problem that you're talking about. So if it were me, if you're genuinely certain that you've already lost some seed, like why waste the time? Why not just put some more down, at least in the areas that you lost it, and like I said, just do some more prep work to try and prevent it from happening again. So sorry you're dealing with that, sir, and let me know how you get on. All right, next up is Ed Mora. He says, I sure respect this live. Thank you so much, Ed. I really appreciate you letting me know. I appreciate you coming out to hang out and to have some fun turf talk with us. Always a great time. All right, next up is Robert Rainey. Uh-oh, here we go. He says, good evening. I do have a question tonight. I figure the discussion should happen when I'm about to shut down PGR in early fall. Thoughts on when to taper off? Great question, Robert. So as far as, for any of you guys that know what Robert is talking about, PGR refers to plant growth regulator. It is in particular, Primo Max. What this is a product that we apply to our lawns. You can apply it monthly, but this season transition to every couple of weeks. And what it does, it slows down how quickly the grass grows, helps improves the grass's hardiness. As a byproduct, you also get a darker color, thicker turf. There's lots of benefits to it. Typically, as far as when you start applying it, it starts in the late April, early May timeframe, whenever the grass is actively growing. And then whenever the grass begins to slow down is when you stop. So for warm season grass, we start like I said, late April, early May. And for me, Robert, I run Primo until at least September. So I've done an application already for the first part of this month. On the 15th, I'll do another application. And then in September, I will do another application. So there'll be at least an application for the first half of September. We'll see how the summer rolls out, how the fall is. If it's still pretty hot, I might do another one on the 15th, and then by then I'll be tapering off, because by the time October October shows up, the grass does begin to slow down. So you can still use Primo if you want, but there's less need for it. It's not going to hurt anything, and especially given that you're also applying at half rate. If you wanted to make your last application the first week of August, the first part of October, that would be fine too. But I wouldn't do like a full rate application in October if the grass is going to start checking out fairly soon. You know what I mean? So September, I'm going to be running it all the way through September for sure, and then maybe the first for the first split app of October will likely go down depending on the weather and how the grass is looking. So hope that helps, sir. And I know you've had some good success. I think this is your first year using Primo as a liquid, and you really like the results with it. So I get it. You don't want to mess things up or whatever. So the fact that you're also applying it at half rate gives you a bit of fudge factor there too, right? So no worries at all. All the way through September, look in early October, and then make a decision based on that. I know you're fairly close as far as I am climate-wise. So if you just want to follow what I'm doing, whenever late September rolls around, that's an option too. But just look at your grass, see how it's doing, and then apply Primo accordingly is what I would say. Okay, next up is Black Cloud. He says, just want to say thank you so much for all the help you've been giving me with my burnt Kentucky bluegrass lawn and the leveling tips for the fall. I found someone who can give me the sand compost mix I need. Much respect to you. Awesome. That's the thing, guys. So I know, ever since the video that the live stream that went out now, it's almost 2 weeks, last week, Monday, not this past Monday, but the week before, where the lawn was top dressed. I've been getting a lot of questions around, hey, where can I find leveling mix? Where can I find sand? Where can I find a service to top dress my lawn for me? And the thing is, in your area, if there are golf courses in your area, which most of you guys probably have a golf course within 30 minutes, 45 minutes, thereabouts, like they're getting the sand that they're using from somewhere, because golf courses tend to top dress regularly. They, it's part of their practices to keep the course up. So wherever they're getting their sand, you can likely get it from there too. Now they may have, quantity limits and this, quantity minimums and that kind of thing. But if you just go into Google and put in lawn leveling or top dressing, and then you are near your city and state, you should be able to find something. You know what I mean? You should be able to find something. If you can, the best material you can get your hands on, if you can find it, is USGA sand, right? Because it's actually sand that's designed for use on turf. If you can find like sand that's been washed for sports turf, that's obviously the best. But finding that sometimes can be difficult. So river sand will work. Masonry sand will also work. So it's kind of your call on which way you want to go. But I mean, you can find sand in your area. Pretty much all you guys have a supplier nearby you that can deliver some material that will work for top dressing. You're very welcome, Black Cloud. I'm glad that it's been helpful. And again, if I can help with anything else as you get into the fall and start, doing your lawn renovation and top dressing work, definitely let me know. We'll be here. We shall be here, sir. All right, next up is Junior Correa. He says, hi. What's going on, Junior? Hi. Hope you're doing all right, sir. Thanks for coming to hang out. And then next is 2 Trilla, says, happy Friday, everyone. Turf Talk. It is Turf Talk time, man. It is. Rich 70's in here saying, hey, everyone. What's going on, Rich V70? And then next is Junior. Junior has a question. He wasn't just saying hi. He says hi, but he's just trying to warm me up a little bit. He says, I have a St. Augustine grass, and it died, resulting in patches and is not filling in. Any tips? How do you get that grass thick, that thick grass look elsewhere? Or I guess you're maybe saying everywhere. So it depends on how big the patch is, Junior. You can try transplanting some of the St. Augustine from areas that are doing really, really well to the area that is having problems, that's struggling. But it should fill in over time. The thing you said is that it died. Why did it die? That's a piece of information that I'd want to know, because St. Augustine in general doesn't just die. Kind of like Bermuda, it's not a grass that is prone to dying, not easily anyway. It's not easy to get rid of. So assuming that you solved whatever the problem was that caused the grass to die in the first place, then I would say transplanting some plugs from other parts of your lawn to the area that you are trying to recover is a good strategy. But I would figure out why you had the problem in the first place. You know what I mean? So if you had like lawn disease or something and you put a fungicide down and now it's good, nice, good to go. But if you haven't figured that out, we want to understand that. If it's some insect damage, grubs or whatever that are damaging it, like we want to get that figured out prior to you putting all the work of trying to get grass to grow in there. Now, as far as getting it to thicken up, I'll tell you guys, so the best advice I could give someone, if you really want a thick lawn, if you want your lawn to be thick, is one, obviously get a soil test so you know what kind of fertilizer you should be using, but fertilize your lawn at the proper rates and then mow it. Mowing is going to do a ton. It's going to do a ton for really helping your grass thicken up. I got a question from a viewer this afternoon. They had their lawn, they put Primo down on it. They went on vacation for 3 weeks. And then when they came back in a couple of days before they returned, their neighbor cut their grass for them. And they wrote to me saying, hey, I put Primo Max down on my lawn. We were gone for 3 weeks. And after they cut it, it scalped a little bit. And they're saying, oh, it looks so ugly. I thought, it's just not, it just looks kind of bad. And I said, well, listen, here's the thing. I mean, Primo or PGR will be helpful for slowing down how quickly your grass grows. But any kind of damage, any kind of scalping, anything like that, if you want the lawn to recover from that kind of thing, mowing it is going to really help. So, I've said it several times in the live stream. I say it in the academy, and you guys have probably heard me say it in YouTube videos a time or 15, is that if you're really serious about your lawn looking good, you got to be out there mowing it twice a week, at least twice a week. That is the barrier of entry for a great looking lawn. And if you're able to do that, Junior, you're going to find it's just going to thicken up. It's going to start growing in and start doing a lot better. With you having St. Augustine, if you haven't checked lately, make sure that your mower blade is sharp. You want to make sure you're cutting your grass with sharp equipment. But outside of that, if you're out there mowing it a couple times a week, you're fertilizing properly, you're going to have a great looking lawn. It's impossible to not look good. So a great lawn that is green, lush, thick, and just looks vibrant is a byproduct of a good fertilization program and regular mowing. Like, you do those two things, you're going to get a great looking lawn. So hope that helps, sir. You didn't tell me how or what caused the damage in the first place, but hopefully I gave you some ideas of them things to think about, because you want to solve that before you put a bunch of work into trying to get this area to recover. But again, thank you so much for the question. If you have any other follow-ups, or if I need to revisit anything, definitely let me know, and I'll be happy to do that. All right, Ed Morris says, now this is a live lawn care I can get behind, respectable and highly informative. Again, thanks again, Ed. I appreciate it. That's what we try to be. We try to be, here's the thing. The problem, Ed, is that the jerks don't last too long around here. You know what I mean? We tend to just be a fun-loving bunch. We like our grass. We like talking about, lawn care, sometimes computer stuff, sometimes, sports, sometimes Formula One, a little bit of everything. But if you're on the jerk train, you tend to get voted off the island fairly quickly. So as long as you're cool, everyone else is cool, right? So, all right, next up is Wayne Kill. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly, Wayne. He says, what is the ideal height for Zoysia grass? Depends on the type of Zoysia you have, and also depends on the kind of mower you have, Wayne. Zoysia can be cut, it can be cut at 5/8. It can be cut, it looks really good cut short. Like El Toro, Xeon Zoysia, those two can both be cut relatively short. They can be cut well under an inch and look really nice. The ability to do that is going to require that you have the right equipment. So you need to have a reel mower, not a rotary, because cutting that short, you're really going to need a cylinder mower, a reel mower. That is the right type of equipment for cutting the grass that short. But I can tell you, like a Zoysia lawn, there's one that's across the street from Alex, and I think he's cutting his at just under 2 inches, and it looks great. So you can cut Zoysia 2 inches. I think below 2 inches is best if you have the time, but 2 inches all the way down to ½ inch, 5/8 looks really, really good. And again, and really the decision on how high to cut the lawn is based on a couple of things. Like I said, one, the mower that you have. Like if you're going to go under an inch, really under 1.25 inches, you really want to be using a reel mower to get a very good cut, to get a quality cut, to minimize scalping. So if you check that box, so say I do have a reel mower, then yeah, you can go down to 5/8 and still have a great looking lawn. But then in addition to having the right mower, so we could Thanos snap and you could have an awesome rotary or have an even more awesome reel mower. The next question is, how much time do you have? Because the lower you go, the more you have to mow. The more you have to mow it. So, if you're someone that just wants a great looking lawn, you want to be, have the nicest lawn on the street. So, and you don't have time, you don't have a reel mower, and you don't have a ton of time, but you can get out there twice a week, like once on the weekend, and then once again, middle of the week, like a Wednesday night or Thursday afternoon or evening mow. Then aim for like 1.5 inches. Like that's a great height to cut, and the Zoysia is going to look really good at that height. But you can go fairly low with Zoysia again if you have the time and the right equipment to do it. So hope that helps, sir. And if you have any other questions, let me know. Appreciate you coming to hang out in the live stream, and always nice seeing new viewers and new questions. Next is Greg Lyon. He says, I have lots of yellow spots in my yard after Celsius and certainty. That's not good. I believe it's normal from what you discussed previously. So it depends, Greg. Are the yellow spots areas where weeds were that you sprayed? Or is it a situation where your grass is yellowing? I mean, I'll tell you that I sprayed, I've used that combination, Celsius and certainty, along with a surfactant, which actually makes it more effective and is also increases the likelihood that you may have some mild yellowing, maybe, right? I did that in late July last year when it was just as hot as it was now. I didn't really have any issues with any yellowing in the lawn, any discoloration in the lawn. But every lawn is different. But if you do have any yellowing, what you should find is that it's very mild. It should be very mild, and really within a week, the lawn should be looking a lot better. It should go away. The weeds will be hating life, and the lawn will be back to where it was prior to you spraying. So it just depends. If you got a little heavy-handed, if you're a little bit heavy on the application rate, if you made more than one pass over a particular area, those things, that or a combination of those things can cause a bit of yellowing. But as far as a combination that is very, very effective for both broadleaves and some, grassy type weeds, like some of your sedges in warm season lawns that you can spray over a broad range of temperatures, Celsius and certainty is really good. It's really, really tough one to beat. A little expensive, it's more pricey, but you definitely get what you pay for as far as effectiveness and as well as minimizing damage to your lawn. So what you're going through sounds normal. It is normal. If you want, send me some pictures of what you got going on, and I'll weigh in. My email address, you should have it, but it's ron@golfcourselawn.com. Send me a couple of pictures of some of the areas that you're seeing that yellowing, and I'll write you back and let you know what I think. But it's more than likely completely normal. And within a week from now, like this time next week, we should be having a conversation about how the lawn looks great, but the weeds are dying off. So if you have any other questions, Greg, definitely let me know. But yeah, it sounds completely normal depending on the application rate and also like, how heavily you overlapped and that type of thing. All right, next up is CS Mike, or C Mike CS rather. He says, is a 90-gallon trash can full of Thatch normal since I did a renovation last September? Seed was a Jonathan Green Black Beauty Ultra, most of which is turf type tall fescue with some Kentucky bluegrass and some perennial rye. Sunjo was set at 0. Okay, so I've never used a Sunjo, so I don't know what that equates to. And you also got to tell me how big of an area are we talking here, Mike? Because if it's if it's a 500 square foot lawn, then sure. If it's a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot lawn, then a 90-gallon trash can isn't really a ton. It depends. Like, it depends on how much debris was in your lawn, how aggressively you did it. I mean, 0 sounds, if I had to guess, 0 sounds like you weren't really getting under into the soil at all. Like you were just really just tickling the grass, which sounds like not aggressive. But I can tell you, I'll put it in perspective for you. When I first started turf raking my lawn with the Owlet, right, with the C27, I could fill up like one of those big, it's probably more than 90 gallons, like a big trash can, like the ones like Red Oak or those big trash cans that the trash services have. I could fill up one of those turf raking the lawn just one time in a direction. So just one given direction, I filled up one of those. So I think when I first started out, the first week of turf raking and verticutting the lawn in a couple different directions, I filled up 23 of those refuse bags from Home Depot and one of the large like a big trash can. So a lot more than what you did. Granted, in the back lawn, you're talking about 10,000-ish square feet thereabouts. So it's a fairly large area, but that should give you an idea. Like, you should have some debris that comes out. One 90-gallon trash can doesn't sound like a ton to me. It really doesn't sound like a lot, but it depends on how big your lawn is. And if you're still here, if you don't mind, drop a, let me know how big your lawn is in the chat, and then we can know. But that should be fine. 90. I would expect it to be more, to be completely honest. So just keep doing it. What you find is just if the height that you're currently at, you're getting very little out, you can always go just a notch lower, just a little bit lower, a little bit more aggressive, and just keep turf raking there and see what comes out then. You know what I mean? So start very light, and then you can slowly go slightly more aggressive and see what happens. But it sounds like you did it right. It sounds like you didn't go too aggressive initially. All right, next up is Mr. McNasty Motorsports. Awesome name for a YouTube channel and a sport and a racing shop. He says, checking in for a limited time. Can't seem to get my schedule synced up. It happens, man. Life happens. I get it. He says, your lawn is coming in nicely after the leveling. Wish we could get some rain here in Dallas-Fort Worth area. You guys will get some eventually. Here's the thing in Texas. You guys always wish for rain, and then once it rains, you're like, oh, my Lord, the place is flooded, and someone leaves their water hose on too long in Texas, and you guys flood. At least Houston area. Like the Houston area is really bad for flooding. But Dallas-Fort Worth, I don't know so much. But I'm just thinking Texas is largely flat, and you guys tend to flood fairly easily. So enjoy the dry weather while you have it, because who knows, if you get like a monsoon like we get here in Georgia every now and then you have a different problem. You guys will be complaining about that, right? But don't worry, man. You're gonna get some rain soon. Thank you for checking in. I appreciate it. I know you can only stay for a little while, but I do appreciate you coming to hang out in the live stream for a little bit. All right, next up is Jared J. He says, is it too late to start following your Lawn Academy calendar? No. Or can I join and just start with recommendations starting now? Yes. Or is it best to start at the beginning of the season? No. So start where you are, Jared. Like, if you were to join the academy now, so what he's talking about, guys, is the Golf Course Lawn Academy at golfcourselawn.com, or if you go to Golf Course Lawn Store and then go to Lawn Academy, just click on that right there and go to course details. Right here is access to the course. It's one-time payment that gives you lifetime access, and there are the calendar, the videos, everything that goes into that. You can also get access to the private Facebook group, which is one of the best parts of it, in addition to everything else that you get, all of the perks that come along with it. But yeah, Jared, if you are starting out already, I would get going now. Like start where you are now. You know what I mean? You can even within a month, you can make an appreciable improvement in your lawn if you start if you start with the program. So just I would get going where you are now. I really would. All right. If you have any other questions, let me know. If you haven't joined yet, consider doing it. 'Cause again, it's like one-time payment, and then you're in for life. And it's only going to get more expensive over time. It's only going to get more expensive over time, right? So there is that consideration too. But yeah, I would get going right now. All right. Next up is buckshot, not birdshot, not double aught, or I guess double aught buckshot. What kind of buckshot are we talking here? Buckshot. But he says, I'm planning to overseed and core aerate my tall fescue lawn this fall. I have lots of patches and crabgrass. I don't know if I should kill it or let it be. Also, is it too late to throw herbicides? No, it sounds like you got fescue. You have a fescue lawn, so not at all. Not at all. In other words, if you want to get rid of crabgrass in your lawn, if you want to attack it, you can still do so. Crabgrass is best handled like most weeds when they're young, right? As crabgrass gets more and more mature, it gets more difficult to kill. So the earlier you can catch it, the better it's going to work. And then as far as is it too late? No, it's not too late at all. Like core aerating and doing your overseeding in the fall, that totally makes sense. A great product for crabgrass is a product called quinclorac. It's a good herbicide for that. Let me check here. I'm almost positive that it's fine for fescue, but let me just check here really quick. Make sure that I'm giving you good advice there. I know for like St. Augustine, it will damage it because for some reason it attacks crabgrass and it also attacks St. Augustine. Go figure, right? But as far as fescues, yeah. So so tall fescue. I can show you. I can't bring it up on the screen right now because I'm on a different browser. But yes, as far as actually, I can show you that. Why not? We can do it. We can do that. Let me show you really quick here. As far as grass types that are more tolerant of it and ones that are not, if you take a look here at the label of quinclorac, so it says Bermuda grass, obviously highly tolerant. And you got your annual bluegrass, Kentucky bluegrass, buffalo grass, tall fescue, which sounds like what you have, is highly tolerant of quinclorac. And then ryegrass and zoysia grass, right, are also tolerant. Once you start getting into some of these here, like some of your hybrids, fine fescues, and then the ones that are susceptible that they will actually damage and or kill, Bahia, bent grass, centipede, dichondra, and then your St. Augustine grass. So you're on this side of the spectrum, buckshot, so you should be good to go. So as far as using quinclorac, that is what I would use to target the crabgrass. How effective it's going to be this late in the season is going to be left to be seen. It's not going to be as good as if you'd caught it like earlier. But what's it going to hurt? Just make sure you read the label, apply it at the proper rates, and if you can also avoid blanketing the lawn, like if the crabgrass is only in a few areas, just limit the herbicide to just those few areas, and you'll be good to go. So, but if you feel like supporting the channel, I'll give you a link here to that at Buckshot. That's a link to quinclorac. Use surfactant along with it. You can get that at the golf course lawn store in our herbicide section. But yeah, just read the label. That product should work well. As you saw, it's labeled for use on your fescue. Look at the rates that are good for fescue, and then maybe just spot spray the crabgrass. I would if I can, guys. So I get this question every now and then. I tend to try to avoid blanketing the lawn with herbicides whenever possible. Like I try to just minimize how much herbicide I spray on the lawn whenever I can. And now if the crabgrass is everywhere, then yeah, you're in it. You got to go do it. But if you only got in a few pockets here and there, just spray just the areas where it is if you can. Hope that helps, Buckshot. If you have any other questions, let me know. But it sounds like quinclorac is going to be your jam. And you got everything else planned for your core aerating and your overseeding here in the fall. Sounds good to me, sir. Sounds like you got a plan. I love it when a plan comes together. Okay, Robert Rainey's up next. He says, you mentioned a summer scalp at some point on last week's live stream. I did a scalp Monday and a high to cut reset. Already seeing the results. It was tough, but it needed it. Yeah, so so a scalp is a more aggressive way to go about it. As far as, the hit to the color of the lawn in general, a scalp is going to be harder on the appearance of your lawn than doing something like turf raking lightly or verticutting lightly. Like those things are going to be things that those are going to are going to be less aggressive than going the verticut, the scalping route. But here's the thing: you may not have a verticutter and you may not have a turf rake. And if you don't have that, you don't have it. So, in that case, in that situation, then what you're doing as far as doing the scalp is a good way to go. So I'm a huge fan of doing that, guys. I mean, it's hard to tell somebody to get out there and scalp their lawn lightly when at the time of the year when it's looking its absolute best, like, June timeframe. June is, in my opinion, mid-June is when Bermuda really does well. It looks really awesome, because you're still getting a lot of that rainfall. It's starting to warm up, and it's really starting to come into its own. And if you don't do something at that point, once it starts going to really take off, starts to grow really aggressively with all the heat, then is when it's going to go from super awesome to not so awesome, right? Because you're going to start scalping in some areas. So what Robert did, which is, again, not easy to do, is something that the grass needs. I mean, there's a reason why golf courses will verticut greens. The verticut areas of the lawn that get of the course that get used heavily and they tend to thicken up because it is good for the grass. Kind of like aerating. It's a necessary evil. The lawn doesn't look awesome afterwards. It looks pretty nasty, but it's a necessary evil for getting the best possible turf. So yeah, I'm glad you did that. I'm sure it's going to bounce back. The best thing you can do at this point, Robert, is continue your fertilization program and just mow it. You know what to do, right? Just mow it, and mow some more, and it's going to recover. It's going to look great. So guys, it was a good call. So I had one of the moderators take a picture for me of what's going on outside, because I was planning on doing the first part of the live stream outside, right? So we are at 7:51, and that's what's going on outside right now. So it was a good call to come inside. It was a good call to bring the show inside. We're getting plenty of rain, which is awesome sauce. And I'm gonna take this off the screen. Because I know the viewers in Texas, and there's a lot of you guys in Texas. You guys are going through a drought. You're having some challenges with rain right now. So I know it's very unloving, unkind to flash that on the screen right now. It's not cool. Something's going on. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's not cool to show all this juicy rainfall, hitting outside. But yeah, all jokes aside, it was a good call to come inside because I would have been rained out, which is good. But yeah, rain is happening. Awesome stuff. But yeah, Robert, just keep at it, keep mowing, and it's going to look even better. Like August will be like your second June is what's going to happen, right? So July is going to take a little green hit to it because of the scalping, but then next couple of weeks here, August will look as good as June did in your lawn. So it's worth doing. It's worth the domination time. You're saying the ground was getting stemmy, which helped me decide to do a height of cut reset. Yeah, sounds about right, man. And you'll know, because what will happen is it's for no apparent reason, right? You'll be like, you're living your best life. The lawn's looking awesome, and then areas that we're not scalping are starting to scalp, and the quality of the cut's starting to suffer. And it's just overall just not looking as good. Time to thin it out some. So great stuff, Robert. Great stuff. Thanks for letting me know. And the next up is Michael Klein. Yeah, Michael, I'm glad you joined up, man, because I was trying to wait for you to come in before I showed everyone your awesome lawn. So Michael Lazari says, hey, Ron, I laid my Tahoma 31. Sends the pictures. Did my first ever real mow today with a True Cut C27. My left thumb is killing me. Any pro tips? So, okay, so here's the thing. Before I show the pictures, there's a lot of people that complain about, let me see, your left. Yeah, so that's the drive side. The right side is the reel. So it doesn't bother me, but I have big hands, so it doesn't bother me to get used to doing that. But I'm thinking back when I first got my True Cut, the first season, like right in here, yes, this was sore, and if you do it over time, Michael, it's going to get better. Like you're going to get your thumb muscle or ligament or whatever it is that's getting sore, it's feeling irritated from having to kind of, like ride the throttle or ride the clutch to try and get your mowing pace the way you need it to be. It's going to get better. Like I can use a True Cut for hours now and my thumb doesn't bother me at all. So it's something that will get better. But it's not something I deal with now. But I do recall that when I first got the mower, for I don't know, maybe the first month or so, I did get my thumb feeling a little bit sore, but it wasn't anything crazy. You know what I mean? But so just keep at it. All right, now on to the good stuff. Enough of me yapping about your thumb being sore. You guys want to see what Tahoma 31 that's freshly laid? And I think Michael, you didn't say how long this was. I think in your email, I think you said 8 days or something like that. But let me know here in the chat how long this has been in. But take a look, guys. This is picture 1 of the Tahoma 31. You can see it. Look at the color. The color looks good, man. Color looks solid. And look at that. It's really nice. Really, really vibrant. It looks like it's growing in really nicely, Michael, from what I'm seeing. The color looks good, man. I like it. I really like that. You got to send me a close-up of the leaf. I want to see a close-up of the leaf to see how, how it compares to like Tifway and Arden 15. I imagine the leaf is probably going to be a bit finer. You got another picture here. Look at that. Now that's a picture. Let me take you off the screen. Let's just take a second and take that in. That is fire, man. And that's not, think about it, it's not even fully grown in nicely. It hadn't had a top dress yet. He's only now starting to mow it. That lawn has a ton of potential. Tons of potential, man. Tons of potential. Looking really good. Looking really, really, really solid, man. I like it. Thanks for sharing the pictures, man. The lawn looks awesome. The color is what looks so great. So I like it. And again, with the true cut, you will get used to it over time. Just stick with it. Over time, it's gonna get better with your thumb. It's gonna get stronger. Used to like riding the propulsion. But yeah, good stuff, man. It looks color looks awesome. Great stuff. All right, next up is Devin. Devin, what's going on, man? He says, "What's going on, Ron? Looking forward to some good turf talk. Hopefully, we're not disappointing. You're a pro. You're out there, making the club at Flying Horse look its absolute best. I know you're really busy, and hopefully, we are us mere mortals with our small little lawns are at least giving you something fun to take a look at. I hope you saw that Tahoma 31, man. It's looking solid. That color is sweet. It's sweet. That looks really, really good. Guys, I've been toying around with the idea of doing something different just on the front lawn. I would not renovate the entire thing because it's going to be crazy expensive to do, and I just couldn't go through the heartbreak, especially the back lawn. But the front lawn, I'm toying around with the idea of maybe at some point, not this year obviously, but maybe doing a different type of grass on the front lawn on the slope. What do you guys think? I was thinking about Tahoma 31 because I want to see what it could look like. Some people are telling me to do Zoysia, but I mean, come on, me as abusive as I am to grass, I don't think, Zoysia and I would not get along. But the Tahoma might be a play. We'll see. But yeah, Devin, thanks for coming to hang out, sir. Again, I know you're moving and getting the house done and everything else. I know you're busy. You got like life happening. But whenever you can, let us know when you're going to have some time to come hang out in the live stream, guys. We miss you. We'd like to have you back on. You can talk to us about how to create a green and all the other fun stories you always have to tell us when it comes to to pro turf care. So gotta get you back on, even if it's only for part of the show. Even if you can say, hey, you know what, Ron, I can't do 3 hours like how you do, but if I can give you an hour. I can give you 45 minutes. We'll take what we can get. We will. We really will. All right, next up is JP Show Pro saying, looking so good, Ron. I'm really impressed with the total transformation, the color, and the smooth stripes. No need for the Green Master anymore. Whoa. Hold on now. I agree that it does look good and that the color is looking solid. If any of you guys haven't seen where the recovery effort, where the lawn is on recovery from the top dressing, this is 10 days after top dressing. So you can see there's still a lot of sand in the areas where they went heavier. But guys, the stripe action, let's just pause there for a second. That stripe action in the color is looking solid for Bermuda anyway, right? For a weed, for a lawn, for a grass type that is often not loved, that is often, that people turn their nose up at Bermuda. I think you can make it look pretty good. So I'm pretty happy with how that's looking just 10 days in here, and it should get even better. Hopefully Robert and I will be able to take some really nice photos here in the next couple of weeks of how the lawn looks after it fully recovers. But yeah, the Greensmaster I still need it, JP, because for the front lawn, that slope, the Greensmaster is still king for the slope. It does a much better job. It's easier to manage than the Allet. The Allet is designed for sports, turfs, flat fields, flat areas in general, right? So while I can use it on the front lawn, not the best tool for the job. It's a bit of a handful to use on the front lawn. So the Greensmaster still pulls duty. It still holds it down on the vanity strip and on the front lawn. And some areas there by the rocks and areas you guys don't really see, it does a lot of that. So yeah, not getting rid of my GM. You can't get rid of your. I guess it's not really my first love, but you can't get rid of your second love. So you can't get rid of it. I gotta keep it around. All right, next up is Oxad. He says, "Hey Ron, I want to share my soil test with you. Quite surprised. Your products are amazing. Thank you. Well, you got to send me the pictures, and at some point I'll show them. I can show them on the live stream or." We can talk about it over email. But yeah, it sounds awesome, Oxen. I'm glad that the products are working and that you are that your soil test results are reflecting the work that you're putting in. If you have not sent me an email, you can send your test results right here to ron@golfcourselawn.com. I'm pretty sure you already have my email address, but if you don't, you can send them here. Send them here. So the guys, and what he's talking about is the soil test kit from My Soil, the Nice Works on My Soil. This is the one that I like to use and love. Reason why, a couple of reasons. One, it's easy. I like easy. You know what I mean? If you look at some soil test results, you almost need like a PhD in ag to truly understand what they're trying to tell you and what to do about the deficiencies, right? But the soil test results from My Soil, it's really easy. Low, good, high. You know, red, green, or so red, green, or like yellowish, or whatever. You need some work. So it's really easy to understand. You get a envelope to mail the results in. You get the deionized resin, for putting your samples in. Super easy. Within a week, you're gonna get your results back, and you're gonna know exactly what you should be using on your lawn. Because a lot of times, probably one of the most common emails I get from people or questions outside of, hey, how do I get my grass to be green? Which is, that's always a fun one. Is what fertilizer should I be using on my lawn? They're like, hey, I know that you use 901C or use Turfplex last year, or you like to use Flagship on your lawn. Like, what should I be using on my lawn? And the thing is that what I use, like especially when it comes to the NPK that I'm using on my lawn, it likely will work on your lawn, but it might not be the best fit. You may have some other deficiencies outside of just NPK that you need to address. Maybe micronutrients need to come up. Maybe your pH is off, which is a big one. I mean, people talk about, fertilizer a lot, but soil pH is literally one of the most important things to get right because it influences how well your fertilizer works. It influences the kind of uptake you get from your micronutrients and from the macros. So if for anything, just to see where your pH is, a soil test is worth considering from that standpoint. But I'm glad that you're getting some good results based on the results you're seeing after fertilizing based on the soil test results. So good stuff, Oxan. Love to hear that. Keep me posted, man, of how things go. All right, next up is Jack Tiff. He says, hit the like buttons, guys. What temperature should it be to start reseeding renovations? So it depends on your grass type. So if you are talking about Bermuda, if you're going to burn down your Bermuda lawn and start all over, really the time to do that, it's a bit late in the season, but I would have done that in like late April, early May. For most Bermuda grass seed, you'll see on the label, it'll tell you whenever soil temps cross 65 degrees is when you're gonna get good germination. Now, if you have a cool season grass, late August is when that window's opening up for your overseeding or seeding project, right? That's when temps are getting a bit milder, a bit lower. So the soil is still warm enough for you to get good germination, but it's not so hot that whenever the new grass grows, you're bringing it into life in less than ideal conditions for it to thrive and do well. So for warm season grass, spring and fall, you get like 2 chances to do it. Fall really probably being the better of the two. And then for warm season grass, late April, early May timeframe, when soil temps cross 65 degrees, is what you're really after for a renovation project. So I hope that helps, Jack. You didn't really mention to me what kind of grass you have, but hopefully that was good enough to kind of put you on the right track as far as when would be a good time to take on your renovation project. Good stuff. King Khan is up. He says, what's going on, everyone? What's going on, King Khan? Thanks for coming to stand by and hang out in the live stream. Say hi to everyone. I appreciate you. Robert's back. He says, had to use the rotary scissors to verticut some small common Bermuda patches in the lawn. Worked out well. Hashtag muttlawn. It happens, man. I have a few small areas of common Bermuda in my lawn too. When the guys are out doing the top dressing work, he said, hey man, Ron, you got like a small patch of common Bermuda out there. It's maybe like, 12 by 18 inches, fairly small area. He says, hey, if you want to get rid of it, you could go after it with, he gave me a couple different options as far as getting rid of it. But I can't bring myself to do it, man. Because think about it, I'm going to have that dead area. And granted, I could do that and then just be patient and the grass will grow in and fill in. But I don't know. I just can't bring myself to to hack a big, to have a big nasty spot in the lawn. Might do. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I should should try and kill off, conduct some chemical warfare against the common Bermuda, and then get rid of it and let the hybrid that's around it grow and spread into that area? What do you guys think? Or just let it be? See, here's the thing. Most of you guys probably, some of you guys can probably see it or spot it, but most people don't see it. So I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. I probably won't be able to bring myself to do it, so I'm just like having a talk in my head here, but it's probably not going to happen. All right, next up is G Free. Says, hey, Ron, hashtag Stripe Action Gang. Enjoying the show. Thank you for that, G Free. Appreciate you coming to hang out. It's always fun seeing that you're here. So thanks for spending some time out hanging out with us, man. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. And then Danny Richards, he's being very generous, Danny. He's saying, Ron, if you need a lawn to come work on, come over to Alabama. I'll let you do mine for free. Hey, so let me get this straight. You're gonna let me come over to Alabama and work on your lawn, and you're not gonna charge me? Can I bring my cameras and everything and film it? Are you sure? Sounds like an awesome program? Yeah. I mean, I wish I could, man. I get so many requests to come help people with their lawns, but really, everything that I'm going to tell you or I'm going to do, you already know. You literally already know. Like, send me pictures and I'll tell you, hey, I would do this and this and this. And then after I give you some advice on how to treat the small areas, the problem areas, it's going to come down to, I'll tell you, get a soil test, fertilize your lawn based on the soil test results, and then mow it a ton. And then, once you get into that and you're getting your hands around, you're, on mowing, starting to take care of your lawn and getting to do better, then we can start introducing some of the fun. We can start introducing things like your Primo Max, like your growth regulator. We can start bringing in some of your biostimulants like Release 901C, like NutriKelp, like these guys here. Some of the fun stuff to really give your lawn that X factor to where, like the neighbors are really not going to be able to compete with you. But the core is fertilize it based on soil test results, and just mow it a lot. And then obviously use like the proper selective herbicides to get rid of any weeds you might have, and just mow it. That's the big thing. One of the biggest things that sets golf courses apart from most residential lawns is they mow them more than they get cut and they get taken care of better than other lawns. It's more about the care they get from like a cultural practice, from like a mowing and verticutting and that type of thing. Then the products they use are also obviously good, but that is a lesser component of the appearance than the cultural practices. You know what I mean? Like if you went and did everything if Devin like opened his shed and gave all you guys all the cool products he gets to use on the golf course, your lawn on your lawn, it would be super really vibrant and really green, but it's not going to look good unless you're mowing it, right? So it still always comes down to mowing. All right, but yeah, Danny, if you need help, right? I mean, all jokes aside, if you need help, if you're just getting started, so I've got like an infographic here you can check out. If you go to the golf course lawn store and just go to shop and just click on shop, it will load the product categories page. But in here is a graphic that really sums up what it takes to get a great looking lawn. Step 1, eliminate weeds. Step 2, do a soil test. And then step 3, fertilize your lawn based on said soil test results. 4, mow and mow some more. And whenever you think you mowed enough, mow one more time. And then step 5 is you get to enjoy the byproduct of all that stuff, which is an amazing lawn. Meaning, don't chase step 5 directly. Do steps 1 through 4 in order and regularly, and then you can't help but have step 5. Like step 5, even if you don't want it to happen, it's going to happen. You know what I mean? So it's don't chase the thick lawn and the domination. Do all the work, and then the domination just is going to be a byproduct. So, and then what's going to happen then is what you're going to find is not only are you going to have the domination, like you're going to have the best lawn in the neighborhood, the lawn that all your neighbors are going to envy, but you're going to have the program to be able to keep it, right? Because what you'll find is people will go out and they'll go to Home Depot or some other place, they'll find some fertilizer and they'll throw it down the lawn, and then it'll get a big flush of growth, it'll get nice and green, and it will look cool for a week, 2 weeks. But then if you don't have the practices to back that up, like the mowing practices, growth regulator, things like that, things that really help you to maintain a lawn looking really good over an extended period of time, you're gonna go through peaks and valleys, right? So really what I want you to have is for you, yes, the process is a bit slower to start with, but I want you to have a very stable appearance to your lawn over the course of the growing season versus, it looks awesome, then it looks terrible. Then it looks awesome, then it looks terrible. So a lot of the cultural practices, a lot of mowing, thinning out the lawn occasionally if you need to, using products like plant growth regulator, all those things really help produce a great looking lawn over time. All right, next up is Troy Ridley Photography. He says, hey Ron, it's been a month since I've increased watering, and the heat stress, my heat stress yellow, crunchy, dormant Bermuda. Can you explain how the Yard Mastery Stress Blend will help, or what should I do? Yeah, so the idea behind the Stress Blend product is that it has a higher potassium percentage in it than what you'll find in a lot of your common normal feeding fertilizers. So the idea, the role that potassium plays is it does help with water movement throughout the plant, throughout the grass. So you think about it, the way NPK works, the little rhyme, nursery rhyme you can say to yourself is NPK is up, So up, down, and all around. So the N is for the growth above you see above the soil, above the surface. The P or the phosphorus is for helps with root development, and then the K, potassium, is for overall plant health. You need all of them. And granted, I mean, nitrogen helps with other areas too, other than just your top growth, but potassium helps with just overall plant health. And in particular, it helps with movement of water through the grass. So you definitely want to so when you have a product that has a higher potassium percentage, like the stress blend, like it's a 7, I can actually show you here. It's a 7020, I believe. So if we go to shop and then lawn fertilizer, like you take a look at something like the flagship. This is a 2406, right? So this is like a good general purpose feeding fertilizer. Now you look at the stress blend, which is a 7020. So if your lawn is stressed, you don't want to be pushing a ton of nitrogen. You don't want to be pushing a bunch of top growth at that time. But what you do want to do is help with give it a little kick of potassium to help the lawn to again help with that water movement throughout the grass and overall just help improve plant health. So stress blend is formulated the way it's formulated to help facilitate that. A little bit of nitrogen, because you always need nitrogen. Nitrogen is like all grass needs nitrogen in varying percentages. So that's why there is some of that in there. But the highest macro is the 20% potassium. So hopefully that helps explain, Troy, why it's going to help out, why it's a better fit for a stressed lawn. And like some people will use the stress blend as their wake up fertilizer in the spring. That's an option when people use that fertilizer too. But it will help with that. Hopefully that explanation makes sense to you. And outside of that, I'm trying to think here. You've been doing plenty of watering, which sounds good. And if you're using the stress blend, that's going to help as well. But also too, Troy, we are on the tail end of the really, really hot weather. You know what I mean? August is still going to be warm, but it shouldn't be as hot as how like late June through July was. Like that was a really hot period of time. The temperature should start tapering off now. So if you're doing all the other things, like you're mowing properly, you're putting enough water on the lawn, you're using some moisture managers like Hydratane, those will help. Like something else you can do. You didn't mention Hydratane or Foreplay. Let me see if we still have any stock. It's back in stock now, which is great. I have to check just like you guys. It comes in and out of stock all the time like crazy. In addition, if you have some drought damage, any of these products will help. Foreplay is a good option for if you have like some localized dry spots and you're really trying to really help the lawn recover from like localized dry spots faster. Like this is what you're going to want to use. Like Hydratane's good, but this is Hydratane with more stuff. So you've got Hydratane, you've got their kelp product, C Extra. They've got a surfactant in there, so it's like 4 different products in one, hence the name Foreplay. But you might also want to consider that as well, Troy, in addition to the stress blend, to really help the lawn kind of ease and help it through this tough period of time that you're going through. So sorry that the lawn's a bit stressed, but it should one, between the temperatures beginning to fall off and some of the other stuff I'm suggesting between the stress blend and also the Foreplay moisture manager, that will help the lawn recover and do better. So again, sorry you're going through that, but it will get better over time. All right, next up is Jared Alwer. This is a good question. He says, when is the last month you would put down nitrogen? Also, have you heard about putting down potassium before winter? I have heard about doing that. I have heard some people tend to close out the season with the stress blend product. So let me ask your first part of your question. October, like late September, early October is traditionally when I do my last nitrogen application of the season. And I tend to go at like half rate. I tend to back the rate off because really the grass still needs, if it's still growing, it still needs food, but there's no reason to push a lot of growth in the late October in an October timeframe. So something like the stress blend is a good option for that time of year. 7% nitrogen, not a ton, not a lot, but then also that 20% potassium is going to help the lawn as it's beginning to check out, as it's beginning to move into dormancy into the winter months. So early October, to answer your question about nitrogen, Jared, is when I traditionally would do that. Again, every season is different, so it could be sooner, could be later. And then potassium, putting down some potash is a good plan as well. Again, the stress blend product I was just showing on the screen is a good option for a fertilizer to help close out the season if you're looking for something that's not going to push a lot of growth, but also have a potassium component. We also have a straight potash product. Like it's a zero. What is it? It's like a 0048. Yeah. So this, if you want just straight potash, you could go with. So you go to the lawn fertilizer section, and you can go to here. This is 0048 product. This is a straight SOP, straight sulfate of potash product, which is really good, right? Sulfate of potash is nice because it's got less salt in it than muriate of potash, which is more common what you find in a lot of fertilizers. Like most fertilizers use MOP or muriate of potash because it's frankly it's cheaper. But if you want a very high quality, high grade potash product, this is really good. The 0048 product is an excellent option. And again, it's a sulfate of potash. It's really good stuff. So you got a couple of options there for you, Jared. If you already have a nitrogen fertilizer you want to use that, and if you can use the 0048 for your potassium product, or you can just save time and just go with the stress blend, which has potassium and a little bit of nitrogen to keep feeding the lawn as it's beginning to transition from like active growth into dormancy. All right, next up is Isaac. Isaac says, smash the like button, fellas. Yeah, let's do that, guys. We got 123 people actively watching, 123 of you guys enjoying hopefully all this fun turf talk. So if you guys wouldn't mind, just touch the like button. If you want to smash it, smash it. I'm more of a touch the like button kind of gently kind of guy, but it's your call. Whichever way you want to go, feel free to go about it. But if you guys wouldn't mind touching that like button, it really does help me out. It's free for you guys. It doesn't make you have to go to the store to buy anything, and it's a great way for you to support the channel. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, I really would appreciate it. All right. Isaac's question, he says, one more week left of super hot weather in New Jersey. My RPR and my Kentucky bluegrass is barely surviving. I can feel the pain in your voice as you're writing the comment. But soon fertilizer, aerate, and tons of top dressing at the end of August. Yeah, man. So that's the thing with you guys with cool season lawns. You're just trying to get through this time of year. It's a tough time of the season. I get it. You guys are just trying to get through it. And here's the thing. All of us guys with our warm season lawns that are really enjoying it. I'm sitting there showing off all my stripe action. I'm like, yeah, Bermuda rocks, whatever. Soon it's going to be your turn, right? Pretty soon you guys are going to be out there with your ryegrass and your KBG, and you're going to be like, hey guys, it's our second growing season now, and you guys are going to be the ones dominating, right? So if all you can do, Isaac, is just do exactly what you're doing. Get your grass, nurse your grass through this tough time, and then, like you said, late August, it's going to be go time, man. The grass is really going to take off. You're going to be top dressing it and seeding or whatever else you cool season guys do with your grass, and it's going to be looking great. You're going to be living your absolute best life. So just keep up with it. Just keep it going. All right. Thin Cut says, with Fusilade, will it affect Zoysia? Also, does it control common Bermuda? I believe Fusilade 2 is safe for Zoysia. I'm almost positive it is, because I know someone last season that was using it to try and eliminate some Bermuda in their Zoysia lawn. But let me check the label here really quick, because I don't want to give you bad information, Thin Cut. I don't want to give you bad information. I'm almost positive that Zoysia it is good for. I'm almost positive, but let me look here. I will check the label. Actually, I'll just use search. It's way easier. Yeah, exactly. It says for the suppression, and I'll actually show you guys. Why am I doing this? I'm not reading it. I'm just reading it to you. Why am I reading it when I could show you as well, right? You guys would probably want to see along with me, right? Versus me just yapping away at it. So let's find Zoysia, ZOY, and there we go. It says for control. For the control, suppression, or control of common Bermuda grass, hybrid Bermuda grass, and other grass weeds in Zoysia, fine fescue, tall fescue in golf courses and residential lawns. So yeah, so it looks like it's good you're good to go for Zoysia. So it's safe for Zoysia, not so safe for Bermuda, which is why I'm going to be using it along with some glyphosate on my my mulch beds. And if you want something that you can mix with glyphosate to help eliminate Bermuda, if you're trying to do a renovation or get rid of it in some areas in your lawn, this is an option. So there you go. There's your answer, Thin Cut. It is good for you're good to go for Zoysia, but not so good if you have a Bermuda lawn. So good stuff. Good stuff, sir. So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to spank your Bermuda, or get rid of some Bermuda in your Zoysia? Is that what I'm hearing? It sounds like a lot of hate going against Bermuda is what I'm hearing. You know, all grass is nice, guys. Just because I have Bermuda, I still have love for the cool season guys. I mean, here's the thing. I will even admit, even though it's tough, I'll even admit on some level that St. Augustine, when mowed well, can look nice. It doesn't look as good as Bermuda, in my opinion, but it can look all right. It can look nice. I got love for all grasses. So don't you guys be out there, trying to, facilitate hate against Bermuda, just because you guys feel like your grass is better. Be nice. Be nice. Okay, our next comment is from, let's see. I'm not sure what this. Latanja says, I don't know. I think I don't think it's for me. I think it's for someone else. She says something about date of birth, Pacheco. I'm not sure. Something like that. Okay, so not for me. All right. Next up is Carlos Martinez. He says, "Have you tried Tri-Cure wetting agent, especially specifically for dry spots?" I have not. Carlos. I've not even heard of it until now. So the only thing I've not even tried it because I don't really have dry. I don't have dry spots on my lawn really. Fingers crossed. Is because is Hydrotain, the products from Ecology Gel. So Hydrotain is what I've used on my lawn, and then also the newer product they recommend that they just released here, Foreplay, which is basically Hydrotain with surfactant and kelp product and some humate. That is also something you can use for localized dry spots as well. But I've never heard Tri-Cure. Never used it or heard of it. So if you've used it and you're getting good results with it, by all means keep rolling with it, man. But I have not used it. I have not used it. So, all right. So next up, let's see what we have here is Ted Patterson. He says, "Hey, Ron, dope intro music." I appreciate you, man. I thought it was dope too, man. You'd be surprised, man. Before you get your comment, literally, I listened to that intro song like when I was just driving in the car. I would listen to it, and I was thinking about how I was going to edit to it and what I was going to do where, because I just really, really like the song. Like the beat in that. If you listen to it with a good set of headphones, the beat in that song is hard. The bass line is awesome. So I mean, if you listen to it on your phone, it's okay. But if you listen to it with a good set of speakers or some monitors, it's solid, man. It's really good. So that's why once I found it and I figured out how I wanted to do my edit, it worked out. All right. Perfect show music for Post Mowing 2, which I just finished. I Shazammed it for future listening. Thanks for all your turf knowledge you impart. Cheers. Yeah. So the name of the song is actually called Midrib. And I think who's the guy that does it? It's Zach Ezzy. Zach Easy or Zach Ezzy is the guy, the artist that makes it. But it's Midrib is the name of the song. It's pretty awesome. I like it. I dig it. But I'm glad you found it, Ted. And again, if you can help with anything else, I got some other great music here that I'd like to incorporate in the live stream too. But I'm still working on that, right? Because having music playing in the background, I did some testing, and most of the vote was that it's annoying to have music playing in the background when I'm talking. Some people said, yeah, it's great because when you have like quiet spots like now, there's filler. But the overall vote for most people is that it's annoying. So there's not any background music. All right, next is Gary Ingersoll. He says, treated the lawn for grubs, seeing Japanese beetles around the patio for the first time. Does that mean the grubs are dead as well? More than likely. So, I mean, if you treated for, are you seeing dead Japanese beetles? Is that what you're saying, Gary? Yeah. So, if all you're doing is treating for grubs, then the insecticide that's in Caravan can work. But I still say Aceleprint is still the one to go to. This is still what you really need to be using. But yes, this will work for grubs, for Japanese beetles, for like a host of lawn damaging insects. Pretty much the insects will damage your lawn. For the majority, Aceleprint will kill them and not damage the stuff that you don't want damaged. As a matter of fact, guys, if you guys want, what's going to happen here is next week on the store blog, I should be launching a blog post talking all about that, all about grubs and lawn damaging insects. So if you are interested, I'll show you where to find it. I mean, it's not up now, so you're not going to, but I'll show you where it's going to be. And I may send an email about it. But if you go to the store and just click on blog, this is the blog where there's tons of little articles on here, like tips on how to get a green lawn, insecticides, best fungicides, how to get rid of weeds, all this fun stuff. Write articles to try and give you guys tips and tips and tricks. There's already an article on eliminating grubs, armyworms, and bill bugs. But what I'm going to do is an article or a blog post on how to identify like what you have. The long short of the matter is it doesn't really matter because Aceleprint is going to kill all of them. But if you just want to know which one do I have in my lawn, there's gonna be a blog post coming out next week that will cover all of that. So just stay tuned into the blog, so you can see that if you are interested. If you're a person that likes to read and want to, figure out like what is actually eating at my lawn, I'm gonna have you covered. That's the plan for next week. If I can get it done and get it posted, you guys will have it. All right, good stuff. Next up is Brent Admire. He's back and he says, thanks, Ron. I did put some peat moss down, but I had a couple of pretty good storms with one dropping almost an inch of rain in 25 minutes. That's a lot. That is a lot of rainfall. I hear you. 25 minutes in the 2 days after seeding. I'll drop some more seed in the empty spots that didn't fully wash out. That's what I would do. It's a process, man. The thing you have to realize with lawn care, and it's true really for everything, right? Like it's not like chasing perfection, or if you expect perfection, you're gonna be really frustrated. Like whenever you top dress a lawn, like it would be really cool if you could top dress it once and everything be smooth the very first time. You get everything perfect the first time around, and you're just good to go, and it stays that way forever. Traditionally, it doesn't work out that way. Whenever you're seeding a lawn, same kind of thing. Whenever you're trying to kill weeds in a lawn, same kind of thing. So it's in general, what you want is for the curve to be up and to the right? You want things to be trending in the right direction. But what you're going to find, Brent, is yes, you're focusing on the areas where you had the washout, but the areas where it didn't wash out, you're probably going to get great germination, which is going to put you ahead of where you were before you started this project, right? So that's the way you have to kind of look at it. You're going to have setbacks. Fall down, get knocked down 8 times, get up 9 times. So just keep going, reseed the area, put down more peat moss, put down more. If you're doing straw as well, do that. Show Mother Nature that you're not going to be denied, and you're going to get your grass. You're going to get it to grow in nicely, and you're going to be good to go. Don't give up. So, but yeah, to answer your question, I wouldn't wait. If you've lost a seed, I would put some more down now. No reason to waste time. All right, David Polanco says, to Junior's question regarding the St. Augustine chances of dying, are the St. Augustine most likely dormant? Yeah, exactly. So if your lawn, it's a good point, David, because it's funny. I from the viewer that also emailed me today, I had a conversation with about their grass being brown after being scalped because it was not cut for 3 weeks. Same thing with St. Augustine, right? For the most part, it's pretty difficult to kill St. Augustine. I mean, it's probably easier than killing Bermuda. Like Bermuda is practically impossible to kill when you want it dead, unless you start going after it with stuff like this. You bring out like the heavy guns. Unless you bring out like glyphosate concentrate and fusilade. Like you bring out some heavy stuff. It's really, really hard to get rid of Bermuda, and even then, it's probably going to take maybe 2 rounds of this stuff to really get it gone, right? So to his point, it's true that if your grass is turning brown, especially during summer months, and if you're new to getting, trying to get your lawn to grow in, or you're new to taking care of your lawn and really paying attention to it, you don't have any moisture managers down. Like the grass going dormant or beginning to yellow a bit is a way for it to protect itself. It's trying to go dormant, to protect itself from dying. But it'll bounce back, Junior. And what you should find, again, I'm almost positive on this, is that this month, is the grass should look better. If you had some yellowing areas, it should do better because we're getting out of a lot of the really hot weather that we've been having this summer. So the lawn should really look as good as it did in, say, like June-ish time frame is what should happen. Okay, Ironic Runner says, what to do about pet spots in KBG, in particular bluegrass. Really, it's the same thing you do about pet spots in any grass, Ironic Runner. Really, the best advice I could give you is if you can train your dog to do their business in one designated area, one sacrificial area. You have like one part of the lawn, you say, you know what? Fluffy or Fido or whatever your dog's name is, or his or her name is, this is the area I'm going to train it to go to the bathroom, and let that area become scorched earth. That's going to be your best bet to not having lawn damage from dog or from pet urine. Because really what you're going to find is, the pea spots, you can put down like a little bit of a compost product. You can water the area like heavily. But the issue is by the time you see the damage, by the time you notice that it's discoloring and looking kind of bad, the damage is already done. You know what I mean? So really, it's one of those things that is best to prevent it than really try to find ways to fix it afterwards. Because really, the thing that I'm going to tell you is it's going to be time. You can get a product like carbonized PN, like a very rich compost product, that is going to help the grass recover and fill in that area a bit faster. You can, again, if you catch right when it happens, you can water the area. Like in other words, if you see your dog pee in an area, if you get out there with like a 5-gallon bucket of water and like dilute that area, you water it really heavily, like the area is not going to get burned then. But if you wait until you actually see the damage, again, too late. It's just going to be time. You can just time at that point, and that's really going to be the thing. Again, if you want to get something like carbonized PN, I can show you here. If you want to get like a really rich compost or something like this, like a bag of carbonized PN, like this will help. This one will help with that. It will help the lawn spread into that area or have it bounce back a bit sooner. But it's still going to be a waiting game. That's what it's really going to boil down to. Almost like fertilizer burn. Like you think about a fertilizer burn, right? Like how do you help your lawn recover from a fertilizer burn? It's the same kind of thing. It's a time thing is really what you're after. It's going to be a waiting game. So sorry you're dealing with that. The best advice I can give you going forward is try to train the dog to urinate in a designated area, and then you can use something like carbonized PN to help the area recover a bit faster. But it's still going to be a time thing. All right, next up is Anthony De Hoyes. He says, I'll tell you, let's see here. I'll tell you, crabgrass is my enemy. Your enemy's everybody's enemy. No one likes crabgrass. Maybe St. Augustine people like crabgrass, but most people other than St. Augustine people generally don't like crabgrass. He says, I have a Syngenta and it works really great, but man, it's a pain. Also, my backyard is Bermuda and it's coming in slow this year. I mean, we hardly have any rain. So I'm not sure, what do you have from Syngenta that you're using? Are you using some kind of a product to target crabgrass from them? If so, good. I'm glad that it's working. But yeah, I agree with you, man. Crabgrass stinks. And if this is your first year with Bermuda and you're finding it's just taking a while to come in, it's going to come in, Anthony. The thing with Bermuda is once you give it a little patch of dirt and it begins growing in, like it's off to the races. It's the once it begins to take off, it's going to spread. It's going to fill in. It's going to be all right. So even though maybe this season it's not off to a great start, all that means is next season it should do better. The big things I would tell you to look at is if you can do anything to manage shade in your lawn, and by manage shade I mean not have any. That's going to do a ton for Bermuda doing well. Obviously, a good fertilization program and mowing, super important. But the one thing that you cannot overcome, like you can overcome a substandard fertilization program, you can overcome mediocre mowing practice, but the one thing you cannot overcome with Bermuda grass is shade. Like shade is the one thing that will kill Bermuda. It's the one thing that you Bermuda, it can high block, it can deal with like dollar spike, it can do all kinds of, it's got defenses for a lot of different things. It has no defense against shade. So that's the only thing I can tell you is that if your backyard is shaded, work on eliminating that will help. But outside of that, just give it time and it'll fill in. Okay, next is Myrtle. Myrtle says, lately my reel mower, Swordman, is sliding or just doesn't seem to hold a straight line. Is this normal when cutting low-cut turf? Swarman says it's normal, but I think it's a rear drum issue. Well, it's a couple of things that you could be dealing with, Myrtle. One, as the lawn a couple things. Well, one, a Swordman is not a very heavy reel mower. So you take something like a Greensmaster, like a True Cut, like the Owlet. Those, like a heavier mower, does tend to track straighter than a lighter mower. The lighter mowers, like the Swordmans, they tend to fishtail a little bit. Something else you're going to find too is if your lawn is established and you've been mowing it for a while, so your lawn is, let's say it's a bit more mature, right? As you get into this part of the season, and the lawn gets really thick, a lighter mower is a lot more prone to floating along the surface of the lawn, which is also going to cause cutting issues. So. Sorman says it's normal. It's normal if you're not doing anything to help thin the lawn out or any other practices to try and manage how thick it gets. But it's and it being a rear drum issue, I'll put it this way: if it's a rear drum issue, it should be happening. It should have been happening all season long. If it's only happening now, it's likely because the lawn is getting thicker and the mowers are starting to just slide around and it's just really dense. So try thinning it out some. That could help. Obviously, moving to a heavier mower, something like a greens mower is not going to be sliding around a whole lot. Like the Owlet, what's the new one? the Sterling, like this guy, I can show you here, like this guy here, like so you can actually see it. The Sterling, like these have more weight to them than the Swordmans do. They're heavier than the Swordman. But as far as outside of that, man, there's not a ton I can tell you other than, I mean, just really try and be really diligent about holding them more straight to try and make it track as straight as possible. But a heavier mower will do better. Thinning out the turf will also help with that. But it's it's the nature of the game. I noticed that the little time I've had with the Swordman when I used it for scarifying last year, and also the bit of cutting that I did with it over at the Real Rollers Turf Park, I did notice that it's a lighter mower, it's a lighter unit, which means it's just naturally not going to track as well as a heavier mower. So it is normal. I don't know that it's really a drum issue, as more so a byproduct of the weight of the mower, the way it is. So hope that helps, sir. It may not be the answer you're looking for, but I don't want you, going out chasing, a solution that really isn't going to be there. So either get a heavier mower or thin the turf out. That will probably help as well too some. All right, next up is Anthony De Hoyos. He says, yeah, mowing twice a week helps so much. It is, man. I'll tell you, like, if I could bottle up mowing, and I'm sure if someone gets this idea, if you can figure it out, you're gonna be really, really rich. If I could put mowing in a bottle and sell it, oh my goodness, I'd have more money than I know what to do with. I'd have really, really good camera gear then if I could figure out how to put mowing in a bottle and bottle it up and sell it to people, But yeah, it's the one thing that is often overlooked that is really the answer to a lot of problems. Your lawn kind of thin, start mowing it a lot more. It'll help it thicken up. You have like you scalped your lawn because you run away on vacation, you want it to recover faster, start mowing it more frequently. You want the best lawn in the neighborhood, start mowing it more frequently. The answer is pretty much do a bunch of other stuff. There's other things you can do too, like fertilize it, use a good biostimulant program, manage thatch levels, that kind of thing. But really, mow it. Mowing is really, really important. All right, next up is Simone Jackson. She says, first time here. Welcome. Says, when will be the best time to attempt a leveling top dress project on stressed Texas Bermuda lawn? First of all, we're not going to attempt. We're going to do it. It's not, it's do or do not do. There is no try, right? We got to quote Yoda here. We're going to do it, right? We're going to go forward with it with the top dressing. It says, when was a good time to do that? So if your lawn is really stressed, now would not be bad, because what's going to happen is a lot of the really, really high temperatures that you guys were getting in Texas and really across the country in general, that should begin falling off. So if you wanted to top dress Bermuda during a time of year when it's not stressed, the times to do that would be either earlier in the season, the growing season, so like late April, early May, good time to do it, or like the last week of July into the first or second week of August would be a good time to do it. Now, here's the thing. Once you start getting into August, like you're starting to get on borrowed time as far as the lawn's ability to recover from top dressing. So if you're going to do it, Simone, you want to get on with it. You want to, if not this weekend, next weekend, you want to be out there getting it done. And then as far as, advice I could give you is go light. Do not go super heavy, especially if it's your first time around. Just go a little bit lighter, and you're going to give yourself a greater chance the lawn will recover faster if you don't go crazy heavy with top dressing. What you can find is this, right? Is there's nothing that says if you do a light top dressing this year, right? This time of year, and if you want to do a follow up next year, you can absolutely do that, right? Like, because it sounds like you're kind of getting going in your lawn care program, or definitely getting as far as like doing more hardcore stuff like top dressing the lawn. I can promise you that you won't do it one time. Like, you'll do it once and you'll be like, man, this looks really, really good. But then you know what? When you do it again, it's going to go from like here to like here. And then after that, the first time it'll go from here, it'll go from like down here to like here. And the second time it'll go from here to like here. And then every time after that, it's like a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. And then really every other year, you're just doing light touch-up work just to kind of account for areas that have some wear from like mowing practices, or just if you're out there a lot, like a lot of water running through the lawn. So light top dressing is, what you'll find is you'll still continue to do it over time, but you can go lighter and lighter. And the lawn is also going to recover from it faster as you do it more frequently. You know what I mean? So hope that helps. Now is a good time to do it. With you being in Texas, you still got plenty of growing season left, but we are also getting over the hump as far as a lot of the high heat conditions that the country's been facing. So I would go for it now if you're planning to do it this season. There's still time to do it. I would absolutely go for it. Absolutely go for it. And there's services within Texas that can do that. So if you don't want to do it yourself, there are services that will, just Google your area lawn leveling service or your area top dressing, and you're gonna come across some that can do top dressing for you. You know what I mean? If you don't want to do it yourself, because it is a lot of work. But it's absolutely worth it. The lawn looks really, really, really good. I mean, again, this is what a lawn. Well, I look for the next comment. This is what a lawn to top just 10 days ago. And in some areas, they went heavier than I would have. But this is just 10 days after top dressing, and you can see how the lawn looks. Granted, it's not awesome yet, right? But that's not bad. You know what I mean? Compared to, I can show you here. This is how it looked like literally the day after, or a couple days. This is like 2 days after being top dressed. You can see how much heavier the sand was, how it was all over the place, and it looked like, what on earth did I do to the lawn? This looks absolutely horrible. To just 10 days later, now looking like that. So you can see it doesn't take a lot of time for the lawn to recover, especially if you, only other tip I tell you is if you're planning on doing a top dress, is also get out there and make sure that you're doing some a fertilizer application as part of the process. You know what I mean? So if you're using a service, they're going to do that. But if you watch any of my videos, I will always tell you a light fertilizer app either a couple days before or during or right before you actually do the top dressing is a good thing to do as well. So if you want, just look up Ron Henry. Go to YouTube, look up Ron Henry lawn leveling or Ron Henry top dressing. And there's a video that shows me using a leveling rake on a lawn. And in that video, you can see the entire process from soup to nuts. So hope that helps. Welcome. I'm glad to have you as a viewer. If you can help with anything else, let me know. All right, next up is Grant Gray. He says, I'm in upstate South Carolina, getting very little rain, but I want to push my lawn. Is it too late to apply flagship? Not too late at all, Grant. You can go ahead and get flagship. Go ahead and apply it at bag rate. So when you say you want to push, anytime I hear someone tell me I want to push my lawn, I would feed it at the proper rate, but I wouldn't get out there and do double the rate, because when you use something like flagship, so I'll show you here. If you use something like flagship on your lawn, you're putting down almost 3/4 pound of nitrogen, something like that. I think their rate, you look at flagship, this is a 24% nitrogen product. So if you apply this at their rate, the rate they recommend, right? So you take 3 times times 0.24, 0.72. So you're putting down 0.7 pound of nitrogen, which is pretty good. That's a good healthy feeding rate. So I would get this and I would apply it at bag rate. I would not go super heavy. And the bag rate on flagship is 3 pounds per 1,000 square feet. On the bag, there's also spreader settings. You see, you got your Scott's, Mini Guard, all your Scotts. You got your Earthway, of course, because the Earthways are awesome. You got Echo RB and also Lesco's. So you're covered for pretty much all the common spreaders in there. And that, yeah, I would absolutely use that. There's still plenty of time to do it. I am still feeding my lawn. I will feed my lawn as normal. I'm still using the same feeding program on my lawn this month as I did in April. And I will continue to do that until September-ish timeframe when I'll begin to taper off. So the grass is still actively growing, still got to feed it. And the thing that I will also say that's going to help you, or that I think is a great tool, in addition to a good fertilization program, Grant, is plant growth regulators. Something like Primo Max, a product like this, is great to incorporate into your program as well, to really help manage any flush of growth that you might get as you begin putting more nitrogen into your lawn. So hope that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. But yeah, flagship's a great product. Absolutely can still apply it to your lawn this time of year. No problem at all. All right, Working Hard with Will is up next in the live stream. He says, hey, Ron, I'm truly enjoying the live tonight. I really appreciate that, Will. He says, thank you for the great lawn conversation. Thank you for hanging out, man. I would be here just by myself talking to myself, which I do sometimes, if you guys were not here. So I'm glad that you took some time out of your Friday evening to come hang out and have some fun turf talk. I'm also, I actually feel vindicated because, Will, last week I went out and I said, I'm going to try and mix the live stream and spice it up a little bit. I was going to start streaming in the back lawn to give you guys something new to look at. And this week I worked out all the technical issues that I had last week. So I was all rearing to go. But then I looked at the weather forecast and it was like, 60% chance of rain. And then traditionally, when I say 60%, I get no rainfall, right? But, knowing, with it being me, I would have been out there with my camera and my lights and everything else ready to go, and then this would have happened to me. So it was not just a little bit of rain; it was super heavy rain. So. All right, but yeah, I'm glad that you're here, sir. Sorry to go off on a tangent there, but I'm glad that you're here, that you're enjoying the live stream. And if you have any questions or comments, definitely let me know. I appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate you guys coming to hang out as well. And then Anthony says, at Simone in Texas, well, in Texas as well with the stress Bermuda lawn. Yeah, you guys in Texas are having a bad run of it. But here's the thing. August will be better than July. August will be better than July. You heard it here first. I'm sure July was rough. June may have been kind of rough too, but August will be better than July was. Heard it here first. All right. So just the heat is going to taper off a little bit, and you're going to be in a better place this month. So just stick with it. Keep the faith. Okay. Grass Thief says, "Hey Ron, I'm not sure. I noticed, but when you get heavy rain, your yard could be fixed easily with some surface drains. Just move the water to where you want it." I could, but it drains really quickly, Grass Thief. So what I tend to do is whenever it rains super heavy, I show you guys like when there's small little puddles that form in the lawn. And literally I have to get out there and like watch it rain when it starts to come down really, really heavy, and then get my phone out and take a picture of it like right when it starts to puddle, turns into a pool. Because as soon as the rain goes from really heavy to just a light rainfall, the lawn just sucks it up. It doesn't sit on the lawn very long. So I mean, as far as installing like drainage, like a catch basin or anything like that, if I had never top dressed the lawn, it's something I may have had to do, because literally I used to have a problem where it could have rained, have a light rain, and water would be on the lawn for like a day and a half. It would just sit there and just pool like a big swimming pool, and it would just sit there, wouldn't drain away. But after top dressing, and I always tell you guys hear me say it all the time in the live stream, yes, top dressing is awesome from a standpoint of having like an awesome lawn that's super level, that your neighbor's gonna be like, wow, Chuck's lawn looks awesome, or Alex's lawn looks awesome, or Simone's lawn, man, the lawn is fire. Awesome for like bragging rights, but literally the best thing that I got out of top dressing is drainage. Like the lawn just drains so well, and it holds on to moisture better. So there's it's all the stuff you don't really see, like not the leveling part. That was really a lot of the benefits to top dressing. So, if you're considering doing it, yes, your lawn's gonna look level. Yes, it's gonna look awesome. Yes, everyone's gonna be like, "Ooh, your lawn is so sweet. It looks like it's fake grass." But a big benefit you're going to get is drainage. So I don't really need it in my lawn, Grass Thief, because it drains really well. Water doesn't stand on the lawn for any period of time once the rain stops. All right, next up is Anthony. He says, watering once a week, 1 inch will help so much with that stressed lawn if no rain that week. Yeah, so watering is going to help. Like having, if you can get an inch of water on the lawn over the course of a week, if you split it out a couple of times, that's going to help. Also, moisture managers are going to help. So, if you look at something like incorporating a product like Hydrotain, or now we've got it, like they came up with a new thing, which is Foreplay, like using these products work. Like the one thing with the collagen products, I will tell you this, anything you see on the store, anything that I carry, it may not be the cheapest. I can almost guarantee it's not going to be the cheapest, but it's going to work. Like I'm not going to sell anything or recommend anything that does not produce results. And a common theme for a collagen, from the Hydrotain, from their moisture managers, from like their micronutrient products to their fertilizers, all their stuff works. Like it's not the most inexpensive, but it works. It produces a result. So for those of you guys that have issues with your lawn, where especially with all the hot weather you've been getting, localized dry spots, you have a couple of choices. You can go with the traditional Hydrotain, which comes in a granular and liquid. Of the two, the granular is easier from a standpoint of you don't have to water it in right away. With the liquid, you really need to get some water on the lawn right after application for the best results. So with the liquid product, got to water in right away. With the granular, you can apply it, and then the next day or so, day or two, 3 days later, it gets rainfall, no problem, good to go. The next step, so the next evolution in Hydrotain has been Foreplay, which is essentially 70% of this product is Hydrotain, but then you have a kelp product, which is it kind of behaves the same way kind of like potassium does, helps with overall plant health. You've got a surfactant to help with it penetrating, getting down in the soil. You've got some humate, again, to also help with the improving microbial activity in the soil, helping with nutrient uptake. So Foreplay is like all of these are good. All of them are good. You can get great results with any of them, but this is really the successor to these two. Unfortunately, it only comes in a liquid product, in liquid form. So if you want granular, then you got to use Hydrotain. But I mean, any of them are going to work. This is the newer version. So for those of you guys that are in Texas that are having problems in your lawn where you're dealing with dry areas, like consider getting Foreplay. Get the hose end sprayer. It's super easy. Connect to the end of your hose end sprayer, like spray your entire lawn with it, and it's going to make a difference. If you got a bigger lawn, you got a backpack sprayer, then the gallon would be the way to go. You know what I mean? But these are great options for helping a lawn that is stressed from lack of moisture. They do work. I mean, moisture managers work. They use them on golf courses because they work. Believe me. I mean, especially as much as golf courses are struggling now with memberships and just as far as like just to stay open, like they're not a lot of them are having problems. Like you better believe that if they're using something on the course, like it's because they need to use it. They don't put anything down. Or they don't really need to because it's expensive, right? It's a struggling industry to really keep a lot of these courses open. So Foreplay and Hydrotane are great, excellent products that will help your lawn if it is stressed. So consider using them if you want something, something that's going to help your lawn get through really a hot time period. Okay, Grant Gray says, thanks, thumbs up, no problem. Grant, glad it was helpful. All right, next up is Trilla. He says, I'm having a leaf spot and a problem with leaf spot and melting out. Not fun. Sounds like not fun. I was planning on putting down some propiconazole this weekend, but I was also hearing I should scalp the lawn to cut the fungus out. Is that true? I have heard that too, Trilla. I've not seen any research to show that that's actually a necessary step. If you want to, you can, but here's what I would say. Unless the leaf spot and the melting spot is over the entire lawn, the area that you're going to cut, do that last. Don't do it now. Like don't cut that part of your lawn first and then mow the rest of the lawn and potentially spread the problem to other areas. So if you're going to mow it out or cut it out, do that area last, and then you can do your propiconazole application. But again, I've heard that, but I don't. In other words, I've never seen, and it might be a thing, but I've never seen anything to show that if a lawn that or a piece of turf that did not have it mowed prior to doing your propiconazole app did better or did worse than one that did have mowing and then had the propiconazole application done. So I've never seen that. I honestly don't think that it's going to make a difference either way. As long as you apply the fungicide at the correct rates and then do a follow-up app a few weeks later, you're going to be ahead of the game. The only thing I tell you is that if you're still mowing your lawn while you're going through this period of getting it to recover, is rinse the mower after use, and then also even with rinsing it, mow the area that has the disease that's infected. Mow that area last. So mow the rest of the lawn and then just finish on the area that has the problems. And then once you're done, rinse the mower properly before you put it up so you're ready to go for the next time. So sorry you're dealing with that, man. You can try it. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything. Either way it can work. But I've heard that, but I can't speak to it. That yes, absolutely. If you do that, it's going to make a huge difference. You know what I mean? So. Hope that helps, sir. Keep me posted on how the lawn recovers from the fungus problem. So not fun, but sounds like you got a plan of action to improve it. All right, Danny Richards is up next. He says, I've got some kind of weed growing throughout my lawn and it's super thick. How can I get rid of it? Okay, Danny, so it's difficult to know without kind of weed you're dealing with. Is it a grassy weed? It looks kind of like crabgrass, or is it like a broadleaf, like a weed that's kind of like lays really flat, like spurge? More than likely it's probably crabgrass. But if it's crabgrass, what you're going to want to use is a product that contains quinclorac in it. So you can use quinclorac, the concentrate, which has a higher percentage, but that's going to require mixing it properly using a pump sprayer or a backpack sprayer of some sort. If you want to use something that's a bit easier, that's going to be effective, it's not going to be as effective as using like the concentrate. You can use a product called Spectricide, because you didn't tell me your grass type and you didn't tell me what the weed is. So we're kind of guessing here. But I'm going to go with it. It's probably crabgrass. All right. So this product is the easy button, the easy mode button, as far as taking care of crabgrass in the lawn. You are probably going to have to do more than one application. So this is something you can find at your local big box store, or Wally World, Walmart. In those places you can find it. This treats a lot of different weeds, and it contains quinclorac. This is the active ingredient that you want to see that will target crabgrass. But this product kills over you look here, over 470 different types of weeds. So this should help. This should help with what you're dealing with. The thing you're going to run into though is that because it is a consumer product, it's designed for people that probably aren't going to read the label, is that it's the concentration levels of the active ingredients are lower than what you would get if you got like, something that you bought from like, my store, from like the Golf Course Lawn Store or on Do My Own or something like that. But it will work. But it's also going to be easier to use than like something like quinclorac. If you know for a fact, if you find out for a fact that what you have is in fact crabgrass, and you just want to go after it just with crabgrass, just with a product that's designed for that, and you have a pump sprayer, or you're not intimidated by like reading a product label and mixing it and spraying it properly, then this is a better option. So what I gave you is like the easy mode. That's the easy button. But if you want the better option, again, assuming that what you're dealing with is crabgrass, then this will help. This is going to do the trick. Like this is a better option. Let's see, at Danny Richards, and this is a better product for crabgrass in particular. Okay, so hope that helps. If you want to start out with the Spectracide, that's a good option too. But I mean, this is again, now you're stepping into more professional grade products. But again, you have to read the label, mix it properly, make sure you wear the right PPE, and you're going to get a good result with it. So hope that helps, sir. It's difficult to give you a good recommendation without knowing what kind of grass you have and without a picture of the weed. But given what you're describing, it's probably crabgrass. All right, so hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, leave a comment below, and we will try and get back to it. All right, next up is Grass Thief. He says, Ron, I made a good contact with a head professor of, I guess, Oklahoma or Oak East, where they produced Tahoma 31. Cool, very nice. He said, and found interesting facts about turf. It was developed to not have fast vertical growth, so just think of all the money. So there you go. So yeah, so if Tahoma 31 doesn't grow quickly, so if it's got like almost like it's almost got like PGR built into it, one, you're not gonna have to worry about, as far as like scalping issues, the jury will be out, but it should be less bad as far as having to thin it out as frequently as like a Tifway 419 or an RM15. And Primo should work really well on it too, right? So cool. That's cool, man. Thanks for letting me know that, Grass Thief. I mean, it's a gorgeous grass type, guys. Take a look here. If you guys have not seen Tahoma 31, take a look at Michael's lawn. He sent some pictures here. Look at that. Hang on, I got to get you off here, Grass Thief. That is gorgeous. That is just that's a pretty grass type right there, man. That is really nice. I dig it. Look at the color. That's really nice. And this grass is only 8 days old. 8 days. That's how long that is. So I mean, don't look at it now and be like, oh man, that doesn't look that smooth right now. Yeah, it's only 8 days old. So for only being installed 8 days, that is looking pretty good in my book. So it's only going to get better. It's only getting better, Michael. But yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for letting us know, Grass Thief, what you heard from the professor, which is really cool. Good to know that it's also got like a built-in growth reg, engineered into it, which is pretty neat. All right, Jesus Prado is up next. He says, my lawn is doing fantastic. Good to know. I have about 10,000 square feet of 100% Arden 15. Oh man, I bet that looks good. He says, my sprinklers are looking good, and they work good, and I give it a quarter an inch for 5 days out of the week. There are some areas that I know my sprinklers are not hitting, where the grass is very thin and brown. Need help. Would aerating work? Okay, so here's the thing. You're kind of contradicting yourself because you're saying the lawn looks awesome, but then you're saying there's a few areas that are a little bit thin. So a couple of things, Jesus. The areas where the grass is a little bit thin, or it's brown, where the sprinklers aren't like getting water on it. Thing one would be, can you adjust the sprinklers? Because yes, I'm going to tell you, you can go out and get you some foreplay or get you some hydrotane and apply that, and it will help. But when those products work really well, they work really well in concert with a lawn that is getting adequate water. Like, so when the other lawns in your area are beginning to have some yellowing due to heat stress, a lawn that has hydrotane in it or has foreplay in it is going to resist, being susceptible to heat stress than a lawn that doesn't. So you already have irrigation. What I might say is I would say let's adjust your sprinklers. If you can, let's try adjusting the throw to try and get more water on that area that is having the problem. You know what I mean? Yes, my answer from like a prescriptive answer is going to be yes. Go get some hydrotane off the store. Go and get some or foreplay and apply that. But we still got to figure out how to get more water on that area. And to me, assuming that it's not some kind of weird thing where it's being blocked by the house or shrubs or something like that, then I would work on adjusting your sprinklers to get to adjust the throw to get that area covered. That is what I would do. That's what I would do. That is what that is gonna be the best solution to the problem. Kind of like when someone sends me an email and saying, "Hey man, I got like a bunch of root rot in my lawn, or I got like some ears, or I got like fungus problems all the time because when it rains, water floods and pools there and it sits there for like 2 days." And I'm like, "Yeah, you can put a fungicide down, sure, you can do that, but we need to fix the problem. Like we need to make that area not flood. You know what I mean? You need to do drainage or like build it up or do something to help water not settle there." Same thing for what you're going through, Jesus, that yes, the products I'm mentioning, the moisture managers, Hydrotain, Foreplay, they will work, but we want to also adjust your irrigation to get water on that area to where it, that area that's struggling right now does just as well as the area parts of your lawn that are not struggling. So hope that helps. Again, the answer to your question from a prescriptive standpoint is just to go ahead and put some Hydrotain down, but I want you to also solve the problem, get to the root cause of the problem. All right, next up is Grass Thief. Grass Thief says people would save from buying PGR. Yeah, but it's for me, I would still use growth reg on it. I would just, what that means to me is it was going to behave kind of like how Zoysia behaves. Like Zoysia, right, is a grass type that grows. It's a warm season grass that grows very slow. So let's just say the Tahoma 31 has the same growth characteristics as Zoysia, the same growth rates as Zoysia. Let's say it does that, right? Zoysia still benefits from growth reg. It still does. Zoysia looks good, but it also looks really good when you put PGR on it when you use plant growth regulator on it. So I imagine that Tahoma would be the same way. So yep, still do it. Just means you're just not gonna grow as much, which is really cool, right? Okay, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. Dwayne is in the house. He says, "Hey, you're on. Happy Friday. If you've never purchased your Allet, but now knowing what you know now, would you change to bagging your clippings if you own just your Greensmaster?" Okay, so it's kind of a difficult question to answer. So say I never owned an Allet, right? I've never owned an Allet, and if I never owned an Allet, would I change the bagging of my clippings? Probably not, because I would not have been convinced of the amount of benefits as far as to the color, like how the lawn looks from doing so. I'd still probably be out just mulching, which again you can do. Here's the thing, guys. Like, does the lawn look better? Does the color of the lawn look better if you bag your clippings? Yes, absolutely. It absolutely does. It absolutely will look better if you do that. Will the color look better? Yes. So if you look at that, that's a lawn that is not even looking that great right now because it's still like largely covered in sand, but the color is better, largely because there's not a bunch of debris in it. So the only thing that's really competing with the grass for color is the sand that the grass hasn't grown through as yet, right? So from a color standpoint, it is better. But if you're someone that is mowing the way I would recommend, right? So you're out there a couple times per week mowing, and you're not cutting off like more than a third. You're just, in other words, what's coming off the lawn is just dust, right? It's just very, very small amounts of clippings. The lawn can still look great. It's still gonna look great. Like you guys saw my lawn last season, it looked great, it looked really good. It will look better if you catch all the clippings, but that's more work. It takes more time. So it's just something you got to keep in mind. You got to realize, like, golf courses don't catch clippings over the entire course. Like they may do that on the greens. They'll do it on the greens because it's a smaller area, but they don't bag or catch clippings on the fairways. Can you imagine how much that would be? How much material they have to get rid of? But they do mow the fairways frequently. They mow them frequently, and they still look awesome. They still look incredible. So it's not like if you don't bag your clippings, you're automatically going to have this huge thatch problem. It's going to be a huge problem. That's not necessarily the case. But if you do catch them, the color is going to look better. You are going to manage thatch levels in your lawn better. The one thing I found out I got out of this, Dwayne, that is I didn't expect, is like mushrooms in the lawn. I don't have any mushrooms this year. I used to have mushrooms in the lawn every year. I don't have any mushrooms in the lawn, in the back lawn anymore. Disease problems that I used to have, right? As far as like having large patches in the lawn, gone. Like none of that is an issue anymore. Ever since I like just managed how much debris, how much thatch is in the lawn. So if I hadn't gotten an Allet and I hadn't committed to taking care of the lawn their way, I would likely still be just mulching like I was before. yeah, I probably still would be. But now that I've seen the benefits and how like it doesn't really take that much more time for me because I've got like I basically bought 2 big bins to throw all the clippings into, so it slows me down a little bit, but not too much. I just do it all over the place. So even on the front lawn, I when I mow the front lawn with the Greensmaster, even on it, I still catch the clippings. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a difficult question to answer, but knowing what I know now, if I knew what I knew now, if I didn't have the outlet, in other words, say my outlet broke, right? I mean, knock on wood. Let's say it broke and I were back to cutting with the Greensmaster, I would still catch clippings. So hopefully that helps answer your question. All right. Next up is James Finnegan. It says, hey, Ron, is there a website you recommend to post pictures and get quality info on your lawn? I got issues, but not entirely sure what's wrong. Is there a website you can recommend to post pictures and get quality? I mean, not really. I mean, you could send some, assuming you think my information is quality, you can email it to me and I'll help you out. I mean, my email address is here. I need to move this up. This is way too low down in this scene. It's hard for me to find it. Is here. It's ron@golfcourselawn.com. So if you send me an email, I will, I'll do my best to help you out. But as far as, is there a website you can send pictures to where they will say, hey, this is what's wrong with your lawn? Not that I'm aware of. There are some communities online, there are some communities on Facebook that you can sometimes show things to, and you can get help with, depending on who's in there and depending on, if they're trying to be nice or not. That's an option too. So you might check some of the online social media groups, like check out Facebook, some of the Facebook groups that can be helpful. If you want to send me pictures again, I'm happy to take a look at it and help out as well. But I am not aware of any websites that you can just upload a picture to and they will then spit out like a diagnosis or give you, because it's more complicated than that, right? Like you can take a picture of a lawn and like, in other words, if you sent me a picture, like if VMH or someone sent me a picture of their lawn and said, hey, without any context, it's difficult to know like what kind of advice to give. I mean, the advice that a website like that would give would be something that looks like like this. That's not very specific, but it's good advice. But it's fairly boilerplate, right? I mean, so website would say, get rid of weeds in your lawn by getting the right herbicides, do a soil test, fertilize your lawn, and mow your grass. Like that's like generic advice that is going to work on every grass type, whether you got cool season grass, warm season grass, even if you got St. Augustine grass, that advice will work even on that grass type, right? But as far as to say for it to be tailored just based on a picture, that's more difficult to do. You know what I mean? Because obviously if you're uploading a picture, there's likely problem areas. So you'd have to add some context of saying, hey, here's a picture and here are some issues that I'm dealing with or some problems I'm dealing with for them to then come back and give you advice. So I think, again, if you want to send me an email, I'll take a look at it and I'll do my best to help you out. Also, check out some of the Facebook groups online. That will be my next piece of advice if you don't want to send me pictures. And, as far as like getting some guidance on some tips on what you can do to help with your grass problems. So hope that helps. Again, I'll look out for pictures from you if you decide to send them to me. All right, next is Mike CS. He says, a 90-gallon fast trash can full of a thatch from 4,000 square feet. Yeah, that does not sound like an excessive amount to me. Sounds like a good amount. And the sun being set at the tines level with the bottom of the wheels, I believe, so ground level. So, okay, so it was just like tickling the surface of the turf of the soil. Yeah, it sounds like you didn't have a ton of thatch in your lawn, or at least the one pass you made, that's what came out. So yeah, for a 90-gallon trash can for 4,000 square feet doesn't sound like an obscene amount to me. Here's how you can know, Mike. What you can do is this. Go out and run it again. So and see if material keeps coming up. Because what I found is I'll go out and I'll make a pass and then I was getting, for the first like 4 times that I did it, I was getting the same amount of material out every single time. Like it wasn't reducing. Every time I make a pass, more stuff would come out. And then over time, now I can pretty much go over the entire lawn and get like 2 grass catchers for the entire back lawn. So very little material comes, or a lot less material comes out now compared to when I first started. So continue, like go over it again and see what happens and see if you get the same amount out if you make another pass, But maybe your lawn just doesn't have a lot of thatch in it, which is a good thing. which is good. But it's but 90 gallon bucket or 90 gallon container for 4,000 square feet doesn't sound like too much to me. It sounds like a reasonable amount. And also you have to let me know, like, how many passes was that? Was it one pass? Did you go like in multiple directions, like across each other? Like, all that matters with how much debris you get out. All right, next up is Michael Klein, Mr. Tahoma 31. He says, yeah, 1 to 3/4 of an inch of rain in the rain gauge tonight in Marietta. New sod is strong with the 4s. So we have you to thank for all the rain. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'd like to do a fall pre-immersion. Did the sod too late for that 8 days ago? Thanks for all you do. Here's the thing, Michael. It probably would be fine, but if you just want to be safe, because only 8 days, man, that's going to give you. I mean, pre-immersion. We're talking now a month, like 6 weeks from now, is really you're starting to get in the window for pre-emergent, right? So, if you're fine with like getting some certainty to treat POA, to kill like POA. Between that you're going to get between now and springtime, you can forego the pre-emergent this fall and just do it in the spring if you want to be super conservative. You know what I mean? If it were me, I would probably still do pre-emergent if it were me. But I mean, I don't want you to, if you just want to be super careful and don't want to have to take a chance of like damaging your lawn or anything like that, it's kind of unlikely to do it with it being Bermuda. But if you want to pass on pre-emergent this fall and then do it in the spring, you can do that. Just know that you are going to have POA you're going to have POA. You're going to have POA, you're going to have other weeds in your lawn. So something like the Celsius Certainty combo, that's going to be your jam in the come early spring to get rid of broadleafs and get rid of POA annua. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, is you go to the golf course lawn store and go to Weed Killer. If all you care about is just POA, which you are going to have some of that, is this Certainty will absolutely, it's devastating against POA. We'll do a great job. We'll knock the POA out, no problem. And then Celsius will take care of broadleaf weeds like your clovers and other weeds that are going to start growing in the lawn without pre-emergent in it. So these two are a great combination. I recommend using surfactant along with it, and if you're going to use them as well, you can also use marker dyes. So if you want to save a little bit of money and time, you can just buy the kit, which has all of it. It has the Celsius Certainty, marker dye, and surfactant. But it's up to you. It's your call whether or not you want to use pre-emergent this fall with it being only 8, with only being like a weekend, man. And really 6 weeks from now we're going to be doing pre-emergent. If you want to be conservative and wait, that's probably the course of wisdom. It's probably the course of wisdom to forego pre-emergent this fall, do it in the springtime, and just know that you're going to be fighting with weeds in your lawn, and it's just going to be post-emergent. So like Celsius and Certainty, that's what you're going to use to clean up POA and other weeds that you're going to have to deal with between the wintertime and into the early spring. So that's a wiser or a safer way to go versus doing a fall pre-emergent. So hope that helps, Michael. Lawn looks awesome, man. Especially for only being 8 days in, you're doing the right things. Keep up the great work, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it does. You're in Marietta, which is really cool. You're nearby, which is really nice. Really good stuff. Thanks for sharing the pictures. I'd like to see. The only Tahoma 31 I've seen has been lawn tools other than your lawn. So that's really cool to see it also out there on local lawns here in Georgia. And it was, it's doing well. It's rooting in really nicely. So yeah. Let's see here. I'm answering a comment. Yeah. So good. So good stuff. Yeah. So if you need anything else, let me know. And, we'll keep it going, man. Keep it going. All right. Next up is Mr. Henry Smith. Henry, it's a good name. It's my last name, but it's also a good first name. Because I was hoping you were going to let your lawn overgrow and then whip it back into shape. Did the sand dull your blades? Yeah, I mean, it's still cutting some. It's still cutting. It still does cut paper, but I'm going to end up backlapping it. So what I'm waiting for, Henry, is I'm going to give it maybe one more cut with the outlet as it's set up now, and then I'm going to go out and I'm going to backlap it. I'm going to go to Real Rotors, grab some backlapping compound. Then I'm going to backlap it, and then I'll continue cutting it because it's not good to cut. You don't want to be cutting your lawn with a dull mower. It's just bad. A lot of bad things happen if you do that. So it's still cutting decently now, but if after another mow or two, it's gonna need to get backlapped to restore that edge. and I'll just backlap it to do that. So that'll be the plan for the lawn here, for the lawn more for the outlet here in the next couple of weeks. And as far as letting it get overgrown, you got to know me better than that, man. I couldn't. There's no way. I can't do it. I can't do it. I wouldn't. I'll start scratching, man. The grass starts getting too tall. I can't deal with it. Very, very cool. All right, next up is Brian Woods. He says, shopping for a first real mower. Awesome. That sounds good. It's fun. Also a fun problem to have. He said, hybrid Bermuda, Dallas-Fort Worth area, Greensmaster 1000, John Deere 220 SL, TrueCut C25, or a McLean 25-inch. Need help choosing. Need help from jumping straight hey, I'm trying to keep from jumping straight to an Allet Sterling 51. Help. Why wouldn't you? I mean, here's the thing. If your budget... Well, okay, let's first talk about this. We'll break it down. This is a great topic. I love talking about mowers, and let's get into it. So the litmus, as far as any of those mowers you have, the Greensmaster and the John Deere are in a different class of mower than the TrueCut and the McLean. McLean and TrueCut, great mowers, but they are not going to produce the same level of cut, the same quality of cut that the Greensmaster 1000 or the John Deere 220 SL are going to produce, or the Allet Sterling for that matter. So it's really, so that's thing one, right? You have to decide, do I want the absolute best cut and do I want the absolute best stripes, right? Because the thing that the Greensmaster and the 220 SL have and also the Allet Sterling have in common is they are propelled with a rear drum that goes across the width of the mower, and that's going to help produce gorgeous stripes. So if stripe action is your thing, then the GM, the John Deere, or the Allet are the ones you really need to be looking at. So once we've narrowed it down to that, because that's where I would lean towards, is ask yourself in your area, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, who can work on a Greensmaster, who can work on a John Deere, who can work on a TrueCut or a McLean. I would say who can work on an Allet Sterling, but the mowers are so simple, there's really not a whole lot to work on them. Outside of getting them sharpened, there's really not a whole lot to them. You're not going to have to really... I guess you can buy belts and do the belt service yourself. Like that, they're designed to be able to take care of yourself. Like on this mower, and I can't show you, but I can. On the cover, that's what you can't see. The cover that's on that side of it, the far side that you guys can't see, there is a belt. There's two belts. There's a belt that drives the reel, and there's another belt that drives the like the drum system. So there's really only two belts on the entire mower to replace if you decide you're going to do any kind of maintenance. So maintenance on the system is on the Sterling, for the most part, outside of getting someone to sharpen it, which you can remove the cartridge in any good shop that grinds, like a greens mower or grinds like does anyone that can sharpen a Greensmaster or a John Deere should also be able to sharpen the cartridge in a Sterling. Should be able to do that. So as far as from a maintenance standpoint, the Sterling is probably the easiest because you can do a lot of it yourself. And then I guess once we cover that, right? So once we cover figuring out who can take care of, who can service the mower, who can like do the engine work, who can, if it needs like maintenance or a part breaks on it, who can actually do that kind of stuff. Then that's what I would use as the primary basis for choosing which mower to go with. Now let's stand us up and say, you know what, doesn't really matter. Everywhere in my area, in Dallas-Fort Worth area, because I live in Dallas-Fort Worth and we're awesome and we got tons of like service shops, I can get someone to work on any of those mowers. If that's the case, then I would choose based on the level of stripes that you really want, and the quality of cut, because the best cutting mower out of those five you listed by far is going to be the the best cutting mower is going to be the Greensmaster and the John Deere by far. That's going to be your top. Largely because they have a bit more weight to them, right? A bit more weight to them. The bed knife's gonna be a little bit thinner, and they're gonna produce a better cut. A little bit below that, and not much, just a little bit lower than that is gonna be your Sterling. The Sterling, I would put it the same category, the same class as the greens mowers, but it's gonna cut. The greens mowers are gonna produce a slightly better cut than that because, if for anything else, because of the weight of the mower, right? They're gonna just settle in and just produce a really good cut on the lawn. And then, like, by a fairly decent margin below the Greensmaster, the John Deere, and the Sterling is where you have your TrueCuts and the McLean. But here's the thing: any of them are going to produce a much better cut than you're going to get out of like out of a rotary mower. on a grass type it's designed for. So on a Zoysia lawn or a Bermuda lawn or even like a ryegrass or KVG lawn that's being cut short, it's gonna look. I mean, any of them are gonna look better than a rotary, assuming they're sharpened and they're adjusted and you're mowing frequently. But if you're looking for like the absolute best cut, the greens, one of the greens mowers or that Sterling is going to be the way to go with. Out of them, knowing what I know now, I would probably lean more towards the Sterling because it's more than just cutting, more than just mowing to help produce that really good lawn that's consistently good over the entire season. You know, having the ability to turf rake the lawn and to verticut the lawn doesn't sound like a big deal, but being able to do that yourself is really nice. And also having a grass catcher, again, as basic as that sound, having a grass catcher for all the debris to go into that, so you don't have to like, you know, verticut the lawn or turf rake it and then have to get out there with a rake and clean it all up, is a huge time saver. And it makes it almost fun, so you will actually want to go out and do it more often. So if I were picking one, knowing what I know now, and you didn't say how big your lawn was, but if you have like a reasonably sized lawn, and by that I mean 6,000 square feet or less, the Sterling is what I would go for out of all those. If money's no object and you could choose any one of them, the Sterling is what I would lean towards because the cultivation cartridges give you a system that's going to allow you to really produce the best possible turf. Whereas the Green Smasher is going to cut a little bit better, overall, you're going to have a better looking lawn if you have the ability to verticut it regularly and have the ability to turf rake it regularly. And also, if you want to, if you're a baller and you want to, you really want to really take the cut up more on that Sterling, you get the 10 blade cartridge, and then you're right in the same ballpark there with the GM and the John Deere. It's not going to be a whole lot splitting them. So hope that helps. I know it was a long answer, but you asked me a question about reel mowers, man. You asked me which one, so I got to give you a complete answer because it's a topic that is near and dear to my heart. All right, next question. Now we beat that one to death, Brian. Definitely let me know which one you get, and then when you get it, take a picture. Is Luther. Luther's up and he says, "Good evening. Can you recommend an Arden 15 replacement? Can't locate it anywhere. Please help." So there's not really one that I can recommend other than Yukon. Like Yukon is what a lot of people seem to be going to because they can't get Arden 15 anymore. Here's the thing, Luther. We are so late that we're kind of late in the season now to be doing a Bermuda, like a lawn renovation for Bermuda. Could you do it? Yeah, but you're getting a little bit late in the season for that. So what I might do, if it were me, is Pennington is working on a replacement for Arden 15. And if I were them, I would try and have it done prior and have trials and all their testing done. Hopefully they're doing the testing over this season and have it ready for release for next season. So if it were me, I might forego doing Yukon or doing a major renovation this season and hold out and see what the replacement is going to be for Arden 15 that's going to be coming out soon. You know what I mean? So that's where I would lean towards, because this time of year, you're a little bit late to be doing a full renovation, in my opinion. There are people that say you can still do it and that you can do it, but May would have been better. So hope that helps. If you still want to go forward anyway, people that have been viewers that have tried to use Arden but can't get it and have wanted a recommendation, a lot of them have been going to Yukon. So that's an option for you if you don't want to wait and you want to do something this year. So hope that helps. And it's too bad Arden 15 went away, but I'm sure what they're coming out with is probably going to be awesome. I'm sure it's going to be awesome. All right, next up is Mike CS. What do you think about seeding at the same time as applying glyphosate? I guess why? I might do the glyphosate first to get to burn down, to get rid of the lawn get rid of the grass that you're trying to replace, and then seed afterwards. But I don't know that I would go and put grass seed down and then go spray the entire lawn with glyphosate. You know what I mean? I would do that prior to seeding. That's the steps that I would do it in. So I would do glyphosate first, get rid of the weeds and get rid of the grass you're trying to that you're burning down and getting rid of as part of your renovation process, and then do your seeding afterwards. And then once you're done with the seeding and the grass is growing in, we're going to take the glyphosate, we're going to find a nice dark shelf in the back of the garage, and we're going to put it there. We're going to put it under lock and key. And we're not going to use the glyphosate anymore on the new grass that we're trying to grow in, right? At that point, and then you're going to switch to a selective herbicide. So something like, if you have warm season grass, something like this, something like Celsius, something like this is what you would use on your lawn instead of glyphosate, or something like this, like Certainty, something like these, or these two together would be awesome. Like that's what you're going to go to once the grass grows in. But glyphosate that's like dropping an atom bomb on whatever you put it on. So for renovations, great. For sidewalks, great. Driveways, great. Mulch bed areas or places you don't want the grass to grow at all, awesome. But once your grass is actually growing, you don't want to be using glyphosate on your lawn. Bad things will happen. So hope that helps, CS Mike. Again, just to answer your question, I would do glyphosate and then seeding afterwards. That's the order that I would do it in. And Jared is laughing. I'm not sure what I said was funny. I guess, maybe just this is funny. It's funny to some people, right? All right, Danny Richards is up next. He says, is scarifying and aerating the same thing or no? That is a great, great question, Danny. They are not the same thing. So aerating is a beneath the surface is a process that will either punch hole. Either way, you're punching holes into the soil. So if you took the soil test kit as the soil, an aerator is going to punch holes into the soil, right? It's going to punch holes in, and if you're using a solid tine aerator, if you're using a solid tine aerator, it's just going to punch holes, right? If you're using a hollow tine aerator, it's going to punch holes and remove cores, right? So either one can work. Both can help remove compaction. The hollow tine core aerator is going to do a bit better job of relieving compaction than the solid tine, because when you punch like big holes in the lawn, in the soil, that dirt's got to go somewhere. The soil's got to go somewhere, right? So it's better if you can to do a hollow tine aeration if you're trying to relieve compaction. Kind of in between that is like something that an attachment I have for the Allet, which is a sorrel roller, which is a solid tine, but it's a very short tine. It's very small ones. They're like maybe, I don't know, like an inch and a half, very, 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 very shallow. So it's more for relieving like surface compaction and helping like your fertilizer integrate better into the lawn. It's not the same thing as a full-fledged aerator. So that's aeration. That's beneath the surface, knocking holes in the surface of the lawn, and you're literally putting holes in beneath the surface, right, into the soil. Scarifying is almost like we're back here now at the surface of the lawn. If you have grass, this is your grass growing above it. Scarifying or turf raking is a means for cleaning debris or reducing thatch lightly in a lawn. So you have these little tines, little fingers that are on a spinning disc with a spinning wheel, and it will kind of like scrape or scarify, so at least scrape along the surface. If you do it the way I do it, I don't even set up my scarifier to where it touches the dirt. Like this is the dirt. I don't even set mine up to where it gets down and touches the dirt. I set mine it's up to 2 millimeters right now. So it's literally going just above the surface. But what's above the surface are dead grass clippings and thatch and things along those lines. So it helps clean a lot of that out. It's a less aggressive way of removing debris from your lawn. So if you do it the way that I do it, you could literally turf rake every time. You could do it before every mow if you wanted to, and you're not going to damage or discolor the lawn by doing so. It's just a time thing. Now, the one thing you didn't ask about is dethatching. So we've covered aerating, which is holes. We're punching holes in, right? You got hollow tine or solid tine, your choice. We've covered scarifying or turf raking, which is above, if you're doing it correctly, is above the surface thing, a process. And now you have dethatching, which is very aggressive. So now imagine you take the same process. You take like these fingers or these little fingers that on the little spinning wheel thing, but instead of it staying above the surface, you're taking the flexible tines, the flexible spring-loaded tines that are used in turf raking, and you make that into a blade, a solid blade that has, like, in a lot of cases will have like a small, like it'll be like a slightly hook shape to it. So that a lot of people will dethatch a lawn, and they will set that to where it's just barely beneath the surface, and that is a lot more aggressive. Like that's going to rip out. It's going to rip out thatch for sure, but it's also going to rip out some of your grass along with it. So of all the processes, let's see. I mean, aerating is somewhat aggressive. It makes a big visually it makes a big mess. But as far as the processes that I think are just very aggressive and are probably introducing the most stress to the lawn, in my opinion, dethatching would do that, because you have like a solid blade that doesn't give very much. And it's got like a little, the way they're shaped, it's designed to literally carve material out. So it's very good for if you want to aggressively remove thatch, you want to aggressively really thin out the lawn, that's where dethatching can happen. But it's something that's really, it's not something I would even do every year. Like that's something I would do if I took a lawn that had never been, it's got a big thatch problem. It's never been thinned out. It's just got a thatch buildup for years and years and years of neglect. That is where a dethatcher, where I'm doing like a big project where I might bring something like that out. But for the most part, you can accomplish a lot of the same benefits, albeit over time, with just using a scarifier and turf raking. Again, you can set the scarifier high at first, and then slowly work your way down. Just to where you're just above the surface of the soil, and you get a lot of the benefits of like cleaning out debris, cleaning out thatch, and you're not like being super abusive to the grass like a dethatcher will. Now, the one thing you didn't ask about, and I may as well just to fully complete here, is verticutting. So verticutting is, it can be aggressive, but it's not nearly as aggressive. Again, I still wouldn't put a verticutting as aggressive as dethatching, because with the verticutter, instead of having like the little spring-loaded fingers that we have when we're scarifying, or the blades, or like the blades with a hook on the end that we have with a dethatcher, with a verticutter, literally you've got our blades, you've got evenly spaced blades that cut the lawn, but they just do it vertically. So with the way I set up my verticutter is, and some people will set them up where they get just slightly beneath the surface of the lawn, of the soil. That's an option, but really I set it to where it's just above the surface, along the same way I set up a scarifier. And that's a great way for cutting out, breaking up, cutting the runners. Again, thinning out the lawn a little bit. It's more aggressive than scarifying, but not nearly as aggressive as dethatching. And core aeration is like another practice, but really it's more for improving drainage and relieving compaction. So they all play different roles, but of all the ones we just spoken about, dethatching is the one that I would reserve for like only really special cases. In most cases, verticutting and scarifying is or turf raking is what you're going to want to be doing, in my opinion. So hope that helps. Kind of a long answer, but I figured I'll just give you a complete answer to everything, since at some point you're going to ask me about verticutting or asking me about dethatching. So why not talk about all of it, because they're all kind of related. Great stuff. Great question, man. That's a good one. All right, next up is Higgy Pop. Higgy Pop says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday. Happy Friday, Higgy Pop. How you doing? I got my cutting before the rain here in Cumming, Georgia. How do you handle neighbors who don't treat their lawn and their weeds and fungus that impacting my lawn? Thanks." There's not a ton you can do, really. There's not a ton you can do. Here's the thing: you can make sure you do your pre-emergent. Nice. I mean, I don't want to say nice and heavy, but you want to make sure you have good coverage, good solid coverage of pre-emergent coverage along the borderline, along the domination line between your lawn and your neighbor's lawn. That is going to help with weeds some. And then also, same thing with your fungicide applications and your insecticide applications. So, wherever your lawn borders your neighbor's lawn, make sure you got a good fungicide application going. You got your good fungicide going there. You got your insecticide going there. You got your pre-emergent there. You want to make sure you have a good like perimeter that's trying to ward off like stuff from encroaching into your lawn. And for the most part, that should help. You know what I mean? Yeah. Can lawn disease move from their lawn to your lawn? Yes, that can be a problem. But if you're doing a preventative fungicide, especially like, the May, June timeframe, it should be a lot less likely than the problems they're having in theirs. For weeds, you can absolutely control weeds and keep them, for the most part, out of your lawn and the neighbor's lawn. So I have something similar to that with not Alex's lawn, but I have another lawn, and there are weeds that move from that lawn into mine, and you just have to treat it. You have to get out. I get to get out there with like Celsius and spray the weeds and kill them off. You know what I mean? And that's just part of it. I guess the big solution would be to, if you are cool with your neighbor and if they are into their lawn, which obviously sounds like they're not, but if you can convince them that lawn care is really cool, right? Then they can start taking better care of it, and you wouldn't have this problem. But really, outside of just making sure that whatever products you're applying to prevent disease, prevent weeds, prevent insect encroachment is properly applied along the border of your lawn and theirs, there's not a ton you can do outside of getting them into lawn care, and then you guys can all have awesome lawns. So sorry I don't have a better answer for you, but you can't go spray their lawn. You can't, you can't do that. So all you can do is make sure that your area is as solid as you possibly can. All right, next up is SJ. He says, what is your favorite grass in terms of both looks for warm and cool season? Great question. So as far as warm season grass, I like Bermuda. Big fan of Bermuda. So I think Zoysia can be all right too. Zoysia from a distance is very pretty, but Bermuda looks, I mean, if it's cut well, man, I mean, you gotta love the stripe action, man. Bermuda stripes really well, looks gorgeous. I like Bermuda. And I think as a warm season grass that you can actually use, right? So if you want to have friends over and really be out there and just put some wear into it, Bermuda will take that better than Zoysia will. So from a warm season grass type, by far Bermuda. By far for me, Bermuda. St. Augustine looks okay, but it's just not my thing. I don't like it. Looks too much like crabgrass and it's too tall. So for me, St. Augustine would not be my grass type. The only way I would have St. Augustine is if I lived in Florida and I lived in an area, a subdivision where they don't allow you to have Bermuda, because there are places like that, believe it or not, like they discriminate against Bermuda grass, then I would have to have St. Augustine. But I mean, if I have a choice, Bermuda. For cool season grass, man, I like rye. Ryegrass stripes so beautifully. Like as far as a cool season grass, probably rye. KBG is nice too, but I like ryegrass. So I'd say rye would be my cool season grass of choice. And Bermuda, my warm season grass of choice. Mainly because of stripe action. So there you go. You caught me. I'm vain about my grass. I mean, I like my stripes. So whichever grass stripe's better, that's what I would go with. Fescue stripes really nicely too, but it's too tall. It violates the golf course, the whole golf course lawn ethos. You know what I mean? You want it to be short. It's not rough course lawn. It's not rough. We're not trying to make our lawn look like the rough. We're trying to make it look like a golf course, which is the fairway, so short. So ryegrass passes the test of being able to cut short and still look awesome. Bermuda obviously passes the test of being able to be cut short and look awesome. So that's why Bermuda for warm, ryegrass for cool season grass. All right. G Freeze like, must be nice to have rainfall. Yeah, man, it's not bad. I mean, I am liking the rain. It is cool, you know. But here's the thing: you're gonna get rain eventually, G Free. Don't sweat it. I know right now I'm making jokes. I'm messing with you a little bit, but you're gonna get rain. Eventually, it's gonna happen. You're not in the Sahara. You will get rainfall at some point on your lawn this season. It'll happen. I promise. And then let's see. Two Trillo says, "No, Ron, get Tiff Tough. I promise you will not regret it." So get Tiff Tough. So you would do Tiff Tough. Okay, so Two Trillo, you do Tiff Tough instead of like Tahoma, because Tahoma looks kind of baller, man. You know, that's kind of clean. That looks good, doesn't it? I mean, Tiff Tough, it looks nice too, but Tahoma looks really nice as well. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not saying I'm going to do it at all, but I'm just kind of just putting it out there. If I were going to do one, what do you guys think would be cool? All right, let's see. Robert Mahoro says, just dropping by to say, hey, what's going on, Robert? What's going on? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. And the next up, we got Todd Hickey. Todd says, real mowing with the largest California trimmer. First real mower this year. Real great cut, but very difficult to keep straight lines and practically no stripes. See, stripe action is important to me. Well-established Bermuda lawn, East North Carolina. Well, I mean, that's just part of it, Todd. I mean, really, if stripe action is your thing, because here's the thing, believe it or not, there's some people that don't like stripes in their lawn. I don't get it, but there are people out there that are like that. So if stripes are your thing, you really are going to want to mow with some kind of a drum, like a rear drum, like the Allets, like any of the greens mowers. Those are going to produce the best stripes because you got the front roller and you also have the rear drum helping to roll the grass. And because the reason why the rear drum, so something you might say is, well, Ron, like a True Cut can have a front roller on it and a McLean can have a front roller on it. So why doesn't it stripe as good? If you think about how the weight is distributed, most of the weight is on the back of the mower or more so to the back of the mower than the front of the mower. It should be more even, but the rear drum is just going to do a better job really adding more weight and pressing the grass down, rolling the grass down, which is going to help it stripe better and the stripes to last and persist longer. You know what I mean? So greens mower is going to be your thing, or something like Sterling. Like a Sterling is a good choice. Something like that is a good choice. Or yes, any mower with a rear drum with some weight to it is going to produce the best stripes. That's the thing. Rear drum and heavy. All right. Robert says, I got my soil test back today. pH was the only good thing, I think. That's good. I mean, that's not bad, Robert. I mean, if I had to pick if I had to pick the one thing to have to come back good in a soil test, it would be pH, because everything else you can fix pretty easily. pH, depending on how far off you are, could be months or years to correct. And sometimes depending on where you are, you can never really get to the Goldilocks zone of the mid sixes. So if your pH is where it needs to be, like that's good, that's awesome, because nitrogen, like NPK, easy to add and easy to address. And micronutrients, easy to add, easy to address, and easy to see results fairly quickly. If your pH is off, that's going to affect your macro uptake, and it's also going to affect your micronutrient uptake. You know what I mean? So the fact that you've got that good, you as far as the lottery, the soil test lottery, the parameter to have right, you got that right. So I wouldn't sweat it. Just fertilize and add micronutrient or whatever else the soil tests tell you that you're lacking, and it won't take long to really turn the lawn around. Great stuff. All right. Henry Smith is here. He says, I have red clay and black dirt in my lawn and 2 different types of Bermuda grass. Not uncommon. I mean, the things you're going to do, Henry, like, I'm not sure it's really a question you're saying a comment, but, it's things you can do that will help. And probably not this season, a little bit late, but, getting out there and aerating at some point next year will help, because clay soil tends to get, be a bit harder. It tends to get a bit more compacted. So if you can get out there with an aerator to help relieve some of that, it's going to help. Top dressing it obviously is going to help it some, but there's lots of things you can do. You can still have a great looking lawn even with clay soil. All right, Eric B's up next. He says, remember, Ron, I got fescue and I don't want those aggressive weeds and plan to reseed after the burn down this fall. Plan fall dithiopyr in May to kill POA and spurge germination, but not stop wild Bermuda. Let me see here. So you are doing a renovation. You're doing dithiopyr for your pre-emergent. And dithiopyr is not going to kill POA. At least I don't believe it does. I know it will target crabgrass, but I don't believe it's labeled for killing POA. It might. I have to check the label. It might, but I've never heard of people using dithiopyr for POA. For that you want, not you, because you got a cool season lawn. But if you have warm season grass, you want certainty. This is what you want to use as a post-emergent for POA. It works really well. But yeah, and germination will stop wild Bermuda. Yeah, wild Bermuda, there's not a whole lot you can use for that, Eric, other than just trying to get rid of it, to kill it. So you can use something like this, like Fusilade. Like this will work on, I believe this is safe for fescue. We checked the label, didn't we? We did. I think the label said that this is safe for, yes, exactly. So for tall fescue. So if you have Bermuda in your fescue, you can use this. Fusilade is a selective herbicide that will make the Bermuda's life very, very bad, but while still being safe for your fescue. So that's an option for you. It's good for common and hybrid. So it should work against your wild Bermuda. So hope that helps. And next up we have Greg Lyon. Greg Lyon says, I recently saw a YouTube Q&A where it acted like a Zoom where you could talk directly to the people calling in. Have you thought about going with that approach? I can do that already. I have the ability to send someone a link and they can join in. Like I have like the software that I use has like interview mode where I can bring someone into the live stream and they can ask a question and we can talk about it. That's totally possible. I have considered that, but the issue is that couple things. One is that knowing I'd have to screen the question or screen the person ahead of time, because believe me, the first thing that's going to happen is, you guys don't realize this. Most of you, like everyone on here is cool because most of the trolls are banned, right? I've got most of the trolls banned. I mean, they're watching now and all they can do is watch and seethe and be mad and just be angry. But I mean, you better believe that that what would happen is, someone would get on and they would either say something crazy or do something crazy, and that's going to be an issue. And that's partly why I don't do that. I reserve people coming on and speaking on the live stream or doing that, or having that kind of dialogue for people that are either people that I know and that that are going to be able to answer questions and that type of thing. It's something I might consider. One thing I've considered doing is this. is for members, right? So on my YouTube channel, right, I have a members. You can join the channel as a member, as a channel member. Well, and not that I really have time, like a ton of time, but something I was considering doing is doing something like that for channel members. So if you look here, like you go to my YouTube channel, and then you see here where it has join, there's different levels of channel membership. What I was thinking about doing is maybe every 2 weeks doing like an hour-long thing just for members that are on the channel, just for members of the YouTube channel, of the YouTube channel, that and where I can offer that, right? I could say, hey, listen, here's the link. If you put yourself in, if you can connect, and we can answer your question live, and you can actually, if you have something you can show me, like as far as like grass or something, some other question you have, you can actually do that, and it'll be something that only members will be able to see. Because I figure anyone that wants to be a troll, if you're going to go through the trouble of going through of actually paying to be a troll, then I'll be all for it. But just making it something that's open publicly is difficult to control, Greg. So it's something I've thought about, but it's just not. Like policing it would be an absolute nightmare, which is why I don't do it. But if you guys think it's a great idea for like members, like people that are actually, that, hey, they're committed to the channel and are, supporting the channel and want that kind of thing, I'm fine with doing that. We do it every couple of weeks, and it'd be something that's just for you guys. And we could absolutely do it live, where you can jump on and share stuff. But on the public one, I'd have to figure out ways to figure out how I'd want to do that. So great point, great question. But and I do have the ability to do that. I've got the software to do it. It's just policing it is the challenging part. All right, next up is Danny Richards. He says, would you recommend burning off your lawn? If so, when would be a good time to do so? Are you talking about like physically burning it? So in general, I say no, because so here's the benefits. Like the reason why people like to burn their lawn is it's an easy way to thin out the lawn, to remove a lot of thatch, and it makes it to where you don't have to scalp the lawn. So it's a faster and easy way of doing that. The problem is that if you live in a subdivision, I can almost guarantee it's in your HOA that you're not supposed to set the lawn on fire. Also, if you're not very careful, you can end up burning your lawn and your neighbor's lawn. So for those reasons, I'm not a fan of doing it. From a standpoint of benefits, yeah, there's benefits to doing it. I mean, you are definitely thinning out the lawn. It's a great way to it's an easy way to thin out the lawn at the start of the season. But the negatives, in my opinion, for most people, and what can possibly go wrong, outweighs the benefits of doing it, which is why I don't recommend for people to do it. Like I have a buddy of mine that did it on his lawn, and lawn looks great, looked awesome, looked incredible for that season when he started out that way. But for most places, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do it, which I don't recommend it. And really, you can accomplish the same benefits by just scalping it. Do a good scalp, catching all the clippings and just taking all the debris out, and you're good to go without potentially having the fire department show up and come out there and getting a citation. All right, Greg says, is there a good app that would identify weeds and or different grasses? There is an app. I forget the name of it. There's an app for iOS and for Android that you can take a picture. It's a paid app. You take a picture of it, and it will tell you what the grass is or what the weed is. So yes, there is an app for that, and I will find, if someone in here doesn't already know, I'll find the name of it, and I'll let you guys know on the next live stream. So let me make a note to find that. So plant. Grass identification app. Yep. So I'll find that, and I'll have that for you for next week. But if you get on the App Store and just look for like plant app or grass identifier, it's really highly rated, and it does work, because one of the guys out at Miramichi had it on his phone, and he was saying, he's like, what is that? I'm like, it's Dallas grass. I'm like, are you sure? I'm pretty sure it's Dallas grass. So he took a picture of it and did the app, and it said Dallas grass. So it works. So the app worked really well. I mean, Dallas grass is kind of an easy one, kind of a softball, right? Okay, Robert Rainey says, I raised Danny Richards. Here we go. I raised Danny Richards, and I'll cook burgers and allow you to do the live stream undercover. Oh, so come to your place, help work on the lawn, and just come over and help out on the lawn. I don't know. I've seen Rainey's grill, man. I've seen Rainey's grill. It looks pretty solid. You do a pretty good job. So you might, if I get to your area, I might have to take you up on that. I have to take you up on that, Robert, because I know you throw down when it comes to cooking. All right, Thin Cut says, Ron, you should start a new segment of your live stream, Ron on the road, go to your home viewers and help with their lawn. It's an idea. It's an idea. So what? I'd go to the lawn and live stream from there. It's possible. I've got the stuff to be able to do it now. Like I've got. I mean, they have to have a reasonable internet connection. But I mean, it's not it's not as difficult as it would have been this time last year. So I've got more tech now to be able to pull that off. Maybe, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about that. I mean, probably have to limit it to at least the Georgia area initially. But it's something to consider. Something to consider doing. You guys when I do the live streams where it's just me out on the lawn, you guys seem to like that. So maybe doing something like that for another viewer would be kind of cool too. So, all right. Next up, we got a super chat. Let me go down here and grab that. I appreciate that, Lance. Thank you for the support, sir. I really do appreciate that.
Super chat received.
Wrong button. We will double that up. So come back here.
Super chat received.
He says the app is picture this. There you go. That's it. So there you go. I don't have to answer it now. So get the picture of this app, and it will give you the answer to what kind of grass you have or what kind of weed you have in your lawn. So thanks for that, Lance. I appreciate you, and you even paid to be able to do that. So thank you so much for the support. You know, super chats have been down lately, guys. I realize that. I mean, recession time, gas prices are a little bit higher. I get it, but I mean, you know, I do appreciate the super chats too. You know, running a live stream is not inexpensive. So, any monetary support, you know, while what did Eddie Murphy? What did they say in Coming to America when she did the one speech? She says, "While we do appreciate the donations that jingle, we really appreciate the donations that fold." If you've never seen Coming to America, watch it. It's pretty funny. Like Eddie Murphy plays like 4 or 5 different roles in the movie. It's funny. It's like 80s humor. It's a movie they can never make now, but it was funny in the 80s. It's still funny now if you have a sense of humor. But if you don't have a sense of humor, don't watch it. Okay, next up is Dwayne Hopkins. He says, "Hey Ron, have you given any more thought into overseeding this fall?" I have, and I just don't want to mow. I don't want to mow during when it's cold, man. It's too much work. It's too much. If I could overseed and then mow one time and have it look really awesome, and I would do that. But I don't want to have to mow when it's cold outside, so probably not. Probably not going to happen. I'm getting ready. I mean, I enjoy mowing, but I'll be ready for a break here soon, just to hang out in the live stream and talk to you guys about your problems and just kind of chill and relax. I don't want to have to get out there and mow, because you know me, I'm not going to do it halfway, right? I'm not going to have to get out there and just mow once a week and once every couple. I mean, I'm going to be out there mowing it like I do Bermuda, which means like twice a week at least, out mowing the grass in cold weather. No one wants to see that. No one wants to see that. I mean, and here's the thing, Dwayne. If I were to do it, which I'm not, but if I were to do it, it would be limited only to the front lawn. I'm not doing the back. There's no way I would do the back. Because then that would give me a reason, if I were going to do a renovation in the front, then I wouldn't really care about the mess it creates, because I'm going to burn it all down and then do something different in the front lawn, right? So maybe. I still got time to think about it. We'll see. Okay, next up is Ken Dow. Ken says, "I'm in Dallas, Fort Worth. It's been 100+ degrees and barely any rain since April. It feels like growth seems slow. Send rain my way, Ron." Yeah, it will get better, Kevin. It will get better, Kevin. It's going to get better, man. It's going to. We're the curve. It should start falling off here soon. Let's hope it should start. Getting a little cooler here in the month of August. All right, Michael says, "I did a lot of drainage research on drainage before laying the sod. The secret sauce is easy: macros and lime per the soil test. A bag of carbonized PN per pallet. I like it. 40 pounds of granular humic per 1,000 square feet. Soak it for a week and then taper off." Very cool. So your prep. So that's why it looks so awesome, man. Because for only 8 days, this looks really. Where's the one? Your halo picture? Let's see if I can find it. You got one halo picture here that is really sweet. Nope, not that one. That one. Yeah, that looks really nice. And for only 8 days in, like the prep work you did really is really showing itself. You know, it's showing. I mean, it's definitely a lot of hard work, and the prep that you put in is really paying off on making that look the way that it does. So kudos to you. Hats off to you, sir. Salute all your hard work. It looks awesome. I believe it. I mean, you can tell that is a sod job where a lot of work went into preparing it, and the results speak for themselves, right? Okay, Dwayne Hopkins says, "Ron, when applying propiconazole, are there any temperature restrictions?" I don't know off the top of my head. I don't recall there being temperature restrictions on headway. Not that I can recall. So I don't, off the top of my head, I'm going to say no. I don't believe so. but check the label for whatever product you're using. For headway, I don't recall there being any kind of temperature restrictions, Dwayne. But if you're using a liquid product or something else, read the label. The label will tell you. I just don't. I've read the headway label several times, and I don't recall seeing anything about temperature restrictions when it comes to that fungicide. And that's azoxystrobin and propiconazole, and I don't remember seeing anything in there. I'm inclined to say no. I don't think so. So. All right, Thin Cut is here. He says, no hate from Bermuda. I have 400 square feet of Zoysia, and I'm trying to keep common Bermuda out of it. I get that. If you want to do that, then something like this, like Fusilade, should help you out. Thin Cut. I says, the main front yard is mostly common Bermuda and Zoysia. No hate for Bermuda. Yeah, so if you want to keep Bermuda out of the Zoysia, this is a way to selectively try and kill Bermuda. Fusilade is a way to selectively kill Bermuda in a Zoysia lawn. So there you go. And next up we have a question about Dallas grass. So Max Zena, it's cool here. Max Zena says, any suggestions for killing Dallas grass on a fescue lawn? Dallas grass is just really hard to get rid of. I don't know if there's a selective herbicide. I don't know of any selective herbicides that are rated for use on residential lawns that will kill Dallas grass. There was one that was banned for use on residential lawns. So I give you, I mean, you can look it up. You can, if you do some research, you can find it. I'm not gonna give you the name of it because I don't want you to go out and buy it and use it on your lawn. But as your best bet for getting rid of Dallas grass is just to physically remove it. I know that's a pain. That's more work. But as far as waiting to really to truly get it gone, then that's going to be your option. I mean, can you spray glyphosate on it? Yes, you can spray glyphosate. You can do a couple different things, and like you can do like spot treatments. But the way to really get rid of it is to just to physically remove it. That's going to be your best bet, because to my knowledge, there's not really a selective herbicide for that's labeled for use on residential lawns that will kill Dallas grass. There's herbicides that will kill it, but you're supposed to be using it on residential lawns. So I don't have a better answer for you, Maxina. It would be just remove it, dig it up. And here's the thing, you'd be surprised. It sounds like a lot of work, but if you do 20 minutes a day, half an hour a day, you'll be surprised at how much progress you can make and get rid of it, really over the course of a few weeks, just doing it a little bit at a time. So sorry for that. So I don't have a better answer for you, but that's going to be the best advice I can give you for a residential lawn. All right, Edwin O is up next. He says, "Hey Ron, good evening. I just got my biospectrum in a bag. The rate on the bag says a tablespoon to a 4-gallon backpack sprayer. Yep, that sounds about right. The capsule and the carbon kit seem much smaller than that amount. How much to use per 1,000 square feet? It's not gonna it's not gonna hurt either way, Edwin. What I would say is if you get like I don't use a tablespoon, but if you take like a tablespoon or teaspoon, does it say? If you take a plastic spoon, right? Like a plastic spoon, like the plastic spoons you use like on barbecues, like one of those spoons. If you get one of those and then level it off, like that's a good amount for a backpack sprayer. And that's a little bit more than what's in one of the capsules, but that's about a good amount. I would not take it and have it piled on. Can you put more in? Yes, but you're just wasting it. It's not like you could, I mean, the product is not something that if you use a high rate of it, it's going to work that much better. You're just really using more of the product than you really need to, So you can take that spoon, a plastic spoon, and just level it off, like knock the top off of it, and that's a good amount. Or just use the capsules in the carbon kit. That will work too. Either way will work. But I would not go much heavier than like one of those spoons leveled off for an entire backpack sprayer, because that you just don't need. I mean, there's just no need. You can go more, but you're just going to be buying biospectrum more frequently, which is good for me. But I also want you to just use the product. You use as much of it you need to use, but not more than you need to. So, hope that helps. If you need anything else, let me know. All right, next up is JBL 4345. Says, I have handpicked buckets and buckets of Virginia buttonweed, and it just won't go away. What can I do to save my St. Augustine but kills this weed forever? Celsius. This will do it. This will do it with surfactant. Use the higher rate, like the label. The label actually has a rate that lists Virginia buttonweed, so you will have to go a little bit heavier. But this combined with a surfactant, which I don't have any here. No, I don't have any surfactant to show you. So I'll actually show you on the store. So if you go to the golf course lawn store, get to the right screen, the right window. Yep. If you go to the golf course lawn store and you get Celsius, which is it right here, this bottle in the store, and this along with it, this surfactant that's going to help it adhere to the buttonweed to the leaf and work better. So this and these two products together are what will do it. You're going to have to go at it for that with the higher rate, but that will get rid of the buttonweed. That's a tough one, but Celsius will do it. So it's not inexpensive, JBL, but that's the product that that'd be my recommendation, and it is safe for St. Augustine. So the only grass type, warm season grass type, you do not want to use Celsius on is Bahia grass. But any other warm season grass, Zoysia, Zoysia, Bermuda, Centipede, St. Augustine, it's fine on all of those. Just Bahia grass, you can't use it on that. You should not use it on Bahia. So hope that helps. Get certainty, get some surfactant. We carry both on the golf course lawn store, and that should take care of your problem. And be sure you read the label, because the rate for Virginia buttonweed is higher than the standard rate. Hope that helps, sir. Sorry you're dealing with it, but you got an answer. You have a way forward now. All right, Rich V says, hey, Ron, do you have any advice in determining if brown grass, perennial ryegrass in New Hampshire is dead or dormant? Hand watering in severe drought, watering restrictions, prioritizing what to water. Not really. I mean, well, here's how you'll know is in a couple of weeks it'll wake up. It should come back once the temperatures begin to fall. Because so in a few weeks you're gonna know, Rich. In a few weeks you will know what is dead and what just went dormant trying to survive. So that'll be the best thing I could tell you. I mean, you don't want to pull it up because you're going to be removing it then. But I don't know without physically looking at it. If it's dry and crispy, like it's trying to decay, then yeah, that's dead. But if it looks like it's still got a root system attached to it, but it's just really dry and brown and sickly looking, then it's just trying to survive the heat. And again, in a few weeks, you should know, because in a few weeks it should wake up and start looking a lot better. So keep watering it. Keep watering it. Don't give up on it yet, unless you know for a fact it's dead. And again, definitely by the end of this month, but really within the next couple of weeks, it should start looking a bit better once the heat starts to fall off. Okay, next up is Sunset Way. Has a question to think about what are we talking about? We're talking about spreaders or sprayers. Okay, I think it's about backpack sprayers. He's, in your opinion, which I am an expert on. I am an expert on my opinion. He says, who has the best battery? I guess think best sprayer. The best I guess just battery in general. The best battery in terms of performance, reliability, and longevity between Ego, Greenworks, Toro, and Ryobi. I can't say for sure. I've not done testing on them. Because it also too depends. If you're talking about their commercial line or the residential line. Like Ego makes a pretty good battery. The residential battery, I've not really heard a lot of complaints about it. People seem to really like those. They do well. Greenworks, their commercial line works really well. Like that's what I'm running in the Owlet. Are awesome batteries. I mean, they run well. They recharge quickly. Great runtime. They got Bluetooth built into them, so you can monitor the health of the battery and charge levels and all this fun stuff. So if you're a geek, the Greenworks commercial batteries are really cool. So I don't know. I mean, I say this, more important than Sunset Way, more important than the brand name of the battery is if they do revisions, meaning if they update the chemistry that they use in the batteries, like that is what I would lean more towards than like, is it a Toro battery or a Ryobi battery or a Greenswork battery? So like the newer Greenswork batteries are going to work better than the ones from in years past, because especially if they do like they update the chemistry, it's just going to work better, because for the most part, they are all using similar. I mean, they're using similar batteries. What's going to be different is like the circuitry they use to manage it charging, and even more important, it discharging, like controlling that. And then just which revision of battery chemistry you happen to be using, and then also like the kind of runtime you get out of it. So like how big of batteries do they offer? So like with the Greensworks, they offer like the 82 volts. They offer some relatively large batteries that offer a lot of runtime. With the Ego, same thing. I think they make a 12 milliamp hour, a 12 amp hour pack. I think they do. They make a big one. So, and then Toro, Toro is going to use that. A battery you get from Toro is going to be should be a bit better because what they use in their commercial line should hopefully trickle down into the residential line. But in general, if for those products, if they have a residential battery or they have a residential line or a commercial line, the commercial batteries are going to be better. They're gonna last longer. They're going to have better capacity and just in general. So that's what I would say. I mean, between all of them, it really depends on whether you're talking about the commercial or residential, and also the revision of battery that you're dealing with, and also the size that's offered. So that's the best advice I can give you. I've not really done a side by side on each one of those batteries in the same piece of equipment for the same purpose to be able to tell you which one is going to work better than another. I can only give you advice based on what I've used, and I can tell you the Greenworks commercial batteries are great batteries. They work really well. The Ego batteries I've not used other than the one time I was mowing with the Sterling, and it seemed to work pretty fine for me, and the people that have them seem to like them. Toro, I've never really used their batteries, and Ryobi, I've never used their batteries either, so I can't speak to either of those, unfortunately. So hope that helps. What I would say, Sunset, is pick the system. Because here's the thing: pick the system that you like. So, like, if you like the Toro system, like their interchangeable system, if they got like the spreader you like, or not the spreader, like the blower you like, the string trimmer you like, if the tools you're actually going to use, if you like their tools, choose that more so as as the decision maker than the batteries, because the battery technology is going to keep getting better. And what will happen is they'll make a better battery and just put it in the same physical form factor. So I wouldn't really pick the battery so much, more so than like, do I like Toro tools? Do I like Greenworks tools? Do I like Ryobi? You know what I mean? Like, are the quality of the actual tools I'm using, do they fit what I'm after? And if that's the case, then in time, the batteries are going to get better and better and better over time. So hope that helps. That's what I would lean towards more than trying to do a comparison, because it's practically impossible to truly compare them, because they don't, like, what goes in a Toro, like you can't put a Toro battery in a Ryobi string trimmer. So you're comparing apples and oranges, unfortunately. Hope that helps as far as like your decision making process. But yeah. All right, Danny K426 says, finally broke down and bought your famous weed killer combo kit. Thank you. I didn't realize it was famous, but I'll take it. It is a great kit. I wouldn't sell it if it wasn't good. And the people that have used it seem to really like it. It's a very good one. Excited to crush some pesky sedge and spurge. Oh, you're going softball. You're going softball, man. Yeah, sedge and spurge. It's that's easy mode. Like Celsius is going to, it's going to be a hate crime. What Celsius is going to do to the spurge, and then for the sedge, Certainty is going to do it. So you're going to mix both of them. Watch the video that's in the product description, and that combination is going to do a great job. You picked exactly the right combination of products for what you are dealing with. So it's a great setup, and it'll last you a long time. I know it's the herbicides are expensive, but they will. You're going to buy those. And that kit's going to last you for years. You know what I mean? Because once you get control of what's going on in your lawn, then you shouldn't have to be using the stuff all the time. What will happen is you will use Certainty probably every year, because sedges tend to come back annually. That tends to be a thing. But really the Celsius, you shouldn't have to use that nearly as much. So I would think Certainty you're going to go through more than Celsius. So hope that helps, Danny. Appreciate the support. If you have any questions, do let me know. All right, Greg says, I struggle with mowing twice a week due to my long work hours, and found a way by real mowing on Sunday, and then having a landscaping company mow it with a true cut using the second notch. That's cool. Yes, if you find a landscaping company that can do the mowing for you, that is cool. That is cool. That's the way around it. It's still getting mowed twice a week, but you're not doing one of them. That'll work. And you're like, now it looks amazing. Imagine that. Twice a week mowing. Imagine that. Now it looks great, right? So yeah, I mean, everything I'm telling you guys as far as getting a good biostimulant program, getting like the carbon kit, so like using like your biostimulant, the Mirror Green biostimulants, they're going to help. Getting a good fertilizer, going to help. But really, from a parent standpoint, mowing is what's going to tie it all together. They're going to bring it all together. All right, Electric Hambone says Florida blackout is horrible. I hear you. I get that. Not fun. Doesn't sound like fun. 2 shots of vodka Says, Ron, going to use some of that borrowed time next week with a level and aeration job. Would you put down a low nitrogen down the day of the leveling job? Yeah, you can do it the day of or a day or two before. That either way will work. But I would apply a little bit of a kicker to help the lawn bounce back and grow in a bit faster. I would do that. So if you want to do it the day of, fine. You want to do it a few days before? That's also fine too. The one thing I would say is if you're going to aerate, I would do it after aerating. So if you're going to aerate and top dress on the same day, then do it all on the same day. But if you're going to aerate a couple days before, aerate, then do your fertilizer, and then top dress whenever you have it in your schedule to top dress. And that is what I consider to be the most optimal, because when you aerate, you're opening up the soil, and you're allowing, it makes it easier for this fertilizer to get down into the soil where it can do it the most good. So that's why I say if you're going to aerate, fertilize after aeration. That's my what I'm thinking on that. Okay, Kevin Drury says, Ron, I've got seed heads in my hybrid Bermuda that is about 1 year old. I'm thinking about applying Primo Max to suppress the seed heads. Is it too late? It's not too late, but I mean, there's a couple things. So here's the thing, Kevin. Yes, Primo will help with seed heads, but there's a couple things you want to look at too. Seed heads are a stress response in the grass. So when the grass, so it's really hot outside, whenever the grass is transitioning from milder temperatures towards hotter temperatures, so like from spring into summer, you tend to see seed heads start rearing their ugly head. But after, by mid-June, that should begin to taper off. Now, if we are still sitting here in July, August, and you still got seed heads, nutrient deficiency can also cause seed heads to stick around. So Dalvin, which I haven't seen him tonight, but Dalvin Larry had a situation where he was having seed heads all throughout the season. He was watering plenty, but they just wouldn't go away. And then he did a soil test. And that told him that all his macro levels were low. So something you might want to consider is, yes, Primo will help. This is good. I mean, this is as far as helping to suppress it. Yes, Primo's an excellent product for that. But if we're still sitting in August and you still got like a lot of seed heads all throughout the lawn and you're mowing regularly, so that's a thing too. Like you're out there, you're mowing regularly like you need to be. Then I might look into nutrient deficiency, and a soil test, like my soil test kit, which is the one that we recommend, is going to tell you that. So just go to the golf course lawn store, get your soil test kit, get the one that has the probe built into it. So this one. So if you go there, there's a bunch of different versions of it, but the one you're going to want is this one, the starter pack that comes with the probe tool, which is going to make it easier to collect the samples. You only have to buy the core tool once, and then after that, then you can be on just getting, just the kits going forward if you want to do more testing. But this is a great way to go when you're just starting out. Get that, get some samples pulled and check your soil, and then if you have a nutrient deficiency, start correcting that. So like, a starter fertilizer, whatever the soil test kit comes back with as far as results, do that, and that's going to help the situation. So hope that helps. K Jury. Primo is also a good thing to do as well, but I would also get a soil test to make sure there's nothing else going on in addition that we need to address to take care of the seed heads. Stephen Michael says, hey Ron, I have Xeon Zoysia mowed at 7/8 height of cut. Nice. What do you think is the maximum thickness I could top dress without causing damage to the turf that will fully recover? I don't recommend going higher than more than half an inch in one cycle, in one go. Can you go heavier than that? Yes. Will the grass bounce back? Yes. But I would not get out there and try and cover the entire lawn in an inch and a half of sand. I wouldn't do that, especially Zoysia. I mean, I wouldn't do that. So I would try and limit it to half an inch, Stephen. That's what I would go for. And go from there. I'd rather you do a couple of different top dressing, multiple top dressings, than get out there super, super heavy. Because you have Zoysia. If you have Bermuda and you said, hey, I'm going to get out there, I'm going to go, I'm going to go hardcore. I'm going to do like 3/4 inches of sand, or I'm going to put an inch of sand down. With Bermuda, I got less heartburn about that because Bermuda just grows so aggressively, especially when it's hot. Zoysia doesn't grow aggressively. It's a slow growing grass. So if you get out there and you get too heavy, it might not recover by the end of the season. So especially in your case, limit it to half an inch if at all possible. And just know that you can go back again next season if need be. That's good advice. It's going to keep you out of trouble as far as like having some of your grass dying off or getting discolored, that kind of thing. So hope that helps, Stephen. Robert Rainey says the SC846s did enhance the intro music. I must say, they would, man. They're good. They're good monitors. They better sound good, right? Especially for what they cost. Is I've been cutting every morning. Some say that's a problem. Not. No, I don't. I see no problem with that. I mean, in this group, in this circle of friends, you are not going to get any pushback on everyday mowing. If you got the time to do it, by all means. And I do agree with you. The SC846s are the bee's knees. I like them. I mean, they're 10-year-old design at this point, but they still sound really good. That's the thing with audio equipment, with audio gear. You want to invest in good audio because unlike like cameras and computers and things like that, like audio lasts a lot. Like they have a lot longer lifespan than like other technology. So if you like good music, you like good audio, invest in good airs. Makes sense. All right, next up is Michael Klein. He's back. He says, sorry, I messed up the amounts. I applied 25 pounds of granular humic. Use the Anderson's Humic DG. Nice, very cool. The results show that your prep work really paid off, Michael. So keep going, man. Awesome stuff. All right, Reverend Jones is here and says, I got Seashore Paspalum. That is infested with crabgrass and carpet grass. That's a tough one because I don't think you can use. I'm pretty sure conchloride is going to damage that. I believe so because a lot of the herbicides are phytotoxic. Yep, are phytotoxic to Paspalum. I was wondering if salt water would be a good alternative. Have clay soil. I've never heard of killing crabgrass with salt water. You could try it. But yeah, I've never heard of that to know if it's going to work or what concentration of salt water you'd have to use. And I don't know. I don't know, Reverend Jones. Unfortunately, that's a tough one. I mean, how much carpet grass and crabgrass do you have? Can you dig it out? Can you try removing it? I mean, that's an option, not a fast option, not an easy option, but it is an option. It is an option as well. But yeah, I don't have one for you on that. You know, that's a good research question. Let me look into what can you use against crabgrass and carpet grass in a seashore paspalum lawn. That'd be a good one. So yeah, I'm looking at that and see if I can get an answer for you. I don't know off the top of my head, so do not know off the top of my head. All right, next is Heartfelt Fashion. He says, Ron, I got the ultimate praise. My old lawn guy came by to cut my neighbor's. He said my lawn is like nothing he's. We got to read it slow. We got to actually, you know what? We even got to put some. We got to put some music on for this. He said my lawn is like nothing he's ever seen. He said it looks fake with all the outlet stripes. Thank you again, Ron. Arden 15. You had to add music for the ambiance. Really set the tone, which is I'm sure you heard that playing in the background when he told you that. But yeah, man, that's awesome. That's awesome praise. It's there's nothing. The two best praises are, is it fake grass? And there's always the, how do I get my grass to look like that? Which is kind of like you have no idea what you're asking for. But yeah, for a lawn care professional, someone that cuts grasses for a living, to say, hey man, you're doing it right. That's legit. That is legit. Just thanks for all the guidance and help. You're very, very welcome. You did all the work. You did it. You're the reason why it looks the way it looks. You know, I mean, even I can tell you what to do, but if you don't do it, it's not gonna matter. So you actually are doing said thing, which is what matters. So awesome stuff. And also good luck. Congrats on the show. I'm not in your area to be able to see it, but I know the fashion show you guys did. Was it last weekend? Either last weekend or the weekend before. Looked like it went. The pictures I saw looked really cool. So hopefully it went well. Congrats on that. All right, Glenn Jordan is up next. He says, St. Augustine lawn owners dislike crabgrass very much, with no great post-action like conchloride to control it unless you have Provista. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know what you guys can do for that. It's for some reason there's not a selective herbicide that I'm aware of that will target crabgrass, that will not kill St. Augustine. That will, because I guess they're just the two are cousins. They're two brothers from another mother or something like that. So that's why you can't use conchloric on St. Augustine grass. So, but yeah, sorry that you're dealing with that. And I didn't realize that. I know that Provista, you could. I understood that it was tolerant to glyphosate, but I did not know it was also tolerant to quinclorac. I learned something new. So that's good. Good to know. Rusty's up next. It's Happy Friday, y'all. I installed a groove roller on my new True Cut C27 today. Congrats on that. It's not a new mower, but we can still clap it up. Real neat sharpening, but couldn't resist testing in a small section. Holy smokes, real mowing is option. I told you, it does make a difference. People are like, oh no, it's got a, it's the caster wheels are nice. Don't get me wrong. You can get a decent cut with the caster wheels. However, that grooved roller, man, is awesome. Any kind of roller is better, but a grooved roller, I did notice an improvement in the cut going from smooth to grooved. You went from, it sounds like, I don't know, you didn't say what you went from, but either way, from smooth roller to grooved roller, I noticed an improvement in cut. So I'm not shocked that you are also seeing the same thing. Not shocked at all. All right, John Williams says, hey, Ron and everyone, I just applied the Miramichi Green Pest Control, and I must say it's a fantastic product. Also, why didn't anyone tell me that ants like to eat grass seed, but it took care of that, works fast. Yeah, so this, where do I have it here? I do have it. So this, dude, as far as people love Humic Max, they also love the carbon kit. The amount of awesome response I've gotten from people that have tried the pest control, the Miramichi pest control, has been overwhelming because it checks all the boxes, right? It kills the stuff that you want gone, right? Like your ants, mosquitoes, no-see-ums, roaches. Nobody likes roaches. Ticks, aphids, white flies, fleas, chinch bugs. It's non-toxic, so literally you can spray your outdoor furniture, spray like the lawn, spray everything, spray the outside space, plants with it, and as soon as you're done, you can re-enter the area. You know what I mean? So it's a non-toxic product. It works. Due to the way it works, there's no way for the bugs to develop resistance to it. So, and what can I say? The big thing is it works, right? That's the best praise you can get. When someone buys a product, they say, you know what? It works. It's awesome, that's what I like to hear. And it is a great product. You're not the only one that's given me that feedback, John. So I'm glad to hear also, and that you're also letting everyone in the live stream know as well, that it is a really good product. We do carry it in the golf course lawn store. One of these bottles, 1 gallon of these will last you, probably depends how big your property is and how often you use it, but easily for a couple of years, 2 to 3 years, I would imagine, for most people. Again, depending on how often you use the product. Great product. Thanks for the feedback, John. I really do appreciate it. Let me know if I can help with anything else. All right, Lavendi's up next. He says, I had a man treating my lawn since March. The weeds next to the driveway, sidewalks in the backyard have not improved. Is this normal for this first year of treatment? Possible. Yeah, it is. So you just got on a weed treatment program. So they're probably putting down pre-emergent, which depending on when you took on the service may or may not have been super effective, because pre-emergent really works best before it's in the name, right? It works best before the weeds actually emerge. So you might not be getting as much out of the pre-emergent as you will next year if you stick with them. And then I don't know how much post-emergent herbicides spraying they're doing. So really, if they're coming out only once every 6 to 8 weeks, you're probably not going to see a ton of benefit with that unless they're coming out spraying. But like if they're targeting the weeds now, they need to be using post-emergent herbicides, not pre-emergent. So I would give it more time, especially since you said since March. Yeah, so that's a good point. So if they started in March, and let's say they started in late March, that's late for getting your pre-emergent down. So, you're not getting the full benefits of the spring pre-emergent. So a lot of the weeds you're seeing now, if you stick with them, you should see a reduction in weeds over the winter, and then if you stick with them again through the spring, and they apply pre-emergent in the spring earlier, like when they're like the normal time when they would normally do it, then you should have a lot less weed pressure in your lawn this time next year than you do this year. But to take care of the weeds, they should be using a post-emergent herbicide if they offer that as part of their service. I don't know if the guy you're using will come out and spray, but you should just ask him, do you come out to spray for weeds that have already started growing? You could say post-emergent herbicides, so he'll know what you mean by that too, but just say, do you guys come out periodically to spray for weeds in my lawn? And then if they say yes, then the weed should be going away or they should be dying off. But if they say no, then you're stuck with pre-emergent and you have to do it yourself. So hope that helps. All right, John says, hey, Ron, what products do you use the various tips with the Yard Mastery sprayer? Do you use the pest control with the flood tip? What about any of the other tips What have you used the other ones for? Thanks. Yeah. So where are the spray tips? Oh, you know what? I was cleaning up and I probably misplaced them. I can't find them. Oh yeah, I got two of them here. I lost the one foliar tip, guys. I can't find the foliar spray tip. It's around here somewhere. I have to look for it, or take it out the sprayer, or buy another one. Okay, so which tips do I use for what? For the most part, I use for most of the Yard Mastery products. I'm trying to think. I use the foliar tip for pretty much everything. I'm trying to think if there's any of the of the Miramichi Green products. I'm trying to think if there's any. We can go here. We can go look at it. We can do this live because I can actually look through it. That'll tell me. I can think through it with you guys. So the Miramichi Green biostimulants, all of these I apply using the foliar tip. So all of them, all the liquids can go down using the foliar tip. So foliar tip, or if I can get this to focus, or the air induction tip, that one will work too. Either one of those will work too for the Miramichi Green products. I don't use the flood jet tip for the pest control. I just use the foliar tip. I just use that one. You could do flood jet if you wanted to. That would be fine too. But I don't use that one. I use not even this one. I use the foliar tip, because a lot of times when I'm spraying the pest control, I'm spraying the side of the house. I'm spraying shrubs. I'll go around Alex's lawn and spray, like he has some shrubs that there's this one plant he has that whiteflies just love to eat at it. So I'll go and I'll spray that. So I use the foliar tip for that reason. But you could use any of the tips you really wanted for the pest control. You could use the flood jet if you wanted to. Like if you're doing let's say you're doing it on the lawn, right? And you got like a bunch of ants that you're trying to kill. In that case, maybe going a little bit heavier with the application will work better. So in that case, the flood jet tip would work better. But if you're just, use it for the reasons that I do it, for like mosquitoes, keep mosquitoes, white flies, those types of things, like a lighter application, just using a foliar tip will work just fine. So for fertilizer, I'm thinking about this. For fertilizer, I use the foliar tip. For all the Miramichi Green biostimulant products, so like Release Zero, NutriKelp, Release 901C, BioSpectrum, all those get sprayed with a foliar tip. If you go over here to weed killers, let me see, all of this, foliar tip. All this is foliar tip. So you might go to the air induction tip for the Celsius and Certainty, especially if you're spraying it on a day when there's any kind of wind, because the foliar tip, is it's a very, very fine droplet. This is still a pretty fine droplet with the air induction tip, but it's a bit bigger. It's a bigger droplet size than the foliar tip. So you could break out the air induction tip if you wanted to for doing herbicides. And that's about it. Yeah. So for the most part, and then for any kind of pre-emergent, so if you're doing like this one, if you're doing like prodiamine, any of your pre-emergent, you're on the flood jet tip. So for anything soil-based, for the most part, you want to use the flood jet tip. So a flood jet or an air induction tip. If you were going to go with like a Celiprin, I've used a Celiprin. I've used this flood jet tip for a Celiprin as well too. So hope that helps, John. It's really your call. I know people that have used air induction tip for a lot of their they bought one and they use that for everything, because the droplet size of the air induction tip is a bit bigger than the foliar. But really the two that I use most are the foliar, which I don't have here because I can't find it, or the flood jet for soil-based apps. So hope that helps, John. If you need anything else, let me know. And the next thing I have to say it again, the pest control works. All kinds of bugs were dying. Family, thank you. You're welcome, John. I'm glad you're happy with the product. Glad you're happy with it. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. All right, next up is John D. He says, hey, Ron, I have a heavy infestation of Bermuda mites. They're wreaking havoc and spreading all over my 10,000 square foot lawn. I have some abamectin to spray. Bottle says 4 ounces for 100 gallons. How do I scale that down? Okay, so more important than 4 ounces for 100 gallons, what does that cover? What does that rate cover? Does they say is that over for it's probably an acre? But if it's for an acre, you would take the number and then divide it by 43 to get thereabouts 43 to get that down, to reduce that to what your application rate per 1,000 square foot would be. All right, so that's like a rough way of doing it. So I imagine it's probably 4 ounces per 100 gallons for, I'm guessing that's an acre. It's not going to, I mean, that'd be a lot for 1,000 square feet. I'm guessing it's an acre. So on the label, it should tell you, but if you're trying to reduce it, take whatever the acre rate is and divide by 43. That's an approximation. That's going to get you pretty close to what the rate is for 1,000 square feet. But the label should have a rate for 4,000 square feet. Should, but if not, divide by 43. Okay, next is Travis. Travis Woodson is up next. He says, "Happy Friday, Golf Course Lawn Squad." What's going on, Travis? Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you as always. And next is John D. It says, "Does anyone else get depressed when November rolls around? Grass goes dormant and won't be yard timer in for 6 months. Bummer." No, not really. I mean, by the time November rolls around, I'm about ready for a break because I'm real mowing. So I'm out there mowing a couple times a week and everything else going on. It's just I'm ready for a break by then. So no, not me. Not really. Not really. I'm good for like the 3 or 4 months because really you figure November, a lot of me checking out by like February. So, I don't know, 2 months later, it's like pre-emergent time. So there's always, you only really get like 2 months off thereabouts, right? Depending on if it's like last year where it was unseasonably warm for well into the fall, you're going to be mowing into November. So it just depends on how this year works out compared to last year. All right. Aaron G. Barnes says, "I put down Celsius and it worked great. Then started sprinkling St. Augustine. However, crabgrass started to germinate shortly after sprinkling St. Augustine. Should I keep Celsius for crab?" Yeah, you can use Celsius for crabgrass. It is not the absolute best product against crabgrass. If the big thing is if you can catch it on young crabgrass, it will work. Quinclorac is a better product for crabgrass, but you have St. Augustine, so you can't use that. So in your case, Celsius is going to be your best bet. So hope that helps, Aaron. Yeah, that will work. And then you say, John is up next. Is, "Can I mix Celsius and a pre-emergent together in the same tank?" You can, but it's not the ideal way to use it. You can't, because here's why. Pre-emergents are designed to be watered in right after application. They're soil-based. You're also going to be using a flood jet tip with pre-emergent. You're going to be using a larger droplet size. So it's not going to do as good a job coating the leaf, the foliar of the plant, than an air induction tip or a foliar tip will. So can you? Yes. Will it work? Yeah. I mean, it'll work, but I mean, you're not going to get, it's not ideal. It's not the best way to do it. Like, you really don't want to, if you can, you want to use like the proper spray tip for a foliar app. And then also too, in addition to like the spray tip you're using, also that, you don't want to water Celsius in right after application. So if you're going to do that, here's how I would do it. If you're going to mix Celsius and pre-emergent at the same time, which I would not recommend, but if you're going to do that, and you spray them, you would spray them and I wouldn't water it right away. I would allow the product to at least dry on the grass or on whatever weed you're trying to target, and then run your irrigation like the next day. And that's like a better way to do the wrong thing, I guess is what I'm trying to get to. So the long short is, I wouldn't do that. If you want to target weeds and mix pre-emergent, and you want a post-emergent herbicide to use that you can mix with pre-emergent to target weeds, mix like imazaquin and simazine along with your pre-emergent that you're using. Like do that. That's a better, like I would rather you do that than do Celsius and like prodiamine. You know what I mean? That would be, or just even better, just apply prodiamine, apply your pre-emergent, and then apply your post-emergent separately. Like do them and just do two different mixtures if you want to get the best result. Because really, for Celsius to work best, I mean, it'll work without a surfactant, but for it to really work well, you want to use surfactant with it. When you're using a pre-emergent, you don't want to use surfactant because the idea is for it to get in the soil, not to stick to the plant. You know what I mean? So like surfactants are designed for helping it adhere, or to help it, at least like non-ionized surfactants anyway, are designed to help the product stick to the plant leaf. Pre-emergent, you want to get it in the soil. So you're working, if you are mixing the two of them together, you are compromising the result you're going to get, because you're going to be doing one of the two products. You're going to be applying them. You're going to be applying them the less than optimal way. So hope that helps, John. You can, you can, but I wouldn't. I would do them separately. And there's a question for Higgy Pop that wasn't for me. And then next up we have Jared Reyes. He says, one last question. I recently rigged my McLean to now cut it 1/2 inch. What benefits at all? What is the benefit at all to switching to the 7-blade to a 10-blade system? So if you are cutting shorter, if you are cutting at 3/4 of an inch or shorter, it will produce a better cut. It will produce a better cut. A 10-blade at height at slightly shorter mowing heights, it will cut better. But here's the thing: you also have to you can't neglect your mowing frequency. So if you get out there and you decide, you know what, I'm going to mow this week, or I'm mowing twice a week, every week, and that's what I'm going to do, then you can make a 10-blade work. But if you decide that, I'm going to mow, you're not consistent. I'm going to mow this week, twice a week, and then I'm going to take a week off, or I'm going to go on vacation for like 2 weeks and then come back, you will absolutely hate the 10-blade, because what's going to happen is it'll bog down. It'll bog down the mower. It'll wash board. It's just not going to cut well. So for a lawn that is manicured, that is well cut, well maintained, and you're on it, like you're cutting it all the time, a 10-blade is going to produce a better cut than a 7-blade. It just is. It's going to cut the lawn better, especially at heights of cut at of 3/4 of an inch and shorter. But you gotta keep up with your mowing. And then also with a 10-blade, another thing to consider too is if you have Bermuda, let's say you start out cutting in the beginning of the season with a 10-blade, and you have Bermuda around the late June, July timeframe, you might start seeing issues where you weren't getting washboarding or scalping before. You might start seeing a little bit of that with it if you are not keeping up with your mowing. So the 10-blade, it's like anything else. It's the operating window, or the operating window for that cutting unit is smaller. So as long as you're willing to run the mower within that, like again, shorter heights of cut, don't neglect your mowing, make sure the turf doesn't get too thick, be willing to do all those things, the net result is going to be a much better cut. It is going to look visually better than a 7-blade. But if you're not going to check all those boxes, then stick with a 7-blade. And also think about it from a standpoint in the spring, a 7-blade is better for scalping than a 10-blade. Like a 10-blade scalping with it kind of stinks too, because it's like you're going to be cutting really low, taking off a lot of material all at once. A 7-blade is better for that. So your call, Jared. There really is no free lunch, unfortunately. Everything's a compromise. Having the 7-blade, which is kind of a good jack of all trades, will do pretty much everything, but it's just not going to produce as good a cut as a 10-blade. So your call. Levendi is here, says, my neighborhood in Florida does not allow Bermuda. See? So there you go. There are a lot of neighborhoods that way that don't allow Bermuda. And I get it, because Bermuda is so aggressive and spread so aggressively. Before you know it, you wouldn't have St. Augustine anymore. You'd have Bermuda everywhere, right? Which is not great if you're trying to have St. Augustine lawn. All right, let's see. Will Dog says, "Come on, Ron. St. Augustine is like having cabbage for a lawn." Yeah, that sounds awesome. I had a Florida lawn in Florida years ago. It was a petri dish for fungus. Yeah. I don't hate St. Augustine, but it's just not my thing. It's not my thing. And it's true. I think Alan, if you look at him, he has a lot of videos on brown patch. He's dealt with that in his lawn, and from what I understand, it's a fairly common thing. Cole's not gone to deal with fungus problems in St. Augustine. So there you go. All right, next up is Heartfelt Fashion. He says, "I'll send you a picture tomorrow morning. You know how it sparkles in the morning dew." All right, yeah, definitely let me know. Send me a picture after you're done cutting. I'm sure it's going to look pretty awesome, man. All right, James St. Armor says, "Thanks for all your content. You should have a few million subs. That'd be awesome." I don't know if the audience is that big for lawn care, but maybe one day. I just got to stick with it, right? Stay consistent. We'll see what happens. He says, "The level of knowledge through your channel is amazing. Thanks." Well, I really do appreciate that, James. If you wouldn't mind, share the content with friends, families, tell lots of people, because I need all the help I can get. I really appreciate it. John says, "When is Make Max coming back?" Maybe next year, not this season. It's too late in the season, but maybe next year, depending on the price of fertilizer. If the price of fertilizer begins to recover, kind of like how gas prices are starting to fall a little bit. If the price of fertilizer begins to recover, then we can look at reintroducing humic max. But it's got to make sense. Like an $80 for a bag of fertilizer doesn't make sense. So it's got to be more. It's got to be at a price that actually makes sense for you guys. Let me see what else here. It says, John says, I live in a community where trees on a trail behind my house and the trees cast shade on the lawn. What do you think I can do? Any advice helps. Yes, I have an HOA in Savannah, Georgia. If you're not allowed, you're probably not allowed to cut the trees. The only thing I can tell you is if you can ask them to prune them, to cut the foliage back, to raise the canopy, that's going to help, because you can't get sunlight in a bottle. There's no, like, you look all this up here. I got Primo, I got Aceleprint, I have herbicides. Nowhere on my desk will you find sunlight in a bottle. So you're just gonna, the best thing I can tell you is if they can raise the canopy to get more sunlight, that will help. But there's not a replacement really for direct light on the grass, unfortunately. There just isn't, John. So sorry I don't have a better answer for you. But you might ask them and say, hey, listen, this is killing my grass. Is there anything we can do about it? And see what they say. Let's see. Aaron G said, does pre-emergence stop the spread of bluegrass and other rhizomatic grasses? Not to my knowledge. I mean, people that have KBG use pre-emergent without any negative results. So it should be fine as long as you're applying it at the correct rates. You should not have adverse effects, Aaron. So hope that helps. Is it a Pink Floyd album cover? I'm not sure what it is. I think it's a Pink Floyd album cover. I think it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. I think so. All right. Rusty's Creation says, what are must-dos to survive till the rain and cooler temperatures come back? Hydrotain app went down the first of the month. Sorry guys, I'm having a lodge. I know it's annoying, but I'm just trying to not cough on camera. The hydrogen went down the first part of the month, and the water went, and I water what I'm allowed. Not a ton. So if you're using hydrotain, that's great. You're watering, that's great too. There's not a ton else. I mean, there's not a ton much more than that, Rusty. I mean, you're checking the boxes, man. There's not a whole lot other advice I can give you outside of what you're already doing. What I can say is you're on the tail end of the heat. So within a couple of weeks, it's August 5th. August 5th. By the third week of August, you should start seeing an improvement in your grass, because a lot of the heat should begin falling away. If you made it this far, you're kind of out of the woods. You'll be all right. All right, next is Lavendi. He said, I read spring atrazine on dormant Bermuda in the spring should kill out of St. Augustine. Is that accurate? I read the atrazine on dormant Bermuda in the spring should kill it out of St. Augustine. Is that I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. Lavendi, that's the first time I've ever heard of using atrazine to kill Bermuda in the springtime. I've heard a lot of things. I've heard people say that whenever Bermuda's dormant, use like glyphosate, but I've not heard that one as far as atrazine. So not sure. I'll have to look into it and get you an answer, but I don't know that one. And then Bulldog says, of course it rains. Of course it pours when I spread a couple tons of sand. I didn't get it level before the downpour. Oh, that's going to be fun tomorrow. It's going to be fun. But the power brush cartridge works like a champ, even on wet sand. Okay, so you're able to work it in, which is cool. Good stuff. And let's see here. What else do we have? Glenn Jordan says, do you have any video examples of the air induction T-Jip? Very curious what it's all about and never seen them in action. As a matter of fact, Glenn, this is where I get to have my I don't get very many hero moments. This is one of my few hero moments. And I'm glad I took the time to actually do it. In my video, carefully prepared on the topic of spray tips, which I released last year, and nobody watches, but it's okay because it's a good reference. It's a good reference. In that video, there's actually a section that shows you, hey, a close-up. It shows a close-up of a plant, the same plant. And it shows if you spray it with a foliar tip, this is what the droplets look like. If you spray it with an air induction tip, this is what the droplets look like. So you can actually see the difference in droplet size and coverage based on the kind of tip you use. So, and I'm trying to find the video here. It is one that has like $15 upgrade, but let's see if it will show up here. Yep, there it is. Found it. Found it. This video right here. In that video, will show you. You'll see an example of what the droplet size, how the different tips work, and the droplets they produce on grass. And it's like shot really close. You can see it, super clear, and spray tip video. Do watch the entire video. Don't just fast forward around. Watch the entire video. It's not that short, not that long. I try not to make my content any longer than it needs to be. So do watch the entire thing if you wouldn't mind. But that video will have what you're looking for. On another show note, we got Buckshot. Buckshot has just joined the channel. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. As you joined as a new channel member. So thank you so much for that. You gotta clap it up. Thank you, Buckshot. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Let's see if there's any other points that we have here. We're writing down our comments. Let's see. Aaron G says, if I'm doing it overseas, but also doing an aeration, dethatch, and sand leveling, dude, you're doing a lot. Sounds like a lot of work. It says, should I seed before or after I sand? Seems counterintuitive to seed after filling your aeration holes with sand. Well, yeah, it depends on what you're seeding. But here's the thing, Aaron. Most grass seed doesn't need to be buried much more than 1/4 of an inch. So 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch. You look at the label of most, at least smaller grass seeds anyway. That's what they'll tell you. It does not need to be buried very deeply. So what you'll find is you should be able to do all your leveling work, do your seed, and then if you take like a leveling rake and simply drag it over the entire lawn, or just a regular rake and just rake the entire lawn, that's going to be enough to have good seed to soil contact. What I would not do is, if you're going to go out there and you're going to top your salon, is put the seed down and then go bury it in like 1/2 inch to an inch, depending on how heavy you go, like 1/2 inch to an inch of sand. You can't, I mean, because if you read the label for the seed, read the label for whatever seed you happen to be using. I'm not sure what you're using, but read the label for that, and it should tell you how deep it needs to be buried. So that's where the whole idea behind, 1/4 of an inch to 1/8 of an inch, or doing it after leveling, comes from, because you're able to just spread it and then literally just rake the entire lawn, and that's gonna do well enough to keep it to get good germination. All right, Rich V says, Ron, I have a turf top 12 fescue Kentucky bluegrass yard that I keep at 3 inches. Would PGR help color and density? Thanks. Yes, it will. It will. Most people that use growth regulator use it on shorter grass, because one of the benefits that we use it for is to reduce mowing frequency. But if you have it, it will still work on taller grass as well, on 3-inch turf type tall fescue. There's a rate for it. So if you just read the label, the rate for fescue is higher than the rate for Bermuda. But just read the rate. It's on the product label. We also have the product label on the golf course lawn store that also will have the rate for fescue. Just follow that, and you should be good to go. Shouldn't be an issue at all. All right. Dwayne says, hey, Ron, I have a couple areas in my lawn with spring dead spot. That stinks. I hate spring dead spot. Terrible. If I plug those areas, will then the Bermuda come back, or will the soil surrounding the plug cause the plug to fail? No, I mean, you can plug it. I mean, it should grow in, Dwayne, because really by the time you start seeing all the damage from spring dead spot, it's already done. Like right now, like the damage, the time to prevent spring dead spot is actually gonna be pretty soon here. So late, the first part of October, and then another fungicide application in October, November is the time to do your best to prevent it. So the way you prevent this from being a problem next year, before I answer the rest of your question, is limit the amount of nitrogen you're putting into the lawn in the fall. Do not go super crazy heavy by over fertilizing the lawn in the fall time. And then also do 2 fungicide apps, 28 days apart, a month apart, about a month apart. So it's like a headway app in early October, another headway app in the end of October, early November. That is going to give you that's going to do a lot for reducing the likelihood of you having problems with spring dead spot next season. As far as it filling in and coming back, if you plug it, you can definitely try plugging it. But what I found is the one spot on my lawn where I have spring dead spot this year, it was like way better than it was in years past. Is it just grows in over time by like June, it's filled in. You know what I mean? So it's like the grass, Bermuda will fill in. It'll correct itself. It's a self-correcting problem, but it's best to avoid it in the first place. And the way you do that is going to be in a couple of months here. Do not over fertilize your lawn in the fall and use a preventative fungicide in the fall. Those two things will give you the best chance of preventing it not this time, by next year. So hope that helps, Dwayne. If you need anything else, let me know. RH says, this dude is just rattling off what works rattling off what works with for weeds like it's common knowledge. Impressive. Well, here's the thing, dude. I mean, this month I will have been doing this live stream for 2 years. So when I first started, I was not necessarily this nearly as well versed in weeds as I am now. But I mean, I get a lot of the same questions every week, or at least every month anyway. And also a lot of the questions that I get from viewers outside of the live stream. So it builds up my knowledge over time. But yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words. And I've been doing it for 2 years. So I should get better at it. I should hope so. Still have a lot to learn like everybody else, but for a lot of the common weeds that people have, it's those are pretty easy. Like the one question the one viewer had, like seashore I can never say it. The seashore grass, it starts with a P, paspalum, where they have crabgrass in it. Like that's a hard one because quinclorac works really well against crabgrass, but it's also damaging to that. Paspalum is damaging to St. Augustine, so that's a tough one. That's one of those niche combos that there's not one off the top of my head I can say, yeah, use that. You know what I mean? So I get stumped. Like I always tell you, I tell you in the beginning of the live stream every time. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I don't. But either way, one thing's going to happen for sure is we're going to have a good time. Either way, we're going to have a good time, right? All right, John is up next. He says, hey, Ron, I think that we're a little heavy on the lawn leveling. Do you think in time the grass will come through the dirt? What amendments can I use to help the grass recover? Thanks. You went too heavy. That's it. You're done. The grass is never, you just may well start over. The grass will grow through, man. It'll eventually recover. Either the grass that's underneath will grow through, or, well, if you go super heavy, it won't. That's not true. What'll happen is the surrounding grass that's nearby will creep into it. Will creep into the area is what will happen. I think what do you have? I think you have, Bermuda, right? I get them confused. I know there's a John that has fescue, but if it's Bermuda, it will. It's a self-correcting problem. Time will correct it. It will. The nearby grass will creep in. A perfect example. If you look here, can I show you? I think I can show you. I think I've got the video. I do. Yep, this one here. So this video here. So if you look in the background, let me pause it right now. Okay. So you see there in the background, like you see the fence that's off to the left part of the frame. In front of that, you see what looks like a big pile of sand that's there, right? And if it looks super heavy, it's because it is. And that's probably an inch or so of sand. And that's an inch or so of sand, which is very heavy. That's heavier than I would have gone. But I wasn't top dressing it. The service was top dressing. And he said, you know what? I think I can improve. Literally what he said was, I think I can improve your mowing, how the mower cuts here. I'm going to go a bit heavier. And it'll take a lot longer to go through, but I'm gonna try and change the contour here a little bit. It's gonna improve how your mower cuts, but it's gonna look ugly for longer. And I was like, whatever. You know me, I don't really care. It'll look ugly for a while. It'll be fine. And it looks super heavy then, but if you look where are we? Yeah, let me pause it. So you see already how heavy that is. And if you look from the video from today, it's hard to make out because it's far in the background, but you can see that the space is smaller. It's shrinking already just in the space of 10 days, right? Just in the space of 10 days, it's getting smaller. So the first one that you saw was literally a couple of days after the top dressing. And this video, the one where it's way in the background, is yesterday is when I filmed that. So even with it being heavy, it will fill in. It's just going to take. It's going to take longer. It's going to take noticeably longer, way longer than if you didn't do that. Which is why I also tell people don't do it, because if you get also a heavy, crazy heavy downpour, and your lawn doesn't drain well, or just in general, it has the potential to make a really big mess. So those are the reasons why I tell people in general don't do it. Because if I tell also, here's why too, John. If I tell someone, hey, go top dress your lawn and put down an inch of sand and beach the entire lawn, knowing that if you have Bermuda, it's going to be fine. It's going to grow through it. What's going to happen is they're going to look at it a week afterwards and it's going to be ugly. And they look at it 2 weeks later and it's still going to be ugly. And then maybe even up to 3 weeks, it's still going to be looking pretty ugly. And they're going to be mad at me and they're going to say, oh, well, the lawn looks horrible. And no, but either way, I will, knowing the lawn will grow through over time. It will grow through over time. And in general, I know you went heavy. In general, half an inch on most lawns works really well. You get a very, very good result with doing half an inch of material over the entire lawn when you're top dressing. So you have some edge cases like that one spot they went heavier where I'm going to be stuck looking at that for probably till the end of August, right? But in general, lighter is better. But long and short to answer your question is you're going to be fine. The grass is going to recover. The grass is going to grow through it eventually, or the surrounding grass will spread into it, and you're going to be okay. So I wouldn't worry about it. No worries there. Next up is NMS Auditor 1A, not 1B, but 1A, where he says, Ron, burning down the lawn caught my attention. My front lawn is 13,000 square feet and is on a peninsula of a lake. I can burn. Would it be better to burn than scalp? No, I would not. I'm not going to, dude, I'm not telling you to set 13,000 square feet of grass on fire. Nope. I would not do that because there's no way. You know why? Because you don't have a hose that will cover 13,000 square feet. Because what can happen is it's a peninsula on a lake. So are you telling me that there's nothing else for it to spread into? So it's like, so if we looked at, I don't know what I'm talking about. So if we look at this, if we took at the soil test kit, if this is like the rest of the land and the gray area is your grass and all this is water. So everything that's not here in the center is water. Like there's nowhere for it to go other than to your house. That's always a thing, right? And I guess if that's the case where it's literally there's nowhere else for it to spread, and you probably live somewhere, and you live somewhere where you're not going to have the fire department called on you or the police department called on you for setting a fire, and you want to do it, I guess you can. But 13,000 square feet, that's a lot of fire. That's a lot of fire to have going on at once. So if you do it, make sure you water a really good barrier into where you expect it to stop. Have some friends and help nearby, and if you decide to go forward with it. But I mean, it's in general, is it going to be? Here's the thing that's going to happen. It's going to be easier than scalping for sure. It's going to be a lot less work than scalping because literally you're going to set the fire and just sit back and watch it. It'll just spread and burn the entire lawn, right? So it's way faster. But you just got to really manage it, man, because that's a lot of turf to have on fire. So in general, I just think it's not a great idea. You know what I mean? Not a great idea. I wouldn't do it on my lawn, but also my lawn connects to other people's lawns. But in general, I just think of what can happen, and I don't want you to end up on the news or something crazy. All right. With that said, let me know what you decide to go with, and if you decide to burn it, film it so we can check it out. We can all see here on the live stream. Use your iPhone and film it if you decide to burn it. So because we all want to see it. All right, Dwayne Puck is up next. He says, I have Bermuda. If I top dress my lawn, how long do I have to wait to mow? Depends on how long it takes to recover, Dwayne. But in general, most people are able to start mowing within 2 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks in general. It depends on how heavy you go, but that's a good number. 2 to 3 weeks for most people. And then you can get out there and start mowing again. Once I would say is if you can raise the height of cut up just a little bit, that will keep the mower out of the sand. It's going to prevent you from dulling the blade faster. But within 2 to 3 weeks, you should be out there mowing without too much trouble. Chris Ferrarsi is up next. He says, sorry for butchering your name, Chris, I apologize. He says, I have major issues with heat stress. Not good. By 2 p.m. on any given day, that reaches 9 degrees is very obvious in certain areas. My CC are low, and my substrate is mostly sand, Empire Zoysia. Any way to fix that? Well, I mean, you can try. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like based on the way you're asking the question, like you're pretty well read in, Chris. What I might say is if you've not tried any of the products that like moisture managers that will help the grass, the root system hold on to more moisture, like the 4-play product, Hydrotain, they do work. Those products will help with the situation. If you want to also top dress with some compost or do anything to try and increase the amount of organic material, you can do that. But I mean, it's odd the way the question is raised because you're saying so you're saying that the grass can start out green in the morning and then by 2 p.m. it starts to look off. I've not really seen it change that quickly with, like, in other words, if a lawn is heat stress, it tends to look, in general, it tends to slowly get that way over time, and then it stays that way until the heating problem goes away. It's not like it starts green, like super vibrant green in the morning, and then by 2 p.m. it's like heat stress, and then by the afternoon it's nice and vibrant green again. You know what I mean? Either way, hydrotane or some kind of moisture manager, whatever you decide to go with, will help. And then if you want to try and increase the amount of organic material in your lawn, because you're saying your lawn is mainly your soil is mainly sandy, that can help too. But yeah, a moisture manager, watering, and yeah, those are going to be the big things that I would say to try and help the situation. So hope that helps. But yeah, it's the way the question was phrased. It's odd that it seems like around 2 o'clock when it gets really hot, you're saying you're seeing it more than other times a day. All right. David Grant says, hey Ron and Golf Course Lawn Squad. I have been seeing not to use Primo Max and Kentucky Bluegrass when I was looking for an application rates for my KBG mowed at half an inch. You're saying, okay, you've been seeing not to use Primo on Kentucky Bluegrass when I was looking for application rates for my KBG mowed at half. I don't know. I mean, so you cannot use it if you don't want to, but the people that actually make the product, Syngenta, have rates for Kentucky Bluegrass. I know people that use it on Kentucky Bluegrass and it works great. So I'm not sure who or what is telling you not to use Primo on KBG, but you can use it on KBG. There's a rate for KBG. Apply Primo Max at the rate specified for Kentucky Bluegrass and you will have a good result. So I'm not sure who's telling you not to use it on Kentucky Bluegrass, but they wrong. All right, next is Will Dog State. He says, the air induction tips produce an airflow droplet. You can use a half rate surfactant with TJet tips for foliar apps. Appreciate that, Air Dog State, or Will Dog's Hail State. All right, next up is Buckshot. He's just became a member, so thanks for that, Buckshot. I want to acknowledge you. Appreciate the support. Thanks for that. I really do appreciate it. And then John Williams says, garlic pearls, get well, sir. Yeah, but then I do my breath and you smell like garlic. It comes through your pores. It's horrible. Nobody wants to be around me then. That's no good, right? Right? Not good. All right, we're getting closer, guys. Rusty's Creation says, okay, Ron, I'm on true survival mode. Part of the Texas with all-time heat, drought, and water restrictions once every other week. Wow, you can only water once every other week? Wow, they really don't like your grass there. Bermuda brown, January dormant. What are some must-dos to survive until rain and cooler temps come back? Okay, first of all, your Bermuda is not dead. It's not. It looks dormant because it is dormant, but it is not dead. It's not. Once temps get cooler or you start getting any kind of rain, it will begin greening up. So the whole idea of it being dead, it's not. It's not dead. It just looks really bad because it's trying to survive, trying to check out. But it will bounce back. As far as things to do, hydrotane, my answers are going to be hydrotane and the thing that you can't do, which is watering. Like it needs, like grass needs water. You can either apply the water from like the hose, irrigation, or which you can't do, or you can wait for it to rain, which you're not getting that much of now. So all I can say is keep up with your hydrotane app and just patience, man. It's going to be really in a few weeks, this is going to start getting better. It really will. Because the peak of the heat should start falling off, and you should be in a much better spot than you are right now. All right, a Will Dog State is saying atrazine will suppress Bermuda, will not kill it. Yeah, I mean, as far as killing it, I've never heard of people using atrazine successfully to kill Bermuda. But I mean, again, I might be wrong. You're wrong. Okay, LG is up next. He says, I just watched your spray tip video on Wednesday. At like 3 a.m. in the morning, 3 in the morning. Who says no one watches your content? Okay, so first of all, what are you doing up at 3 in the morning? And I guess you chose to watch my content at 3 in the morning. First of all, I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I mean, love you to pieces, LG. Thank you for all the support, especially at 3 a.m. And but yeah, that's cool. I guess people do watch it, but it's not a common video. In other words, it's not like how do I get green grass type video. You know, and it's not going to videos ever going to get like millions and millions of views because it's kind of niche. The topic is kind of niche, but for the people that want that information, I think it's a pretty good video. I only wanted to make it once, so I try to make it as good as I possibly could. So there you go. All right, Ahmed Jones says, what else would you recommend besides Hydrotain? My lawn is in excellent condition. I have a nice green lawn. If it looks great, I would keep doing whatever it is you're doing. So if you're fertilizing properly, you are using Hydrotain, if you don't have a biostimulant program, I'm a huge fan of that. So Ahmed, if you're not using, by that I can show you what I'm talking about here. We can get away from the stuff that kills stuff, and then we go to the stuff that grows stuff section of the golf course lawn store. And if you're not using the carbon kit, like the biostimulants, which is depending on which one you get, will either be Release 901C, Release 0, NutriKelp, and then Biospectrum. It's a really good package of products that are going to help improve the quality of your soil, and then by extension your grass. So that's the only I would say. If your grass looks great already, keep doing what you're doing. If you're saying, hey, it looks great and I want it to look even better, then something like the carbon kit will work, would be a good choice. So depending on which way you want to go, we have kits for the 5,000 square foot lawn, 10,000 square foot lawn, one that has 901C and one that does not. So here's how you can decide which one you want to go with. If you already have a liquid fertilizer that you like, one that you're already using and you like it, you love it, then get either this one, the 5,000 or the 10,000 square foot, because that one has Release 0, which does not have any NPK in it, doesn't have any nitrogen in it. If you're not wrapped around the axle about a particular liquid fertilizer and you have, you're like, hey, I'm open to trying new things and I want a quality liquid fertilizer, then go with the one that has -901C in the name, because that is essentially Release 0 with 9% nitrogen and 1% potassium in it. So if you want a fertilizer, get this one or this one. If you don't want fertilizer, get this one or this one. So that's the only thing I tell you. I mean, if you want to help sweeten what you're already doing, if you're already getting great results, you want to make it even better, consider the carbon kit. But on top of that, keep up with what you're doing from a mowing standpoint, because that's also helping your lawn to look great. So your height of cut's 3 inches. That doesn't hurt. He says it's a bit high, but I'll stop there. Yeah, no worries, man. So just if you like how it looks at 3 inches, keep cutting it there, and then again you can begin incorporating some of the other stuff I talked about. That will help as well. All right, Brew Cruise Fishing says, hey Ron, still no rain in Central Texas. And none for the next 10 days. Shaking my hand. The struggle is real. But in 11 days it might happen. Like day 11 might be the day. See, you only looked at 10 days out. Look at the 11th day. That might be the day where it starts to rain, man. You're not looking far enough into the future. That's the thing. You're trying to get too close, You want it and you want it now. 11 days might be the thing. Patience. You're very welcome, Glenn. You're very, very welcome. And then let's see here. JBL4345 has a question. He says, I put down a generic fertilizer from Walmart on my St. Augustine, and then my wife just bought me Milorganite for my birthday on 7/31. Whoa, that's cool. Sweet. That's pretty nice. Sweet of her. You got a good one. When would be a good time to put it down without overdoing the nitrogen? So, okay, so it's hard to answer this question without knowing which fertilizer was put down. What the formulation of the Walmart fertilizer is, JBL. But if you just want to be safe, 3 to 4 weeks. I mean, here's the thing. Milorganite it's a slow release fertilizer. It's not, really, even if you applied it now, it's unlikely. It's not going to cause a bunch of growth because it's got to get down in the soil. It's got to start breaking down. It's slow release. It's going to take a while. So if you applied the generic, let's say the beginning of August, you could apply Milorganite the 2nd or 3rd week of August, and then I'd be fairly safe at feeling that you're not going to have a problem where you're pushing too much growth, too much nitrogen in the lawn. It's hard to say for sure to tell you precisely because I don't know what the generic fertilizer is. I have no idea what the formulation is, so it's difficult to give you a precise answer on this. But if I would space it out, I guess I'm trying to say is if you did the generic fertilizer today, or let's say she did it the day before your birthday, and then happy birthday, you got Milorganite for your birthday, yay for you, right? I would not go out and do the Milorganite right now. Give it a bit more time to space it out just to be safe, and then apply it. That will work. And that will give you the safe result. Although, again, Milo being as slow release as it is, it's unlikely you're going to have a problem. But just to be safe, give it time. Aaron G says, do you recommend starting mid-August for a bluegrass overseed? Whenever the temps begin to fall off, it's still really hot, Aaron. End of August, early September is generally a good time. Is a good time to do that. But I mean, if temps stay super hot where you are, then yeah, mid-August, because mid-August is end of next week, right? Or yeah, end of next week. So that's it might be too soon. So maybe give it till the end of the month to do it, depending on temps, right? But late August, early September in general is the time for when most people that have cool season lawns do their seeding, and they get a good result by doing it in that time frame. All right, Will Dog State says, Ron, please follow up with the area with heavy sand. It was interesting to see how the service propped the existing turf up with a shovel. I have a similar area. I want to see your progress. I'll definitely do that. I'll keep you guys posted. I will keep you posted. Fear not. I'll make sure you guys know. You're very, very welcome. Chris, he says, to elaborate, yes, in that 1 a.m., everything is green and awesome. By 1 or 2 p.m., it's been brown. That's weird that it's changing. So what's happening is you're saying it's getting so hot that your sun is so hot that it's causing the grass to discolor in the middle of the day. Wow. Yeah, I mean, if you want to try a top dress with like just strictly organic material, I mean, so not from a leveling standpoint, just that. Try it and see if that helps. But that's I've never heard of that, Chris. I've never seen that one before. That's interesting. Let's see. Mike Harvey is saying, I'm just stopping by to say hi. I'm very late, so this is the live stream. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you, Mike. Thank you for stopping in to say hello. I really do appreciate it. I'm looking here. See, we're running low on questions. We're looking at a lot of questions. NMS auditor. So I say, listen. So I spend all the time saying, listen. I'm not a fan of setting your lawn on fire. Lots of reasons not to do that. House association. It could get out of hand. Things could go sideways. He writes back. He's like, I think I'm gonna burn it. I've sent you pictures of my 2-inch water pump and 7-foot tall sprinkler that throws about 150-foot circumference, pumps 170 gallons. Guys, here's the thing. So what's happening here in the comment? He's talking it up. He's trying to self-justify why it's a good idea. We're gonna keep going. It pumps 170 gallons per minute. I can control the burn. We'll send a picture. You know what? We are gonna screenshot that so that if this gets out of hand, we can reference back and we can be like, hey, NMS, remember when I told you not to do it? And you told everybody all these reasons as to why you're going to be just fine. So there you go. Here's our proof. I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm just messing with you, man. But it's funny. It's funny how you're like, you think I should do it? And I'm like, no. And you're like, I'm going to do it. I got all these reasons why I think I can pull it off. It's funny. All right. Next is, I don't know why I find that so funny, but I guess I'm easily amused, right? All right, Matt Sears is up next. He says, hey, Ron, would you ever recommend watering in after foliar application of ferts or nutrients? I came across info saying to do so. Want your opinion? I would do whatever the label says for whatever the product says. So there are, for liquid products, like some of the products from Ecologia, like the Greens, I think it's a Greens Plus, I think it's a 14-10-10, like that's got slow release nitrogen in it, and that one they do recommend watering in after application. None of the products from Miramichi Green require watering after application. So if you take 901C, which has fertilizer in it, you take NutriKelp, like I can show you. You take NutriKelp, which has a tiny amount of fertilizer in it, so a little bit of fertilizer and like 9% fertilizer. Neither of these you need to water in. Primo, you don't need to water in after application. The micronutrient product, Nutrizolve, you don't need to water in after application. So I would just in general, you don't have to water foliar-based products in after application in general, not as a general. It's not always true. As a general rule, that is the case. But look at the label. The label tells you spray it and then water it after application. You should spray it and water it after application. A good example, if you're going to spray straight urea on your lawn, I would water that in after application. I would not spray straight urea, even if you use a foliar tip, and not water in afterwards. I would absolutely do that because you'll more than likely burn your lawn if you don't do that. So it depends on the product. For the stuff that the stuff that we sell in the store, if it's a foliar-based product like Turfplex, 901C, any of the Miramichi Green stuff, I'm trying to think here. None of those require watering in after application. The only one that really jumps to mind that's a liquid from Ecologel is the Greens Plus. That one you can water in afterwards. So hope that helps, Matt. The product label will tell you, but again, something that came to mind is something like straight urea, like that. You definitely want to water that afterwards. Okay, let's see. Chris, you're very welcome. You're very welcome, sir. No problem at all. No problem at all. And if I can, if I can help with anything else, let me know. Let me know. Yes, here we go. So Mike Harvey says, this is a good question. In your carbon kit video, when you put Biospectrum in the water, it turns brown. When I add it now, it just stays clear. Did they change the formula? Yes. Between when I did it last spring, and this year, the formulation has changed. It is the same. There was the products, the bugs, the microbes in it are the same. From what I understand, it was they were able to change the formulation because who they were using to make it. There was a price increase, so they went to a different. It's the same. The overall formulation is the same, but the net result is the same, but the formulation is different, and the result is it doesn't turn brown anymore. But it's still the same product, same results, same effectiveness. Just doesn't turn brown anymore. So I should probably put I think I put that in the comments or the product description on the store, but if not, I will check afterwards and make sure I say that, hey, it now no longer turns brown, it stays clear, still works, same effectiveness. All right, but good question. You're very, very welcome for that. Rich, she says, Ron, have a good night. I know it's getting late. It's already 11. Wow, it's getting late here. And then we say here, Aaron says, is dethatching ever counterproductive? I don't have a lot of thatch, still doing an overseed. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Unless you absolutely need to do it, I wouldn't. I would turf rake your lawn a bunch of times before I would dethatch it. Dethatching is a very aggressive process, so I would save that only for a lawn where it's like super, tons of thatch. It's almost like caked up, and you're just really trying to go aggressive and get it out as easily and quickly as possible. What a dethatcher does for you that a scarifier doesn't is it saves time. Like if you got a really heavily thatched lawn, you could sit there and whittle away at it slowly with a scarifier, with a turf rake, but it's gonna take you like a ton of passes to do that. Whereas a dethatcher is gonna do it a lot faster, but it's very aggressive. So I would save that I would put that off on, on the side of an edge case type instrument to use, and do a lot more turf raking and verticutting before I really just broke out the dethatcher. It shouldn't be something you're doing every year. I guess is what I'm trying to say. All right, no problem on that. Aaron, you're right. You waited till September to do Kentucky bluegrass, another 3 weeks for root development. Okay, good stuff. And then Ahmed said, is 3 inches too high for Bermuda? Here's the thing. Bermuda does better at shorter heights of cuts, but if you like how your lawn looks at 3 inches, and I imagine you're using a rotary mower because you're cutting it at 3 inches. If you like how it looks, keep cutting it at 3 inches. You know what I mean? It's a personal taste. Like Bermuda does better cut shorter. It will look even better cut shorter. But that requires a couple of things. One, you have to have the time to mow it at least twice a week. That's thing one. You have to, you can mow it at 2 inches. You could mow it at 1 3/4 inches, 1.5 inches with a rotary mower, and it would look good. But also, as you start going shorter, you want to make sure that the lawn is fairly smooth, or not crazy bumpy with ruts in it, because then it'll scalp and it's gonna look ugly. So if you're cutting your grass at 3 inches and you like how it looks at 3 inches, keep cutting it there. That's what I would say. Grass is a personal thing. Like there's people that love St. Augustine grass. I don't have a problem with it, but it's not my personal favorite. I like short cut grass. I like grass that's short, that looks like a golf course fairway when it's cut. I like stripes. Not everybody likes stripes. So it just really depends on what your cup of tea is, what you like, and go for that in your lawn. So if you like it, stick with it. You're very, very welcome, Chris. I appreciate you and I appreciate the channel. I appreciate you watching the content on the channel. So let me know if I can help with anything else. And yeah, definitely, see, At Will Dog is up with me, man. He's like, listen, NMS Otter, when you set it on fire, we want to see it in action. Definitely film it. Like, get your iPhone out. Don't tell us, oh, I didn't have a camera. Use your phone. Like, give us a good panning shot with 13,000 square feet. Well, it won't all be on fire at the same time, but like with some of it on fire. We want to see it. Want to see the results. Want to see the results. Let's see here. Let's see here. Scott Wilbanks says, Hey, Ron, good info, as you stated. Repeat questions. I'm in Arkansas transition zone. When would you recommend putting down prodiamine for this fall? September-ish timeframe. September. That would be a good time. That's when your window. The best answer is whenever soil temps cross 70 degrees going cooler. Most of you guys don't have a soil thermometer. You're not going to get out there and actually measure it in your lawn. You can check like your local. I think Google will tell you like kind of like local rainfall in your area. You can also check what the average soil temperatures are in your area. You can do that. It's not going to be super precise for your lawn, but so unless you're going to go out and get a soil thermometer, September-ish timeframe. So September is when you want to get your pre-emergent down. That is what I would recommend doing it. Because remember, Scott, the big thing with pre-emergent is a little bit early is better than a little bit late, because it's all in the name, pre-emergent, prior to the weeds emerging. If you wait till the weeds are already here, too late. Right? So you want to do it a little bit early. And if you're going to use prodiamine, there was a product called Coastal. Unfortunately, they don't sell it in smaller quantities anymore. I don't know if I have any. No, I still have a bottle of it here laying around somewhere. They don't sell it in smaller quantities anymore. But what it basically is prodiamine, simazine, and imazaquin. So if you want a little concoction you can use whenever you decide you're going to go out and spray your fall pre-emergent, and I'm assuming you got Bermuda or some kind of warm season grass, you use prodiamine, but also mix some simazine and imazaquin along with it. So imazaquin being like Image, and then simazine, I think what is the brand name? It's like Princep or something, right? I think that's the actual name. That's the brand name for Syngenta's simazine. I think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me check here really quick. Make sure I'm giving you good information. I think so. I know that was sold out all over the place earlier, but it might be back in stock now. Yes, simazine. So Princep. If you're going to use the brand names Image and Princep along with prodiamine, or I guess you could say if we're going all brand name, you could say Barricade, Princep, and Image. If you're just going to go generics, then simazine, imazaquin, and prodiamine. Just whatever just look for those active ingredients, and you should be good to go. That's a great concoction that will really do well against Poanua in warm season grass, because prodiamine by itself, it works okay. I mean, it's gonna help some, but it's not gonna. You're still gonna have some. If you just use only prodiamine, you're still gonna have some POA in your lawn. More than likely. I've never seen a lawn that was done straight with only with prodiamine, and it was POA free. So if you want like a great mix, simazine, imazaquin, and prodiamine is great. If you want to be a boss, then you could go with something like this, which is Spectacle Flow, and this will definitely keep POA out of your lawn. But it's an expensive product, right? It's not cheap, but it's going to that's really good against POA. So hope that helps, sir. Need anything else? Do let me know. You're very, very well, JBL. Thanks for hanging out in the live stream. I appreciate you, all the love and support. Praying for day 11 rain. There you go. Day 11. If it's not day 11, it might be day 12, but it eventually will rain. Eventually will rain. C. Mike says, do you know anything about the dangers of artificial turf, more specifically in relation to heat? I do not, see Mike. CS, I do not. If we get Devin on, that'd be a great question for him. I don't know. Don't know anything about that one. Let's see. Scott says, Ron, for crabgrass, I'm using MSMA. Your thoughts? You do whatever you want, but it's not for residential lawns. Not supposed to. If you're using the product that I think that you're using, you're not supposed to be using that on residential lawns anymore. It's great. It's a great product for killing a lot of stuff. Dallas grass being one of them, but it's not. To my knowledge, unless things change, it's not labeled for use on residential lawns. All right, Ahmed says, Ron, I have the best looking lawn in the neighborhood. My Bermuda looks almost like BYD. Awesome. That's cool. Looks good. And Will Dog says, do you ever mow against the grain, opposite of what you normally mow? Not traditionally. I mow in different directions, but I tend to, especially since I'm trying to really get the stripes looking nice, the double wides, and I'm trying to set those stripes, I tend to mow the same stripes, especially when I'm mowing away from the patio each time. I don't mow against the grain. There are benefits to doing that. You get a more even cut doing that, but it also will like totally destroy my stripes, and I can't have that. I can't do it, Will Dog. Just can't do it. All right, Aaron says, is Elite Seed truly worth it compared to big box store Scott type seed? I think so. I think you get what you pay for. I think like most things in life, you get what you pay for. Like Baron Brugg does not charge a lot more for their seed just because they want to charge a lot more for their seed. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. Like germination rates, how clean it is. Just in general, you're gonna with seed, you get what you pay for. So I would. It's up to you. Up to you if you want to get the Scott stuff. You can, but you're gonna get a better result in general using a quality grass seed. All right, last question of the evening. Zoysia versus Bermuda says, "Hey Ron, I have a small amount of spurge, not a lot. Should I use a post-emergent or just pull them out on the line?" You can try pulling them, but they're more than likely, you're probably not going to get them. You're probably not going to get the taproot, and they're going to come back. More than likely, if you really want it to be gone, I'd spray it. Use a post-emergent herbicide. Celsius is great. The Spectricide, like the big box store stuff, Spectricide is okay too. But really, if you want to really kill it, Celsius is going to literally turn it into like brown dust. It will absolutely decimate spurge. It's a great product for spurge. But it just depends on how much you're dealing with and how badly you want it gone. All right, guys. Well, we have gone for a little bit long tonight, but you had a lot of great questions, great dialogue. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I definitely did. And yeah, so I don't have any other comments, any other things I need to tell you guys tonight. Definitely be sure to check out the Golf Course Lawn Store for your Primo needs, for your Primo Max needs. For you guys to have cool season grass, it is the season to also get your biostimulants down. So if you want to get your Release Zero, or 901C, NutriKelp, your BioSpectrum, those are all great products to apply. As far as your granular products, you've also got Essential G that you can apply as well. Definitely consider adding this to your lawn care program. It is only going to help your grass. Guys, thank you guys so much for watching. I truly do appreciate it. Have an amazing weekend. Get out there and do something fun in your lawn. See you next time.